Hey, we're doing this. So I was gonna watch this last night through somebody else's stream. But their stream crashed out. For whatever reason, I don't know where they were and I don't know what the fuck was going on, but the guy I was watching was having a really, really hard time with OBS last night. Like, it just wouldn't cooperate with him. Like, he just kept losing packets, the stream kept dying, and eventually I think like the thing just like died for good as opposed to skipping all over the place. So I couldn't watch this last night. Also, I fucking fell asleep because Phil is that boring. So what I'm doing today is I'm just going to watch him now. Probably at 1.5 times speed because he tends to ramble on for way too long about fucking nothing for like very, very often, as is the case with him. So we're just going to do that. So what this actually is for whatever reason, Phil never likes to put out a worst games of the year list. It's always most disappointing games where it's like, these are games which might be good, but I personally found fault with them for whatever reason. And this year he decided to be even more of a bitch about it because every single thing on his disappointing games list this year was something that he has personally said did not make him enough money. That's actually why they're on this list, because according to him, his audience didn't like it enough to keep paying him to play it. So that's what we're watching today. Like, the list of what in his mind are the least lucrative things he's done this year. I don't know. Like, he's a pain in the ass. Okay, so before we do that, I am using Raw Phil's stream. So at the bottom here, I think you can see this. Yeah, you can see the timeline. So we have the timeline here. So basically, Phil says he goes live around like 9:30 his time every night, which not 9:30, like 7:30 or 7 o'clock his time every night, which is a load of bullshit. It's an actual load of bullshit. So what he actually does, and like we're at 1 hour 18, an hour 20 into when he actually hit the go live button until when he actually starts doing the thing he's supposed to be doing. So we have about, Jesus Christ, like 50 minutes of music and then 20 minutes of him just sitting around doing fucking nothing and waiting for people to come before he actually starts running down a shitty little list. Like, he just stalls like crazy. And I know, like, I like to say, like, I stall a lot. I stall a lot. And so what we're doing, like, this dude has stalled for an hour and 20 minutes before actually running down the list of games that he finds are the most disappointing. And I haven't seen most of those. I think I saw like numbers 20 through 17, number 5, and number 1, just because people clipped it. And he's going to go down his list of the 10 best games of his top picks of the year to later tonight, which I am not going to fucking cover. I'm just going to watch somebody on YouTube cover it instead, provided their internet actually works. Also, hello, Ivory. I am suffering right now. We have about what time is it? We have about like 4.5 hours maybe to get through this, because then I actually have to leave to get a haircut, and then tonight we're going to be doing something more fun. Once I get back, we're going to fucking play El Shaddai. This number one is Metaphor. Number 1 is Metaphor. That's the only thing I know about. And like I said, the reason why here's, and I already know what he's going to say before he says it, because he's been saying it for the past several fucking weeks about Metaphor, despite the fact that Metaphor is, as most would put it, like probably the best Atlas game that people have come out with, or just in general, a very competent Atlas game where it's like they take a bunch of things that work and put them into something else which also works. It might not necessarily it's basically the jack of all trades of an Atlas game. And for me personally, it is the best thing that they have ever done. And I can accept that people do not agree with that as well. His logic for it is because he played 12 hours of the game. Mind you, he played 12 hours of the fucking demo. You know, that thing that takes like maybe 3 hours long if you're doing it by yourself, or in my case, I think it took like 6 hours because I was streaming it and had to stop at multiple points. He took 6 hours to do that. He took 12 hours to do that. And and then he also quit it. He quit the demo because it didn't make him enough money. Like, I'm really picking up disappointed. No, I understand that, but no, his entire reasoning for it is because he didn't get enough money for basically stalling for 12 hours in the first 4 hours of the game. He tripled the runtime of that like introductory demo and then complained when they didn't pay him for it. That's why it's disappointing to him. Not because it like, not for whatever reasons you have with it. And I think you've made them clear, like why you think it's like, not the bet, like it could have been a lot better. But like I said, in my case, I took it as it was. And I felt like this is actually really, really good. And it's kind of what I would want to see more in other Persona games moving forward. Because as if you remember, I really did not like Persona 5, and I have no inclination to play the new Persona 3 or even go back and play Persona like the several years old remake of Persona 4. I'd rather play Persona 2 or wait for a remake of that and hope it doesn't incorporate the stupid shit from Persona 5 and Persona 3 Reload. It probably will. Let's be real, it probably will. But we really can't control that. But yeah, I understand I understand the worst thing you could say about Metaphor, the worst thing anybody could say about Metaphor is that it didn't go far enough in a lot of directions, but I still feel that even if it didn't, it still is one of the most competent games that Atlus has put out in a very long time and is worthy of praise. And like I said, for me personally, it is the best Atlus game that currently exists, with the second best being Soul Hackers 2. I don't like Reload. No, I don't like it. I've been watching Reload and I fucking hate it. Like, I find the writing it's okay, but the gameplay is like, just no. I fucking play. I'll play SMT 5. Metaphor was enjoyable. It felt formulaic in a way. Metaphor felt like that's the I will say, like, we'll talk a little bit about Metaphor when it gets to it, because his criticisms are fucking stupid. But so hello Sachi, it's been a while seeing you here. So like I felt like Metaphor is like I said, it is very formulaic, it is very by the numbers, but it does everything that it sets out to do very well. That's like why I liked it so much, because it is just very, very well rounded. It's not like one aspect of the game excels above all others and something else just fucking sucks. Like, I can say that specifically about Shin Megami Tensei 5. The combat in SMT 5 is amazing. The actual team building in SMT 5 is really good. The story's atrocious. The actual story is atrocious. And even in relation to other mainline SMT games, it is not that good. Like, it's trying to be this like middle ground between Persona and Shin Megami Tensei, where it has like mostly Shin Megami Tensei stuff deals in abstract and big picture things. Yet SMT 5 tries to go like, more personal with it, but none of the characters are really that enjoyable for it. And you just are still going through the fucking motions, and it's just not that good at this writing. But again, the combat is amazing. Reload was the worst way to remake Persona 3, apart from spinning FPS into its own RPG. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, let's go through his shitty list again. I might increase the speed just because he waffles on a bit, but we'll get to it.
Good evening, everyone. DSP.
Also, yes, he recorded this for a video. We're watching a restreamer by the name of Raw Phil.
2024 has come to a close. We're actually a few days here into the new year of 2025.
Also, yes, there's a portal gun behind him. That is a Metal Gear Rising Revengeance lightning
and everything that
lightning thing behind him. I like a lightning lamp. This fucking like LED screen, and this like Pac-Man goes with a crown on it. He surrounds it all with these fucking toys and shit from games he hates.
I'm gonna be honest.
He doesn't like Portal. He doesn't like Metal Gear Rising, and he just has this stupid screen in the Pac-Man thing.
And it's various reasons.
And Electrolyte, yeah.
Number one,
shut up.
In some cases, there was just a massive oversaturation of the market of a similar kind of game, making it impossible to really enjoy all of them. Number two, a lot of AAA big game releases that I felt like we all were excited for and we're going to just smash it either got delayed or came out and completely underwhelmed. Number three, out of all of the games that came out of the year, it actually was, in this case, a lot of the indie style games, the games that didn't have giant budgets or AAA studios behind them, that actually most impressed. And so I feel like 2024 was a shocking gaming year where you just could not actually predict what was going to be good, what you were going to be playing, what you were going to remember at the end.
Bear in mind, his entire barometer for what is a good game is how much money each game makes him. So take what he says with a massive grain of salt. The thing they mentioned at the very beginning, by the way, and this is something that people who don't follow Phil would not know about, is at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of last year, I think it was around the time of like when, yeah, it was at the beginning of the year, and he has some point about this, but at the same time, his point makes no fucking sense, is that at the very beginning of the year, there were a lot of like also this is around the time where people started telling him to play Stellar Blade, and he adamantly refused to do so. And then when he did, he made the most bad faith playthrough in existence. I am not showing that because he decides to go full on stupid and dress up as Santa Claus while playing the fucking game. But his point is basically that at the beginning of the year, there are a lot of RPGs that released. There was Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. There was Persona 3 Reload. There was Dragon's Dogma 2. And I think there was one other one that I'm forgetting. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So what he called this basically packed release window RPG overload, and stated that these games were coming out at such a rapid pace that they were cannibalizing each other on the market. So no game ever got a high market share, and no game ever really exceeded another in terms of popularity. And everybody who was buying these games had to pick and choose between which game to get, and they couldn't get all of them. Which basically translates to, I can't find the game that is releasing at this time that will get me the most money. That's literally what it translates into. I don't remember the last year when indies weren't more impressive than AAA. Probably 1996. Like I will actually say that 1996 or 1995, the year of the basically the years when the year when the PlayStation 1 came out, or the Nintendo 64, or like not even like 1994 when you had the Sega Genesis and the Super Nintendo in their heyday. That was probably the last time, like before like, you know, indie games started going out for it, because the indie market only started really taking off in like the mid to late 2000s. But back then there were only really good AAAs. back in like the fourth generation of consoles. But yeah, so that's his point, basically saying that like he couldn't pick a game and stick with it because these games were not popular enough to keep his business afloat. That's what RPG overload was. Mind you, he was playing Baldur's Gate 3 at the time when all these other games dropped, and he can't juggle his own schedule. So his entire like thing about RPG overload was the fact that he plays games at a snail's pace. People get bored, they go watch somebody else play them, because by the time like he's gotten through like the first opening act, literally everybody else who's playing the game has finished them. Grit to behavior turned to 11. Exactly. Yeah. Like here's the thing though. He's like, oh, like, you know, imagine somebody else who plays through like, you know, like it takes like, you know, them like, you know, 3 months to get through like a 120 hour JRPG. Like, motherfucker, I got through Metaphor ReFantazio in about 3 weeks. Like, I did play that game a lot. I played that game about maybe 20 hours a week or something like that on stream, but still I got through it pretty quickly. I got through Persona 5. Like at around 120 hours in about 2 months. And that was also playing around 20 hours a week, give or take. Like, he plays games at such a snail's pace that he believes that that's the pace that everybody else plays games at, that you only play a game for roughly 2 hours a week. And it takes like, you know, that long to finish like a JRPG. It'll take you 6 months to finish Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth or whatever. Games were hitting it hard as soon as 1980. I guess so. Like, I'm not really including the like the PC market in that. Otherwise, you have like other companies that were indie at the time that later became major publishers. Like you could say Ubisoft at the same time was also an indie studio at one point because they created Rayman. Back when they created Rayman, and Rayman was fucking good. Hard as hell, but the first Rayman was amazing. I loved it. But yeah.
You know, during the course of the year, many people had said to me things such as, hey, Phil, what was your favorite game? What do you think will be your game of the year contenders? And by the end of the year, I was like, I don't even know. I legit don't even know. What I could say is some of the best stuff of this year. It was hard to have anything be remembered for more than just a month. And a lot of the stuff that was the best stuff was kind of samey, you know?
I'm going to speed him up.
You think a major DLC
how I speed him up?
Game of the year contender, or a lot of people's game of the year pick 2 years ago, ends up being the best thing they've played this year. That's really weird. So this year I'm doing stuff a little different. Okay. Why? Because this year, I really don't think I want to talk about the most disappointing games.
There we go. Now he's actually speaking at the pace of a normal fucking person.
Because when you look at the stuff that went really well or not well for me this year in gaming, a lot of it had to do not with the games themselves, but the playthroughs in general. What playthroughs crushed it and were fun and lasted a long time and everyone enjoyed, and we had engagement and support, and everyone just in their heads are going to remember those playthroughs for a long time. Compare that to the playthroughs that were the most disappointing. Now, I want you to understand something. We're about to do the top 20 most disappointed most disappointing gaming playthroughs of 2024. That doesn't mean these games are bad. It could, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the game is bad. And I will try to explain in each
Please.
disappointing playthroughs. I'll tell you if the game is good, but why the playthrough was disappointing. You see, there may be situations where the games are great and the playthroughs were still disappointing. Vice versa, there might be situations where the game were just terrible, but maybe the playthrough was good. That could also happen. Okay, so
I will say this. I think the game that's going to make it on his top 10 games of the year this year is going to be fucking Coin Game, which is a really shitty arcade, like 80s arcade simulator game. And he doesn't even fucking play it properly. He plays it on birthday mode, which is basically infinite coins and infinite tokens and infinite tries on the games. Let's see. And since he's gonna reunify pretty much, yeah. But no, like I said, his entire thing is that he is going to discuss which games made him the least money, not necessarily which games were actually disappointing personally to him. Like if you played a game and he just didn't fucking like it or didn't enjoy it, because it's really hard for, like, I will say this personally, it's really hard for me to not like a game, but there are a few that I played for a little bit and I kind of just got bored with them and said like, it was pretty good for a little while, but I'm going to shell it for a bit. One of the ones I can think of is Billionaire, and that's mostly just because I came off of Balatro and was not really in the mood for another roguelike of that style. So that's one that made it there for me. But he's just going to talk about which games made him the least amount of money, and you'll see his list in a second, like how stupid it is, because most of the games he lists are actually really, really good. There are a few that are terrible, but not that many.
I'm excited to count these down with you. And in fact, we have 20. Yes, 20 of each. 20 of the most disappointing playthroughs and 20 of the best playthroughs of the year.
How is he at 20 best playthroughs? What the fuck?
And so, without further ado, I believe it is time.
Yeah, it's not like 20 best games, it's 20 best playthroughs. So he is gauging his own streams. Like he's rating his own streams on how good or bad they were.
Of the year for me was Path of Exile 2. And of course, you're going to see me in stereo in some of these cases, but just listen to my voice synced with me here in the bottom right corner and you'll know which is the real Phil. So
we don't fucking care.
You might say,
both of you are fake.
Phil, I don't get it. Why would this be one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for you? Okay. Well, there's two major reasons why. All right. Reason number one. I like Diablo-esque games. I like games where you do this top-down perspective. You're doing all kinds of RPG elements, combat, skill trees, exploration, and the loot. The loot is so addicting in games like this. You know, you just want to keep playing and killing the monsters or enemies so that you can get more cool loot. And that's part of the gameplay loop that hooks you, right? Back in the day, I played Diablo 1 and 2 on PC. That's right. In the 90s, I actually was a PC gamer. And
one, I fucking doubt this massively. And two, whenever he talks about shit like this, you can tell he's basically just reading off of bullet points from like an IGN listicle. He doesn't actually believe the shit himself, because anybody at the surface level could tell you that a hacky slash is what I call these fucking games. That the biggest draw is basically like the gameplay loop of finding new items to build your character. That's one aspect of the gameplay loop. It's not necessarily the entire gameplay loop. In certain games, it's like you have to build synergies based on what kind of abilities that your character has, what things you can find in the world, and also just how to modify those abilities. Torchlight 2 is probably one of my favorites in that regard, but Torchlight 2 is also really kind of fucking basic. I do know how complicated Path of Exile, the original one, can get. And that's basically because the entire game is built off what I consider to be a combination of the materia system from Final Fantasy VII and the sphere grid from Final Fantasy X. Like, that's like, it is complicated, but you can do some really fucking crazy shit in that game if you know what you're doing. Hack and slash is the correct name back before Urinal is misappropriated for Spectacle Fighters character action gains. Spectacle Fighters is like, that's like a 3D brawler, isn't it? That's like basically like the way that I can describe, like they call it Spectacle Fighter character action games. That's usually the term that I see been around for like Devil May Cry and Bayonetta and all those things. But those games have more in common with something like fucking Streets of Rage or like Ninja Turtles, like side scroller beat 'em ups, but they are now in 3D. Spectacle Fighter is a DNC clone. Yeah, exactly. But DNC clone's DNA is baked into like older, like the side scroller hack and slash games. I used to like Path of Exile by stuff because the game doesn't respect fucking anything. Like, I tried playing Path of Exile and I fucking hated it. Skill system is a living hell. I never managed to fully grasp it. Yeah, like the way that the skill system works, and I actually had to look this up, is that every piece of equipment in Path of Exile that you get is like a certain amount of skill, has a certain amount of gem slots in it. So you slot in the ability that you want to use, and then you slot in a bunch of other like gems that will trigger based off of that ability. Where it's like if you have a fireball, and then you have another gem that's like if you do fire damage, it adds like a dot to the enemy, and like all this other stuff. And that's the skill system. And the gems level up as you had them equipped. And then there's the skill grid, which is just basically a whole bunch of passes. And your main goal in that is to try to find the most efficient route to get to the one pass that will actually define your build. I fucking hate it. Like you need a map of the sphere grid, or of the passives tree in Path of Exile to even begin to know what the fuck you're doing. I fucking hated it. I know Path of Exile 2 streamlined a lot of it. Like you still have abilities that are you still have ability gems that you slot into your gear, like in the first game, and like in fucking Final Fantasy 7. But it makes a lot more sense, and you have a much clearer path based on what class you pick on where to go in the passives tree. So Path of Exile 2, I have heard, did make the process a whole lot easier and better to navigate. PoE is a shit game full of creative. It's the first approaches, for example, should become standard for the genre. Oh, what, the belts? Oh, I will say, I fucking love that. I fucking loved the belt system. That's like the one thing of Path of Exile that I really fucking liked. The flask system, where it's like, like in order to recharge your flask, you either have to wait or like, you either have to wait or you have to kill enemies in order to recharge them. I do know, like, I actually know that in the most recent build of Grim Dawn, they did that. The most recent build of Grim Dawn, they got rid of the consumable potions and just replaced them with the generic thing that you can sell. And now you have just like a flask that refills over time or as you kill enemies. And that flask is also a different piece of equipment. It's so fucking good. Like, I went back into Grim Dawn to try to play around with the Diablo 2 mod, and the Diablo 2 mod was out of date, so I had to update that. And I had to update the game itself, and it's like, oh yeah, all your stacks of like 100 or your stacks of like 500 potions, oh yeah, they're gone now. You just have a single flask. I'm like, all right, I'll take that. I'll take the flask system. It's great. But yeah. The way potions have stats, you can have potions that serve different purposes. Yeah, I know. You get like basically it's like, oh, I'm going into a fight, so I'm gonna pop my agility potion, I'm gonna pop my defense potion, I'm gonna pop my healing regen potion, and then I also have my actual straight healing potion just in case things get bad. So kind of like the exercise that starts to fuse with the Kabbalah or the Kapala from Spelunky. Yes. They also did the same kind of system, I believe, in now I'm thinking about it. They do the same kind of system with the inoculator in Warhammer 40k Inquisitor Martyr. In 40k Inquisitor Martyr, you have an item called the Inoculator, and the Inoculator is a consumable. It has a certain amount of charges attached to it, depending on which one that you equip and how powerful those charges are. So you could have basically like, the Inoculator basically has like, the one that I have in the game is really strong. It has like 18 charges in it by default. So if I equip a thing on it that's like, oh, I now have, a very high strength modifier, a healing regen buff on it, and then like some other like really good buff on it, it then reduces those charges from 18 to 6. And I can reduce those even further depending on how strong I want the buffs to be. And you can mix and match buffs depending on the kind of color that they are. So like red buffs are always some sort of healing, green buffs are always some sort of like defensive thing, and then orange buffs are always some sort of offensive thing. So you can mix and match what kind of color buffs that you want for your things. So you can have you can have an Inoculator in Inquisitor that is just heal, or like defense, offense, something like that. And you can make some really crazy combinations with the Inoculator that you got. And the base Inoculator has like its own stats on it, and then you can just like at your base remove the triggers that it has on it and put in different triggers. It's really good. It's really, really fucking cool. But yeah, I really should play Inquisitor Martyr at some point, but I've already beaten the base game, and if I do play it again, I might pick a different character than my Sororitas. I might play a Tech Priest or something.
I loved Diablo 1 and 2. I thought that they were addictive, fun, really great gameplay experiences. But
by the way, if you can tell, he's really fucking bad at this game.
Well, ever since I've been a YouTuber. I tried it with Diablo 3. I tried it last year with Diablo 4. And essentially, when this game was coming out at the end of 2024, I was going to skip it. I had absolutely no intentions whatsoever to play this game.
I mean,
Okay?
most people who don't
You
know
guys
like
convinced
better
me
will
to.
say that Diablo 2 is a
You
very
know
good
if you
game,
miss
and
out on Path of Exile 2,
like
you're gonna be
granted,
missing out on one of the best
Diablo
games
2
of the year.
walked so
It's
that
one of the
other
most
games could
anticipated
run.
PC games
I will
in
say
many, many
that.
years. You absolutely must play it. So I listened to your feedback, and I said, all right, I'm going to bite the bullet. Let's get it. And I bought it. It's early access, by the way, although the game apparently is pretty much done. People are saying you could play it through and actually enjoy the entirety of the game.
Or I should rather say Diablo 2 crawled. Because Diablo 2 Diablo 2 is a really fucking hard experience, and the only way I can actually play that game and enjoy it is if playing it through Grim Dawn.
Further in that I got, at first it was just kind of basic punch and then charge up some abilities and use them. But then, as you can see, I started using chain lightning and I started using this ice ability that would slow down enemies, and it was actually getting better and better and better. But the problem with these games, which I believe they're called AARPGs, something like that. The problem with these RPGs.
Wait, what? I forgot about this. He said AARP. Wait a minute. Hold on. AARP, the American Association of Retired Persons. Like they're AARPGs. Like, yes, they were called action RPGs or ARPGs for the longest fucking time. They're basically hack and slashes with stats. A proper ARPG is something like the first Dark Souls. But yeah. Like a proper ARPG is something like the first Dark Souls because it is very much more methodical and relies, and you're not like replacing gear all the fucking time. Like I feel like that, like, and also you have more of an influence on the world within Dark Souls than you do in something like Diablo, where it's just you're going on a straight path.
Jesus as follows: fun to play, addictive to play, not necessarily fun to watch. And I think that's exactly what happened here. Even though I had warned all of you, and I said, I don't think this is going to work for a playthrough. Diablo 3 and 4 didn't work, so I don't think this is going to work. But people were like, no, Phil, you should try it anyway. We want to see you play it. So I bought it. I played it for one stinking stream. Guess what happened during the stream? Attendance dipped. People got disengaged. The support was bad. And I'm like, that's kind of what I expected. It's unfortunate. I didn't want that to happen. I did my best. I tried to learn all the elements. I was trying to learn the class. The problem with a game like this is it's very attention demanding. Take a look. There's tons of enemies on the screen at once. They're all after you and can kill you if you're not careful. So you got to be paying attention. It's not a chill game or a laid back game in any way. You've got to be on your toes. Look at this. Enemies just come off the edges of the screen at any moment, and you got to be ready for it. So unlike a lot of other playthroughs where we could either relax or have some social interaction, sadly, this one didn't turn out like that. And it just ended up flopping. I now haven't, to this date, I haven't played it again. Even though I bought the game, I haven't played it a second time. And to be honest, guys, no one's asked me for it. Like, no one's really, saying, hey, what about Path of Exile 2 that you started?
Okay. I can't see this because I'm only showing his video on my screen right now. I looked up Path of Exile 2's numbers on currently on Twitch. 55,000 viewers. People are still watching Path of Exile 2. People are still enjoying people playing Path of Exile 2. It is your job as the streamer to make the stream enjoyable. It is not necessarily like it is not the audience's obligation to just watch something because a streamer is playing it. Granted, that is how a lot of things happen. That is how a lot of people grow. If they decide to play something that becomes popular, they then stick around because they like the personality of the person that's playing it, not necessarily because of the game that they are playing. Phil's early success, like nearly 20 years ago, actually like when he started doing YouTube shit back in like 2009, 2010, was because he was like the only person playing these games, and he put out a lot of videos of them. He got popular because people wanted to see the games being played, not necessarily see him playing them. And he maintained that popularity for a long time, squandered it because his network, Machinima, tried to get him to do something else, and he's like, no, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. And now he is where he is, where he's basically being supported by one, maybe two people. Like, he made like $400 the other night because of one person giving him 350 of that. Like, I'm not joking. That's how he makes his money now. Like, one or two people throwing thousands of dollars at him per week. It is insane. He doesn't understand that, like, in order, like, he has to make the streams like enjoyable. This is like the biggest criticism that I can say about him, like playing Path of Exile 2, is that he did not make it enjoyable. He was just fucking bored the entire time and just ran through everything. He didn't try to maintain a conversation with his audience. He didn't try to do fucking anything. And if you play a game like that actually is that kind of like grindy, monotonous type of thing where you're just going through things, killing everything, and there isn't a whole lot of story beats to react to, then yeah, you had to find something else to talk about. You had to actually do something and like hold a conversation with your chat, which is one of the biggest reasons why I cannot and do not stream Warframe. I love Warframe. I play it a lot in my spare time, but fuck me if I can actually keep that shit entertaining for more than 5 minutes. Like, I fucking can't. If I were to play Warframe for an hour of just cracking relics or like, you know, doing the Nightwave acts, it would just be boring as fuck because I cannot maintain a conversation for that long. It is really, really difficult and a skill that you need to learn. He has not learned it, and he's been doing this for like over 15 years.
Are you ever going to continue it? Like, I don't think anyone's even said that to me. So it's sad because it's a game that I like. It plays like classic Diablo, which I enjoy, but the playthrough just didn't resonate with the audience, and that's why it makes it disappointing for me. Okay, it's not that the game's bad in any way, shape, or form. I like it, but hey, I got to play stuff that's going to resonate with my audience.
What's my phone going off for? Give me a second.
Okay.
He's going off and
Number
yelling
19,
at me.
most disappointing playthrough of the year. A game that most of you most likely do not remember even existed. It is called Silent Hill: The Short Message. So for those who did not watch me play it, this was relatively...
We don't enjoy the game unless, you know, Phil doesn't like video games. The only thing that can see... Yeah, here's the thing, though. Phil has those. Phil has moves. Depending on the shirt, it's much easier to see them.
We all wanted more Silent Hill content. When this was announced that it was going to be a free game that was coming out, and you're going to be
not good. I know, not good enough.
Silent Hill and all of its survival horror, but that it was going to be a first-person game that had, you know, exploration element and a deep story. It was very intriguing. Hey,
but no, like to that point though, there is like she is like, I think she streams a lot of Warframe. She streams her grinding on Twitch and her story playthroughs of Warframe content on YouTube. It's a Ushio Ebi. Ebi is fucking insane in Warframe. Like, she's not good. I will say this, she is not good. She basically only plays one frame, which is Octavia. She only plays Octavia, and she grinds literally every piece of content as Octavia. But she has such a huge passion for the game that it is really fun to watch. She has several thousand plat worth of Amir plushies because she loves that idiot so goddamn much.
Now, I don't think that I actually caught that here. Actually, I did. Here it is. Wow.
But yeah, also you could tell like the actual professionalism where Phil actually has no idea what the fuck he's talking about, trying to like do things like on the fly with his playthrough. But yeah, with Silent Hill, the Silent Hill Short Message, it was actually like Silent Hill Short Message is also actually a terrible game. It is not good. But the thing is, Phil made it worse, and his entire criticism on the game is that for the actual like 20 minutes of the game that you actually have to play the game, and which is basically escaping a monster at the end of it, he's complaining that the game is no longer a walkie sim and he actually has to do something. That's what his entire complaints are here.
This enemy can grab you and then you're starting over. The problem is, in this area, you have to grab.
Doing a reset where I date Amir, that's fair. That's fair. If I do a reset, I'll probably date Eleanor, but I like Aoi too much. Aoi's great.
Guess what? You can't make progress. So what this ends up actually being is you, through trial and error, multiple times, failing. Okay? Basically, you have to keep trying over and over, and it becomes this tedious, endless loop, and it's very boring. It's frustrating. It's like, why is it like this? The rest of the game wasn't like this. It was actually better. This last sequence, no, don't get me wrong. The last sequence is creepy because there's finally a monster coming after you trying to kill you. But it is so tedious and the gameplay is just so outdated. Do you really want to redo this area over and over and over? Well, guess what? It took me nearly 45 minutes to beat this final segment. If I had known exactly where to go and what order to do it in, I probably would have beaten it in 5 minutes. But instead, I had to redo it and redo it and redo it and redo it. Very frustrating for anyone trying to beat this game after having sunk about 2 to 3 hours into it up to that point. And then lastly, on top of all of that, without spoiling the ending, it's a cliffhanger ending that doesn't truly explain how the game ended. So just think of it this way. You are investing all of this time.
Aoi has a real wild mind as well. Now, she is very much into like bondage and shit. She always asks if the place is soundproof.
Ends in the credits roll, and it's incredibly disappointing. If anything, I've said this before, and I'll say it many, many more times, I'm sure, in the future. When you're investing your time into a game, especially if it's a game that's challenging or seems like you've gone through a journey, you want to have a good ending. You cannot have a wish-washy ending. And this game has the ultimate unspecific wish-washy ending. It's very disappointing, and it makes you feel like, man, maybe I shouldn't have spent the last 3.5 hours playing it. Even if it was free, it doesn't feel like they really put the effort in to give it an ending that was worth your time. Very frustrating, and it just stacked up to be one of the most disappointing games after I beat it, because I was like, man, I wish that I kind of had done anything else. I feel like maybe I would have had a better use of my time rather than wasting 3.5 hours.
Okay, so there are a few things. One, he says he spent 45 minutes on the ending sequence. The ending sequence can be gotten through about maybe 15, 20 minutes if you know what you're doing. Phil is incredibly stupid. It cannot be understated enough how stupid Phil is. Okay, so most recently, Phil spent 3.5 to 4 hours trying to set up a microphone arm. You know, the thing that you just literally like, you have a clamp, you screw it into your desk, where you drill a hole in the desk and you like, you know, put a bolt through the desk and you like, you know, tighten it that way. And then you put your mic on like the stick, I don't know what it's called. And then you just, you know, thread your wire through the thing and you're done. It takes maybe about like 20 minutes to do. He took 3.5 hours to do that. Phil is the reason we have yellow paint everywhere in video games. I am not fucking joking. At a GDC conference where they were talking about ease of accessibility in games, about like having to guide the player, like basically lead them by the nose to the next fucking thing, they used his video as an example of that, about why that kind of shit is necessary. Because if you don't, you're going to get lost. Phil is the lowest common denominator and is the reason we have yellow paint everywhere. There's also the fact that, again, with him being so fucking stupid, he can't handle anything that has even the slightest trace of ambiguity. He hates that shit. He needs everything spelled out crystal clear, black and white for everything that he does, because he can't be bothered to think for himself for anything. So if the ending was kind of left up to interpretation in Silent Hill, the short message, Silent Hill, the short message already has like it's not good. I will say that it isn't good, but the fact that it has an ambiguous ending is just part of the course for Silent Hill in general. He can't handle it. He legitimately does not possess the brain function to interpret an ending that is up for interpretation. He can't get it. I didn't notice I thought we have yellow paint area because the white paint guy went on. That too. But no, there was a GDC clip where a guy was talking about, like, you know, they were using God of War as an example, saying that basically that you need to lead the player to certain things by basically taking control of the camera and showing them new aspects of the game that they now have unlocked, now that they've like gotten a thing. And they used a clip of Phil's videos for that. So it's probably a multitude of factors, but the fact that they used Phil's footage of that is hilarious, and what is also why a lot of people blame Phil, like in the chat community, will ironically blame Phil for the abundance of yellow paint everywhere, because he is the kind of player that needs that shit. He legitimately like, okay, so I mean, his stupidity is in general like really, really dumb. Like, he basically, okay, this is an entirely different. The way that I describe Phil's stupidity, I always go into, it's a different kind of stupidity. So here's what he did one time recently, actually, is that he had ordered the taco for his, like, every 10 goals, he does a DSP tries it thing where he will order an item from fast food and eat it on stream. So your reward for giving him $1,500 is that he can spend $20 on a fucking burger, eat it in front of you in the sloppiest way possible, and tell you how bad it tastes because his taste buds are fried from all the gin he's been drinking over the years. So what he did recently was with Taco Bell and their nuggets. Their nuggets, by the way, are actually pretty fucking good. They have a really nice breading, they have a really nice exterior, and the sauces that they give you for them are actually really good. I would argue that probably the best chicken nuggets from a place that is not dedicated specifically to chicken. So if you go to Chick-fil-A or you go to Popeyes, you're going to get better nuggets. But if you go to Taco Bell and get their nuggets, they're at least better than McDonald's and Burger King. That is my opinion of them. What he did is he ordered DoorDash for a Taco Bell that is half a mile away from him. In perspective, he could drive there in about 5 minutes and get back. He didn't. He ordered Taco Bell. He ordered DoorDash for it for like a family meal which contained 8 items, like 4 for him, 4 for his wife, and then they didn't have the nuggets in them, which a lot of people just think he forgot to order the nuggets. And so then he basically waffled around for about 20 minutes, saying like, do you guys really want me to go out and get the nuggets? I can't go out because all of my socks are in the wash, so I'm gonna have to go and get my slippers and go out to the Taco Bell in my slippers. Who the fuck cares? I've been to a goddamn 7-Eleven in my pajamas at 2 in the goddamn morning because I wanted some taquitos. I am not joking. I've done that multiple times when I was in college. I was fucking hungry, put on my pajama pants, put on my sneakers, and walked down to the 7-Eleven and got a fucking bag of taquitos. Like, who cares? Nobody's gonna give a shit. And then he spent 20 minutes going to the Taco Bell and then coming back. Like, why the fuck couldn't you do that in the first place? You would have saved money. And then he bitched about how he spent like $50 at Taco Bell the entire time. He's like, guys, I'm out money because it's like, you people paid you $1,500 to eat this shit. You are not out money. You got more money to eat this than literally anybody else on the fucking planet, except for maybe Reporter of the Week who does it for a job. House on the way. It depends. I can handle spice pretty well. I think, but yeah. So, but no, like that's a different kind of stupid that he did too. But it's just he's just so insane about this shit. I forget what I was going on about. Oh yeah, the fact that like he can't handle ambiguity and he doesn't really know how to do anything. Like he also like he resized something in OBS. And if you're not familiar with OBS has basically access to universal shortcuts. So if you fuck up something and you want to undo it, you press Control Z and it undoes the fuck up, which, you know, a lot of programs have. He didn't realize this. And he spent a half hour trying to fix his fucking like little leaderboard thing at the bottom of the screen here. Like, how do you not know how to do that? How do you not know that you can just press Control Z and unfuck it? Like, he didn't do that for 20 minutes. And he just kept fucking around and getting mad at OBS. He basically said, like, that the nerd who coded OBS was an idiot. It's like, no, that's not... It's so dumb. Like, he Karens out over the dumbest shit. Also, yeah, now the thing scrolls. It used to not be able to scroll.
What's up, everyone? I see a lot more people have joined the stream. Welcome to anyone who is joining here in progress. These are the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024, and we got.
We don't care. We don't care.
Actually sold for anything, but yeah, definitely those kind of vibes. Okay, shall we continue? All right, my number 18 most disappointing playthrough of the year was Marvel Rivals.
People trying to code something? No. I mean, the closest you get is he maybe decides to play Baba Is You, and he would just fuck it up so hard.
People are playing the heck out of it, really loving it, and honestly, it's a pretty good game. It's basically classic Overwatch-style gameplay. The only difference being, as you can see, it's third person rather than first person, and it stars Marvel characters and properties. So why would Marvel Rivals stack up to be one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year? Well, first off, I played it twice. I first played this game during the summertime when it had an open beta, and I actually liked it during the open beta. Then I came back to it later in the year when it had a full release in December.
I like how he's showing out the gameplay footage of this, and he's just so fucking bad. Look at this.
I thought that the different Marvel aspects of it were actually quite neat. And although, I'll be honest, in some cases, I feel certain characters weren't really representative of what they are in the Marvel universe, i.e. like Magneto, who in this game is very different from how he would, you know, used in a comic book. But basically, I really enjoyed it. And so, why is it disappointing? Because both times I played it, both in the
summer. What else have you been playing as? Iron Fist?
At the end of the year, I basically got initial interest where people were showing up and liking it and engaging with it and supporting it for a couple streams, maybe like 2 to 3 streams each. And then when I got to about the 10-hour,
isn't Baba Is You actually like sort of like a? I don't want to say it's a coding simulator, but like it actually is good at teaching you basic coding, like functionality. Not necessarily like actual coding, but like you can learn the concepts of how to code things by playing Baba Is You, at least with certain like creating statements, and then if you take that, you can like it will make coding easier if you decide to look into how things are coded.
Game of the year,
not relevant to coding in any way.
People were having merchandise in the mainstream. I mean, hell, I'm not even kidding you. I had a car sunshade that said Overwatch. It was so popular you could just buy it at a normal store. You know, it was on the level of games like Minecraft.
Fuck game balance, yeah. I'll also say this: people who I don't know, I never really watched Phil play through Marvel because I didn't care about the game myself, and if I did care about people playing Marvel, I would just watch my friends play it. I don't know. I don't like hero shooters anymore. Like I used to like Overwatch, like the original Overwatch back in 2014 when it actually was like in the beta, and then I just stopped playing it like in 2015, 2016. But like I heard it's good, but Phil here plays in a way like it's Call of Duty free for all. He doesn't play with his team at all. He like gets upset when his abilities don't work, or like he can't kill things. Like, yeah, of course it doesn't, because your abilities are meant to synergize with other players. It's a team game. You're not playing as a team. You're just going around trying to farm kills.
Like, I think the third person aspect was their excuse to say they didn't blatantly.
Yeah, but the reason I say Baba Is You is like that is because basically the way that Baba Is You worked, like I know it's like a sliding puzzle thing, but like Baba Is You is also like has a lot of logic puzzles built into it. That's why I say like it's somewhat like if you learn like the logic of Baba Is You can sort of get a grasp, like a very, very basic grasp on how like to like at least create like if then statements basically.
And I was like, well, I can't continue to
that character has a group. He does, yeah, he does.
So again, at least this one lasted like 12 hours each time that I played it. But man, just to be honest, again, this is very similar to Path of Exile, where I liked the game. I wanted to keep playing it. It didn't resonate with the audience, and I got to do what my audience tells me. I'm here to be an interactive.
No, you don't. You can just make the game fucking entertaining. You could act. Okay.
Show up for it.
Okay, here's the thing. There are two things that people wanted him to do with Marvel Rivals. They wanted him to play with viewers, which he didn't do because he's afraid of viewers. He's afraid of troll names in the chat at all times. He's afraid of like people coming in with like names like Agent 2KJ, D-Claw Jasper, Fat Cat, like all this other shit that just makes fun of him and like all this other, like basically everything else. He is so afraid of that, and that bruises him so badly that he absolutely refuses to play with any viewer lobbies at all. Even if like the detractors go by other names which have nothing to do with him, he refuses to play He refuses to play in viewer lobbies. The second thing they wanted him to do is play in ranked. And he refuses to do that too. Like he will take a break from Street Fighter 6 for like about like 2 weeks and be like, "Well, guys, I gotta get reacclimated before I can go into ranked." And so then he'll just play like in basically unranked or like public lobbies for like 2 hours and just pub stomp and think he's good. And then as soon as he gets into ranked, he gets fucking destroyed, like because he doesn't know how to play the game. And he thinks that like he has to reacclimate himself every single time he takes more than a week off from playing Street Fighter or some shit. But like, yeah, he refuses to play ranked. He refused to play with viewers. So he just fucking ended it. He also had the dumb thing of charging people $20 to choose what character he would play next. And when people didn't pay him for that, he's like, "Well, I guess you guys don't want to see the game anymore," and he dropped it.
Enjoy. In the case of Marvel Rivals, sadly, that only lasted about 10 hours, and then I had to move on. Retro Danny says, Marvel Rivals gives me good memories of the original Overwatch. I'm still salty that Activision Blizzard ran into the ground. Yeah, I know. I remember original Overwatch. It was quite good, wasn't it? It really was a great game, and it's sad that it ended up being what it was.
I found my angry face.
Too many changes. Too many
I found my angry.
Into whiny players, and then, of course, Overwatch League, and that dictated how the game was going to go progress and play with new content and stuff, and yeah, it's just sad. Okay. Let's continue on, my friends. Up next, number 17, most disappointing playthrough.
I think this is where I actually fell asleep.
24
was. This is where I might have fallen asleep.
You may not even know what this is yet. You ready? The campaign of Call of Duty.
Oh no, I was still awake during this shit. This shit, of course it's a Black Ops campaign.
And I was like, oh, if it's good, then I can't wait. I can't wait to play this.
It's a Call of Duty campaign. Of course, it's not going to be that like good or like lengthy or anything. It's Call of Duty.
Battle Royale in Warzone, and all of that is varied and different. And so
okay. So apparently, I'm going to skip past this one. Apparently, what happened with the Call of Duty campaign is he got stuck in like the first like non-combat level because he needed to talk to a person and he just fucking didn't. Like he needed to talk to a person, get into a door, and he went everywhere but the person. I'm gonna try to skip the ones that like are actually bad games,
I know a lot of people like
because you don't really have much to add to them other than like, oh yeah, these games are actually kind of bad.
The number 16 most disappointing playthrough of 2024, Hellblade 2, Senua's Saga, or was it Senua's Sacrifice, or was it Senua? Does anyone even remember? And I think this is the point that I want to make.
Senua Sacrifice. Or no, Senua Saga. Yeah, Senua Sacrifice was the first one.
Whoa, Hellblade was an original game for Xbox One. The graphics at the time were absolutely outstanding. It had an interesting visual style, a bunch of cool puzzles and combat. Simple, but still interesting and fun.
Yeah, I didn't see this one. But yeah, Hellblade 2 is so bad that even people somehow liked Hellblade 1 didn't like it. Yeah. Yeah, like I said, this game's a bad game. He doesn't really have much to say about it other than what everybody else has said about the game being bad. So we're going to skip this one as well.
Number 2.
He goes, see what I mean? He just goes on for way too long to talk about this shit. It's like, Hellblade 2 was bad. Hellblade 2 was bad. That's all you really need to say. Hellblade 2 is not good.
That were in it, their different play style.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Multi, and it just kind of, folks. My number 15 most disappointing playthrough of the year was. Oh, that's right. I know you guys.
Ninja Theory game to not be bad. Didn't the dude from Ninja Theory call Dante a gay cowboy?
Multiverses is a game that actually was out years ago in early access.
Like, did he actually call Dante a gay cowboy when they were making DNC Devil May Cry?
Well received, and was it going to be a good game or not? I was one of them. You know, I liked Multiverses many years ago. What was it, like 2.5 years ago when it was in that open state? I actually liked the variety.
Yeah, this is kind of the part where it's like it's kind of really hard to argue against it because these games are actually unironically bad. Multiverses originally was really good. It had a feeling that a lot of people were missing from Smash Ultimate, where this one felt more like Smash Melee. And then when they got to this one, when they actually re-released the game or whatever, they basically took the game off the market and then put it back out again. It felt way more weighty, like it felt way slower and way floatier. It was like the Melee to Brawl transition. Is this a Shaggy main game? Ultra Instinct Shaggy is in the game, yes, as a playable character.
I noticed some other. You got to play different game, just like Marvel Rivals.
Like it actually seems like it's a fine game.
Everyone got bored,
but if it actually worked properly. But no, Multiverse is like the second iteration of Multiverse has so many problems that it's really hard to argue against why the game is bad.
About it or playing it, it's pretty darn sad. So, Multiverses came up a flop. It sucks because there was 2.5 years of anticipation, and I was very excited for it. But sadly, it didn't resonate. And again, another one that ended up getting dropped because people just didn't like it.
Yes. By the way, all these games that he's talking about, like he either finished because they were really short, or he dropped them because people weren't paying him enough. Like that's actually what it is. He dropped the games because people weren't paying him enough for a lot of them. The ones that he actually finished were finished because they were so short. Senua's Sacrifice is one of them because it wasn't that long. Same thing with the Silent Hill, the short message, because that game is only like 2 hours long or whatever.
Deserve a second chance so they can sort out a game like now and have funky and messed up, then you've had a problem. But the fact that it's free, I don't really have too many complaints. I think that it was a good game. I really do.
Marvel Rivals was the same. Like he's into a bunch of multiplayer games.
He says he agrees the color filter was annoying, and also he didn't like. 14 most disappointing game playthrough of the year for me. That's right. I think you recognize it.
What the fuck is this?
The Veilguard.
Oh God, Veilguard. okay. With this one again, it's really hard to argue against it with this because Veilguard's fucking terrible. But he basically goes to the whole he goes to the whole talking point and basically is like, oh I'm not sure if he goes to the talking points of that the game went woke with it, which is why a lot of people really were against the game before they even fucking played it. And then people who did play it are just like, yeah, no, the game is actually just fucking bad. Like even if the writing was something that people liked about the was close to the Dragon Age Origins and something that people did like about it, even if they had improved the writing to that degree, it'd still be bad. It'd still be not fun to play. It'd still be a fucking boring slogfest of just not of nothing. Like the writing just made a bad game worse. Heavenly Sword, yeah, I think that actually reads like it's for being. Oh yeah, I've heard of Heavenly Sword. Isn't that didn't they basically? Isn't that basically Bayonetta, but they took the joke seriously?
Kind of gel and not really care about what you're doing, but you want some flashy graphics.
This is that Warframe isn't a shite game. Yeah, Warframe is woke as all fuck. Warframe also doesn't shove it into your face. That's the one thing that I will say. Warframe doesn't shove it really into your face all that much. You don't have to do that much digging to figure out that Ticker is trans, but it's there. And they also don't really make it. They also don't really make it a point to be like that, like saying that it is a big deal that Albrecht was gay and that Lloyd is gay. They don't make that a big deal. It just is. Whereas with Veilguard, you had that one dragon kid, whatever character, who literally has a cutscene conversation talking about how they're non-binary, and it's just like, shut the fuck up and let me play the game. I don't actually care. Like, it's one of those things where it's like, it's cool that it's there, but forcing people to care about it is just kind of weird. And like, again, Lloyd has done very well. I love Lloyd. Lloyd is great. Lloyd Queen Sahara. I feel I should refer to him as your majesty. Yeah. Lloyd is fucking great. I love Lloyd. But like, it's stuff like that where, and also just like the fact that like, it's also not necessarily the fact that like they wrote that into the game and is handled very, very poorly. Like I said, Warframe handled it very well. Dragon Age did not handle it well at all. It's also the fact that like within Dragon Age, the staff, the developers of Dragon Age and the voice actors basically get on a high horse and believe that anybody criticizing them for poor writing is like a bigot. It's like, no, we're not bigots. We just think your shit sucks. There's a difference. Like, you can have a story involving straight people and it'll still suck. Like fucking, I don't know, Star Wars. Like Star Wars prequel. Star Wars prequel. That's a story involving straight romance. It's fucking terrible. It gets called out for being fucking terrible all the time. You don't see people getting like called names about that. Like, no, it's just a bad story. It's just bad and poorly written. The issue is what they wrote is generally more transphobia than a terse manifest. Yeah, that too. Like, they just try to shove this into your face about like this character. Like, you don't need to. Like, you could just let them exist and they don't have to make a big deal about it. Like, that's the one thing I always say, like, that's really good about Warframe. So people's like, oh, yeah, Warframe is like, you know, it's gone woke as hell because of all the characters they like can be like, basically all the hexes biased. Like, they're bi if you want them to be. And they don't, and it doesn't really fucking matter unless you personally romance them. The only canonical romance that exists within the hex is Aoi and Arthur, and they broke up. Like, that actually is a conversation you can have with either of them. So like, hey, did you guys date and what happened? It's like, oh yeah, it didn't work out. We realized you wanted to do different things. I'm like, okay, that fucking happens. But yeah, like, and then what, like that, well, that's the only conversation that I know of the only romance that I know of within the hex is those two. Letty didn't really talk about anybody that she dated. Eleanor didn't talk about anybody that she dated. What is it? Amir didn't talk about anyone that he dated, and I don't think Quincy fucking dated anyone. Nobody wants to date Quincy. Quincy's too much of an asshole. Sarkos will play the stuff with Letty. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, okay, but no, the one conversation that I had that was the most explicit, I think, was with Aoi, where she talked about her breaking up with Arthur on Valentine's Day. So, and then that's actually where I talked to her about Ticker too. Cause you can talk to, like, you know, back in the future, it's called like, the Stars Festival or whatever. And, you can talk to Aoi about Ticker, and it's like, you and Ticker would get along. You'd be good friends. She really did devastate the man. Yeah, she did. Yeah. Star Days. But yeah, you can talk to Aoi and tell Aoi, it's like, yeah, you and Ticker would really get along very well. Like, that makes sense. Aoi would really like Ticker. So. But yeah, like that's the one that I remember that was actually like an actual like event in my dialogues that you could have, that Aoi and Arthur dated. Honestly, can I get along with Ticker? There's something genuinely wrong with you, or your name is Zood. But then, like, and I honestly feel sympathy for Zood, and that's just because Zood is very, very unpleasant, and I don't really think it's her fault. It actually isn't Zood's fault that she's unpleasant. It's literally because she's traumatized. So
screw the story. That's good. That's Dragon Age the Veilguard. But if you're there for a riveting, gripping storyline, it's just not there. At least not in the first 20 hours. And I'm sorry, I'm just not going to keep sinking time into a game where I
know what's
going on and I'm bored.
I don't really know how Zood works, but I do remember that the one that we know as Rude Zood was a collective consciousness of her and like 5 or 6 other siblings. And during the attack on the old Solaris base, where all of the Solaris used to be, 6 of her died. The others, her other 6 siblings died. And because their minds are linked, she basically experienced all of their deaths in her own mind. Like, so basically, in order to kind of survive, she repressed all of those, and going and killing the Mother Orb is sort of a closure for her. Yes, I have fought Mother Orb a few times, and the entire time you're doing it, it's basically to get closure to Zood and her siblings. Yeah, on the deck, the orb burned them. Yeah, so yeah, because they were all mentally linked to each other. I don't even know how the fuck that worked. Like, I actually don't know how Zood worked, but I don't think it's important. It's just the fact that Zood was mentally linked to her sisters as they died, and she experienced all that pain in her own mind, and so now she's basically just fucked up. But no, yeah, and that's like I said, Zood is a genuinely unpleasant person, but it is not her fault. She basically experienced 6 deaths at once. But yeah.
You know, and that's the problem. Ultimately,
we're gonna keep...
the gameplay loop's addictive, the graphics are good, but the story is boring. Do you want a boring story in a 100-hour RPG? It's pretty much going to be a major focus of the game, so why the holy heck is
Dragon Age Veilguard is not 100 hours, it's like maybe 60 at most.
Is this person represented well?
Can we fast forward this? Because he's gonna go into woke talk.
In this case, wanted the game to be talked
about,
like
basically anti-wokeism, and Phil does not know how to articulate these points very well.
Maybe people would say it was kind of a subpar game and wouldn't care about it and wouldn't talk about it. So the
imagery of her having a dream about being visited by her own charred corpses, yeah.
So that people would discuss it, and it worked. People absolutely discussed this game for about a month, and now it's as if it never existed. You could get it for a very deep discount everywhere. And it's sad because for a game that has like 100 hours of content and looks this good, you would think that the effort would have been put in all around. But sadly, it looks like the gameplay was the focus, not the story. If you don't have a good story in a game that's a role-playing...
Come on, he's taking way too long to make his fucking point here.
Different situation. Thank you, Bars Inhabitant, for the $20 tip.
Also, yeah, I forgot about this part. He actually has like these fucking stupid face swap animations. So for his chat.
Right? No, it is not.
Sunrise Over Sister still exists to remind us the voice that she keeps talking about, and the voice is like you, yeah.
I think it was 22.
The voice is like, yeah, I know. Like if you walk out to her when she's if you walk out to her to get a gun built, you can see her arguing with herself, and that's her talking to one of the voices. Also, the static is supposed to be the voices.
From Lisa Lou. Thank you so much to Lisa Lou for a $50 tip tonight.
Thanks, OIC. Don't fucking care. Kill yourself.
They might say, well, why then was I not interested in this one? Because every time there's a Dragon Ball game, it's literally the same story. You relive the same classic events where Goku and his friends are trying to defend the world from invading enemies like Vegeta and Nappa, and then it turns into the Frieza saga and the Cell saga and the Android saga and the freaking Buu saga, and the same stuff. And I've now relived that plot line so many times. I'm just not that interested in it anymore. As a kid when I was growing up, I loved Dragon Ball anime, but I just don't see the appeal of living the same events over 7,000 times. So when this game was coming out, people sold me on it and said, no, Phil, you don't understand. The campaign of this game is very different. This campaign is actually going to be you doing what-if scenarios where you can actually do things differently than they actually happened in the real anime.
Yeah, that's Broly.
And therefore, you could see alternate scenarios. Well, that was definitely present. Problem was the game didn't explain how to do it. So half the time, you'd get these scenarios by accident and then realize you played yourself into a corner and had to replay a stage repetitively over and over to unlock another scenario to continue on with the game.
It's a version from the new movie, yeah.
Pretty outdated game design. I don't really know what they were going for there. So by the time that I had grinded through and finally completed Goku...
Oh, yeah. Which game is this? Oh, yeah, Sparking Zero. Oh, yeah, there's another one he wage quit because he just didn't like it.
Now, you want to talk about the online play? Well, you're seeing a bit of it right here. The game has an insanely large roster of characters. And the way that it works is essentially you are making a balanced team. Each character has a ranking number. So you could pick a very powerful character, but that character has a high ranking number, meaning you're going to be able to pick less characters than, say, if you pick a team with all 5 low-ranked characters. I compare this to the team-based system that they used in the Capcom vs. SNK series many, many years ago, where you could have like a rank 1 or ratio 1, ratio 2 character, but then
yeah, you had to basically be under a certain point threshold to make a team. That's basically what this is. Basically, you have a point threshold.
Goes at each other in spams. And yes, there is some strategy to it. Don't get me wrong. There's different classes of characters. There's faster characters.
He has a point here. I'm skipping this because I don't fucking care about Sparking Zero. But he has a point where a lot of Sparking Zero's combat and a lot of the gameplay online was literally just teleporting behind people and then like hoping that your super hits them and then comboing them. Basically, it was a touch of death game, and which is the same thing as like Marvel vs. Capcom 3 or Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Same thing with those. Whereas like anybody who gets the first hit basically wins because they have a touch of the combat they can just immediately move into. It's a Dragon Ball game, yeah, I know. It's also an arena fighter.
Continue on.
A 3D arena fighter.
Disappointing playthroughs countdown of 2020. Here we go. 2024. Number 12 is, yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Dragon's Dogma 2.
Oh, this.
That I was pretty hyped for. Because many years ago, I played Dragon's Dogma 1. And actually really ended up enjoying it. I played the crap out of this game. I grinded offline to get better at it. And
from what I heard, this game is actually not that bad. It's just basically a rehash of Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen, just in like a more modern, like just for like more modern consoles. But there's nothing wrong with Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen. So you have Dark Arisen, you don't really have a reason to play this one.
All the different things that you could do, the open world, we could jump on enemies and take them out with co-op gameplay mechanics and the like. There was just a lot to like about Dragon's Dogma. The problem is that Dragon's Dogma came out over a decade ago. Okay? So if you're going to make a modern game in 2024, well, you've got to pretend like the last decade has happened. Dragon's Dogma 2 acts like the last decade never happened. An incredibly flawed graphical performance. As you can see here, this is the Xbox Series X version running at the
game is good, but it's handling marketing badly in terms of marketing a few other things. Yeah, I know. Like, from what I know, like it's basically just Dragon's Dark Arisen again, which is not bad. It's just like people were expecting like a bigger evolution of what the game was supposed to be, and they just didn't get that.
Even graphically, it looks like the first game. And that's not a good thing.
Doesn't really deserve that sort of disappointing. Remember, Phil's basis of whether or not the game is disappointing is how much money he made off of it. So basically, he only played this game like maybe 2-3 times before people like stopped paying him to play it, and then they just moved on.
You know, if they'd sold it as like a $30-$40 game, maybe I would have forgiven some of its shortcomings. But they're selling it as if it's a full-fledged sequel. It's not. And the funny part about it is the game came out, people talked about it for about a week, and then it's like it never existed.
I wish I had the sort of disappointed.
No one talked about it again. Everyone just kind of gave up on it. So yeah, pretty disappointing, quite frankly. It was a game that I was very much looking forward to because I really liked the first one. But I'm sorry, if you're not going to make any gameplay improvements and even graphical improvements in a decade, your game's just inferior. No one's going to want to play it. And, you know, this was a case where people got bored of the playthrough, but I was bored long before. I was willing to try to tough it out if people liked it, but everyone was bored with it, including me, and that's why we tried.
Oh yeah, I noticed that you used to have a $50 goal. What happened to that? The goal is now 100.
Both sides were both enjoying, and this was sadly just one that neither side was enjoying. Dragon's Dogma 2 was a humongous and utter disappointment, I feel, to the RPG community because, again, the first one innovated, and this one just did more of the same of the first. So there you have it.
You know what the cause behind the disappointed is? Yeah, Sorbo accidentally read out stage directions. He was supposed to read the line out in a disappointed tone, but instead, because it said in brackets disappointed, he just read out disappointed. I'm not sure why. I'm not sure. I gotta wonder, how the fuck did that happen, and why did they leave that in? Like, that's the biggest. He not disappointed at all. I know. But why the fuck? Like, you gotta wonder though, who on the cutting room floor decided like, yeah, that's the best take we got. Leave that one in. they just left it in. Like, why didn't they just say like, dude, you're supposed to read this in a disappointed tone, not supposed to say disappointed? This is comedy gold. I know, it's great. It is so good. But yeah, I remember that. Like, yeah, he was reading out stage directions. So it was so stupid. And they decided, like, yeah, we're gonna keep this one in. We're gonna keep this one in. They probably had a couple of other takes where he actually didn't read it, where he actually didn't read the line in a disappointed tone, but they decided to keep in that first take.
And so we are nearing the end of our first 10 most disappointing playthroughs. What could possibly be on the list next? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dragon's Dogma 2 because it's so bad I included it twice. No. Up next, the number 11 most disappointing playthrough.
Oh yeah, I'm talking over him because he doesn't really have much of a point to make for a lot of these. I haven't played them myself.
Star Wars, the Battlefront Collection. Ladies and gentlemen, I loved the Star Wars Battlefront games back in the 2000s. They were classics, and I actually played them on PC. While a lot of people had actually played them on consoles, I played the full-fledged PC versions. which were great games for the time. Being able to select a class of character that is very different. Well, you have the
I doubt he played the PC version of these because they were also on console
auto
ports.
gun, sneaking around in stealth and doing takedowns and stuff from behind. Pretty good.
I've already heard these are really bad ports, so it's not really much to say about these either. They're just bad ports.
And
Like a lot of disappointing games are just shit he played on the Win that ended up being not good. Like this one, it was not good. Like nobody, like people played the old Battlefront games because they had better, like they had better online functionality than this fucking like shitty port, or yeah, the shitty remaster or whatever.
Botched port.
This whole thing isn't just a bad port. The game goes out its way to be worse than I know, and the original game still exists, which is what people went back to play.
That is the first half of my most disappointing.
Is it gonna get more leaderboard shit?
I'm actually going to do two things. I'm going to give myself an opportunity to rest my voice for a minute. I'm also going to get more water because I'm drinking quite a lot because I'm talking so much tonight.
Like Jesus Christ, no, dude. Like, you don't need to rest your voice. You're talking for like what? Like how much? How long has he been talking for? Like maybe like what time is it? Like not even an hour. Like you just like talk just fine for an hour. Like I fucking am fine. Like I don't need to get up and get more water. Like if I get up is to use the bathroom, I'm just fucking sitting here eating pistachios now. What the fuck? Okay, we got chair stream. We got chair stream. We got chair stream. Also, this is so fucking bad. Why the fuck does he have a pop cap back here? This is so fucking bad. Also, yeah, that fucking the fucking dented image of him with the crown, and yeah, the short microphone just like dangling right there, just so bad.
Battle of Z.
Okay, so come on.
Countdown. I actually really liked.
Come on, come on.
I'm curious if anyone can even remember what this one is, just from looking at it initially.
Oh, this is Star Wars again. I forget which one it is. It's the Ubisoft Star Wars game, I believe.
For most people, a game that got a ton of hype at first, but when it finally came out, ended up being incredibly disappointing. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Wars Outlaws. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
It was a
Outlaw.
game that was supposed to combine GTA, open world sandbox mechanics, with Star Wars. And
GTA? No, it's an Ubisoft game. It's an Ubisoft game doing Ubisoft things, but in the Star Wars universe. Star Assassin's Creed, exactly, yeah.
If the gameplay loop is fun, okay, and it really is an immersive Star Wars world, then I could see this game taking off and doing.
But yeah, so yeah, again, we're going into games that like basically have been universally like kind of panned. And like of course anybody has like it basically
are not in this game.
Yeah, he like the reason I'm skipping past so much of the stuff is because he has the most bare bones takes for any of these games if possible. Like he honestly has no idea what the fuck he's talking about for a lot of them. We're gonna get like when we get to like that top ones of the list, it's like it goes into more detail about him just not knowing what the fuck he's talking about because he starts getting into games that are actually good.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Star Wars Outlaws. No, number 9, which was. Ooh, here's a good one that probably a lot of you don't recall or remember. Just by staring at the screen, you're probably going to have no idea what game it was. So
no, because nobody knows what the fuck screen this
ladies
is.
and gentlemen, this game is called Alone in the Dark. Now, admittedly, this game is not the most AAA style game that I played this year. The game, in fact, has some issues with bugs and polish. However, if you're looking for a suspenseful mystery, if you're looking for a game with some interesting exploration elements, okay, and an intriguing story that keeps you on the edge of your seat wondering what the heck is going on.
That's almost weird as shit. Yeah, I know. Again, most of these games that he's going through, like most of these games are bad that he's talking about. We're not getting into games that he actually like see like that are actually like got like acclaim at all. He's just talking about like, you know, games that he didn't like, but then again, if you didn't like the game, you kind of like are just
if you want, you can
part of the crowd.
It's not half bad, and it's probably on extreme discount right now. I would recommend it if you like survival horror stuff. You'll probably get a kick out of it. The story is actually quite interesting and riveting.
It was a walking sim.
good.
He likes those
Okay.
games where he didn't actually have to play them.
You ready? Nyano Live says they made the mistake of selling out their souls to Microsoft. I think he's talking about, I think he's speaking of Tango Gameworks. The good news is Tango Gameworks actually is okay again.
Polo and Dark Series of Tragedy. The first one is good though. I know the first one is actually really good. It still holds up. The first one I do know holds up.
Silver lining for Tango Gameworks, but sadly those people, yeah, not good. Okay. Ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue.
I still think the best thing is the
next
one
knockout
like 2013 or whatever remake of Alone in the Dark, where like you had the guys that's like, I don't have your stone and
Number
fuck you
8
anyway.
is
That's the best thing to come out of Alone in the Dark
the
franchise.
Marvel versus Capcom Fighting Collection, or whatever the hell they called it, because it actually has one of the most convoluted, ridiculous names of any fighting game collection that I've ever heard. It's just ludicrously complex, the name. All they had to call it was the MVC Collection or the Versus Collection. But instead, they had to call it the most absolutely ludicrously, stupidly ridiculous, over-the-top, unrememberable name ever. Okay? So why
Unrememberable? Dude,
is
use your
this
fucking word. It's
collection in my
unmemorable
countdown
or
of most
forgettable.
disappointing games of 2024. Okay? Well, is it because it has revived an entire
He's drunk.
genre of fighting game from back in the day? Of course not. Is it because the games perform poorly? Actually, no. They perform pretty darned well. I would argue they're actually pretty close to arcade quality. Are there critical game bugs and flaws? There were a couple, but they were fixed. So it's not like they don't support the game or anything like that. Okay. So you'll be wondering, with a fighting game, why would you be saying this then? Like, what actually is bad about the game? I say this as I do the nice infinite there and then drop my infinite. But so what's wrong with the game? Okay. Here's what's wrong with the game. 2 critical flaws. Flaw number 1 is definitely the fault of the game developers. It's not cross-platform. Okay. And they didn't put enough effort into the game to make it so that it would have longevity. What do I mean by that?
How would you have longevity? It's a fucking fighting game that's like over 20 years old. How old is Marvel vs. Capcom?
Right? This game, listen to this, doesn't stop rage quitters. This game, you can infinitely rage quit and pull the plug. There is no penalty whatsoever for rage quitting in this MVC collection. So there are people, I'm not kidding, I wish I was exaggerating here. There are people at Grand Master rank, the highest ranked possible in the game, who when you play them, if they lose, they just pull the plug and never lose any points. That's why they're Grand Master rank. I played people at the highest rank who I spanked. I literally slapped them around like this because I used to play these games in arcades and tournaments back in the day. I'm actually
Dude, you got your fucking ass handed to you in these games. You got fucking destroyed, and you wouldn't play ranked.
Legitimately beat
You
someone.
played ranked, you lost.
It's pretty sad. Now the other thing is because it's not cross-platform.
We're gonna skip more again because like he's just gonna bitch about that. Like, yeah, okay. I will say this: it not having cross, it not
This game.
I will say this: at least with Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, it having no crossplay is actually a travesty. You kind of need that shit in order for it to function. It did, but that's not the reason it didn't perform well. Like the reason it didn't perform well is because most people don't want to pay for a collection when the games already exist for free online, and you can play them online and with an already installed community, which is on Fightcade. Like, still refuses to play Fightcade, but Fightcade exists, and so it's hard to get everybody to just drop fucking Fightcade in order to play an official release when Fightcade performs better, and there's already a community there. You're asking a lot of people in order to have them abandon what they already have in order to get into this. And that happens a lot with all of them, which is also why like even if the Star Wars Battlefront collection was good, you would still have a lower install base than the first 2 original games, because the original games are cheaper and they already have an install base. They already have a lot of players on them. There's no reason to actually play like the remastered version of it when the originals are already there and they're cheaper and there are a lot more people playing them. So there's no reason to play Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection. You could just go on to Fightcade and play those with other people if you want to. The install base is there. You're going to get your ass handed to you, but the install base is there and people are still playing them. The only time that people actually were playing these is basically at launch. They were just playing them with the big streamers who were playing them at the time as well, like Max. Maximilian Dude was playing this game, and he's happy that there's a more modern console port for these games. But again, Fightcade exists. Nobody's playing these games if they're on Fightcade.
Ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this game's netcode, which is rollback netcode.
Oh my
is
God!
not compatible with classic fighting games such as this game. What do I mean by that? There are literally characters in this game that when you do rushdown, you cannot block the rushdown. The game will not allow you to actually block it. Meaning those characters, if played in a certain way, are actually unstoppable. Their attacks and combinations become unblockable. And that is just unacceptable. There's no excuse for that. If the netcode can't handle it, then don't release the game with that netcode. And it can't. See, rollback netcode, what people don't realize, was designed for modern fighting games. And a lot of modern fighting games like Street Fighter 5 and 6 are designed around the netcode. That's why.
Or maybe you're chewing that to block that too. Hello, Steve from Latvia. that is the case where it's like you just tune it to block. Here's the thing though. I've looked into this, and correct me if I am wrong, because I probably will be wrong. As far as I know, Phil is wrong on multiple fronts about rollback netcode. So basically, rollback netcode was a form of netcode that existed back in the early 2000s. It was created by two brothers, the Cannon brothers, who wanted to basically try to. They were big fighting game. They're big fighting game fans. They also helped start Evo, I believe. But playing games online in that time, especially fighting games, you basically had the way to actually get around like latency issues in a fighting game at that time was delay based netcode, whereas like the game would stop for the faster player until the slower player caught up. That's how fighting games used to be. It was fucking atrocious. So what rollback netcode does is not necessarily based off predictive AI, but based off like how players would action and also just how things in general worked, is that if a player was slowing down a little bit compared to the faster player, what it would do is that the faster player would see the slower player moving in a way that is predictable for the slower player to be acting. Where it's like if it is predictable for the slower player to be jumping, then it would show that the slower player is jumping for at least like a few frames. And in order to create a smooth experience for both the faster player and the slower player, if the slower player is doing something other than jumping, it will then roll back those few frames in order to then display what the slower player is actually doing. It is not perfect. It is very good, though. It is very good in creating a smooth online experience for basically players of any sort of latency or connection. And it has been lauded. It has been lauded as pretty much everything else. Now, here's the thing. Phil got banned off of the SRK forums for basically telling the Cannon brothers that they're fucking netcode cheats because he's bad at these games. What Phil believes rollback netcode does is that it actually forces the slower player to basically act in a sort of way as like basically predictive AI, whereas like you will be forced into a move that you cannot do if you were the slower player in rollback netcode, and it will just make that move automatically happen. And that's what he believes rollback netcode does. He believes that rollback netcode basically plays the game for the opponent, for the slower opponent, and automatically choose like the most optimal move possible. What he's talking about has nothing to do with rollback. No, it doesn't. But the thing, like, he's not talking about rollback right now. He basically said that rollback was invented for modern fighting games. Rollback was not invented for modern fighting games. Rollback was invented mostly for Fightcade. Rollback was invented so that people could play Fightcade easier. And then after a while, was then, as far as I remember, I haven't seen a biography on the Cannon brothers or a documentary on the Cannon brothers in a very long time, and I remember seeing clips of it. Is that originally the Cannon brothers wanted to give this code to Capcom. They wanted to give this code to Capcom for free so that Capcom could then use it in their upcoming game, Street Fighter Alpha Third Strike. Capcom would not take it for free. They had to buy it. They wanted to buy they wanted to buy a license for it. And so the Cannon brothers just said, okay, fine. If you really want to, we'll charge you a license for it just so that you can use it. They didn't care about the money. They were already rich. They just wanted the fighting games that they played, that they loved, and that all of their friends loved to be as good as possible. So they then sold a license to the rollback netcode to Capcom to use. Phil misinterpreted this as saying that the Cannon brothers had basically just made the netcode just to sell out to people, which is not the case. Phil's basically jealous of their success, and the Cannon brothers also fucking banned him for slandering them. Granted, Phil was also just an asshole on the SRK forums in general back in those times. Still, he doesn't know how rollback netcode works, and he doesn't know why it was made. He just blames it for everything that's wrong with how he plays fighting games. He fucking hates the Cannon brothers. It's really funny to see whenever he goes off on them, though. But yeah, he just assumes that like rollback netcode actually plays the game for you.
There's a certain amount of delay when you do a certain move and this and that. It's installed into the game to handle rollback netcode. But these games are not. So what happens is if you're fighting a Magneto or a Storm who's doing wave dashes and teleports, all of a sudden the game starts chopping up and you see characters just moving across the screen with no animation, teleporting, and next thing you know, you're just hit with a giant combo. You can't block it. Now, I'm sorry, but that destroys the competitive nature of the game online. it makes it so that it's not viable. If every time
That's not rollback's fault. That's just the game having shitty netcode. That really isn't rollback's fault.
Storm Psylocke, because they have lockdowns, mix-ups, and traps that basically make it hard to block, but you can't block it all online. You can't. You'll get hit every time till you lose. That's sad.
I did see some of him playing Marvel vs. Capcom. There was warping, but again, that's not really necessarily due to rollback netcode doing this thing. That's just due to the game having really shitty netcode.
Is unstoppable and just kind of turbos through everything. So it's sad. Like this collection, when it was first announced, I was so hyped.
But yeah, also Fightcade actually like has a better netcode than this because Fightcade actually uses true rollback.
And even though I was never a top contender, I know my stuff and I know that.
So you're playing fighting games or whatever? Yeah, most people are. Most people are. Like I said, basically, I consider rollback to be an imperfect solution. It's not like there's still nothing that you still can't really beat playing another person at like an event or like on the same machine for a fighting game. But if your only choice is to play with other people online, then rollback is probably your best option. Like I don't really have a whole lot of people in my area that I can play something like Idle Showdown with, but if I got some online friends to play it with, the fact that it uses rollback is what makes it like, you know, actually playable and fun to go at with.
It's just a completely deflated, not very good game. Very, very sad. You know, notably for me, Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is one of my favorite fighting games of all time and one of the best I've ever been in any competitive game. And it's just dead. I can't find anyone to play it anymore, so I can never play that game again, even though it's in this collection. It's a dead game.
By the way, Phil had a nickname.
In fact,
I'm gonna say this real quick. Phil had a nickname when he was playing fighting games. Back in this time. What do you think his nickname was when he was playing MVC? I'll give you some time, but no, it basically encapsulates like, and again, it makes sense because I've seen him play other fighting games like recently, but imagine how Phil was that back. No, is that he named himself the King of Hate a little bit later. He named himself the King of Hate a little bit later, but back when he was just like playing MVC and tournaments and shit like that, he was known as Throw Like Hell Burnell because the only moves that he ever did in any fighting game was throwing. He just threw. He would pick grapplers and he would throw. That's all he would do. He would fish out grabs. That's the only thing he ever did. If you watch him play like Tekken 8, I believe there's a compilation of him playing Tekken 8 on a Secret Limited's channel. I'm not going to show that because it's several hours long, but there's a part of it where he's playing Yoshimitsu, and the only move that it's a compilation of him throwing. It's a compilation of him fishing out grabs. That is the only thing he does. Like whenever he plays a fighting game, because grabs do a lot of damage. And if you fish them out, you can, you know, reliably beat like, you know, really bad players who don't know how to tech out of a grab. That's the only thing he's ever done though. That's like his main bread and butter, which is try to find a character with strong grabs, command grabs, and just use them and just spam grabs. He's always like the name kind of didn't stick because he eventually started going by King of Hate. But back when he was an unknown on the internet, he was known as Throw Like Hell Burnell.
Is it Jacko Man? I don't know if it's pronounced Jacko Man or Jacko Man, but he just asked in the chat, what is your favorite classic versus game besides MVC 2? MVC 1. That's the one that I was super duper good at and actually won tournaments in. So pretty sad.
We don't have records of this tournament because the game is so old.
Now I'll never play it again because you can't get any comp for it because it's not cross-platform. Just a critical flaw. Okay. So sadly, this MVC Fighting Game Classics collection, or whatever hell it's called, is underwhelming. And by the way, I'm just going to tell you right now, I strongly recommend against buying it at this point. If you buy it, you are not going to get much comp at all, no matter what version you buy. You're going to end up being very disappointed because of that. So I really can't recommend it. I say do not buy it because you're going to buy it and barely play it because there's no one playing the game at this point, okay? And there's a nice round ending move in the corner. Very nice. Okay.
He has a point that just fucking play the games on Fightcade. They're free.
I had high hopes and it flopped. Okay.
Get the ROMs, play on Fightcade.
Is it fine for offline play? Yes, the game is fine for offline play. If you're just going to play locally or against the computer, the game is fine for that. But that's not really what anyone bought it for. So, okay. Up next,
and people did buy it for that. People did buy it for that.
Of the year, excuse me. Yes, playthrough of the year was. That is right, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh yeah, this
2 early access. Whoa! Why on earth would I say that Hades 2 early access was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? Allow me to explain. Years ago, I played Hades.
No, I don't want you to explain.
I really liked it. I didn't think I was going to like it because I didn't play roguelike games at that time. I didn't even really understand what a roguelike game was. So when I first, dabbled with Hades, I was blown away. the gameplay loops, the different builds and things that you could do. It was great. And I got addicted to it just like everyone. I got hooked on it. I really loved it. I ended up playing a full playthrough and beating the entire game. It took quite a while, but we did it. We saw all the secret endings and everything. Really great game, right?
No, he didn't. I can tell you right now. He fucking didn't. He beat the game once. He beat the game once. A roguelike game? It is a roguelite, but I'm gonna forgive him for using it. I'm gonna forgive him for that one because everybody calls Hades a roguelike. Like you either call it a roguelike or a roguelite. But yeah, basically he's like he never played any games with that kind of like procedural generation. But again, the thing is, he said like, oh yeah, I played Hades 1 and I got all the secret endings we completed. Like, no, he fucking didn't. He beat Hades, like the boss Hades, once. He beat Hades exactly one time, and then he dropped the game. The abuse of the term annoys me. Yeah, I mean, I'm used to it. Like, I understand. I will correct people on it, but it just like, I don't know. I've learned to not care that much because people who engage on an online discourse about this game are not the brightest. And I'm not going to be like I'm not going to be like super pedantic about it just to, you know, correct them on that shit. It's like if they actually like the game, they actually like the game and they're using that word as the way they see they use words, like, fine, whatever. I'll let them enjoy themselves. If they have a conversation with me about it, I will say, yeah, it's not a roguelike because it's not like Rogue. It has procedurally generated elements in it, but that does not mean it is like Rogue. Or I was going to say Angband, but is Angband a roguelike? I forget. I honestly forget if Angband is a roguelike or not. Or if it came before Rogue. Or, okay, it actually is a roguelike. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, because I was like, okay, that's the one thing I can think of where it's like, that actually is a roguelike, and that's Angband. Because it was actually a contemporary to Rogue, where it's just like, I'm trying to think what the difference between Angband and Rogue actually were. But I know Angband became like a series. There were a few Angband games. I think it might just be like how they presented themselves and the kind of items that you could get in the games. That's about it. But other than that, it played exactly like Rogue, where it was like it was an ASCII GUI. It was an ASCII user interface of a dungeon crawler with procedurally generated items, turn-based combat, and was it? Yeah, like you're in that one mode of gameplay the entire time.
So when Hades 2 was announced that it was available, and I had a mini PC. This was before I got my full-fledged gaming PC. But when I had my mini PC and, you know, looking for games to play on there, this was a prime candidate, okay? So I decided I was going to get it, and I purchased it early. You know, it's early access, so you buy it early. And I started playing it, and admittedly, it's great. It plays very similarly to Hades 1, but it's got some different twists and tweaks to the engine that I find very interesting.
Would you consider a Dark Souls randomizer to be a roguelike then?
Everything was good. Like, we were having a good time.
Despite the fact that it's not turn-based gameplay, you're still in the one mode of combat the entire time.
When I played Hades 1,
the entire world is accessible to you the entire time, and everything is procedurally generated.
That enjoyed coming by and watching me play Hades 1, and they supported it, and it ended up being a very fun playthrough that went for a long time. With Hades 2, after having played it about twice, I noticed a distinct drop-off in viewership. I noticed a distinct disconnect in the chat where people were basically not paying attention to the game, and I noticed a distinct drop-off in support as well. So those are the three factors that I need to have good. You know, I need to have a game that people are going to watch and engage with and support, and it wasn't happening. So when I asked my audience, why? If the first game worked so well,
the game you should focus on
and everyone enjoyed
is
it,
Moria,
why
the predecessor to
on earth
Angband.
this
Okay,
game
got
is
it.
not working, right?
Moria, Lauren, and
the
Hacker, the three
answer
first
that I
games to
received
deviate from Rogue. Got it.
Okay.
Or derivate.
The answer that I received was thus. The game is good, but it's early access, right? So that means that essentially you can't really finish the game at this point. You're going to come to a point where you can't progress any further. Now, it's pretty far into the game, but it's not done yet. A lot of people...
Yes, you fucking can. You can beat Chronos. The only thing that is not finished is the surface. The surface, and there's no final ending to the game right now. They did add a new area to the surface where I think it's Olympus Mons, and the final boss, and the current final boss of the surface is Prometheus. But the next thing we have to do is basically the Palace of Olympus. That's the last area of the game that's going to exist. And then once they put that in, I'm pretty sure the game is going to be considered done. But Hades 2 in its current state has more content in it than Hades 1. I don't consider Dark Souls to even be adjacent to Rogue. I'm saying if you added a randomizer to it. Not like, I know Dark Souls as it is right now is not anything like Rogue, but if you added a randomizer where it's like the enemy location, the enemy locations and everything else is randomized, the kind of items that you will find is also randomized. If you were to do that, is it not even with the randomizer? Okay, is it because the world is static? The world is not procedurally generated? I'm basically trying to see if there's like, if like you can call a game that exists in real-time combat as a roguelike. And the closest thing I can think of to that is possibly Returnal. That's the only game I can think of that is somewhat like that, where Returnal's entire world is basically that in terms of its tile sets. And then its upgrades and the items you can find. That Returnal is like the closest thing to a roguelike that you can get with a real-time, with a real-time system. I have to consider that for a game to be roguelike, it cannot be real-time. Okay, yeah. Fair point. Yeah. I was trying to say, like, barring that, what would be the closest thing to a roguelike that is in real time? And the one thing I can think of is Returnal.
People don't want to spoil themselves on a game like this until it's fully able to be purchased and played. And therefore, people who were like hardcore fans of this game didn't want to watch me play it. They actually wanted to skip it so that they weren't spoiled. Because
nobody wanted to watch you play it, though. That's the problem. Nobody wants to watch you play fucking anything. Doesn't matter that like people don't want to watch like fucking Hades 2. People still played Hades 2 and got good viewership for it because Hades 2, for the most part, is still a good game and fun to watch.
But we wanted to see you play the real game. What you're playing essentially is an early build. Things might change in the final game. The plot might change. You can't even finish it now. So we don't want to watch it.
He's acting like Hades 2 is in an early alpha. Like, that's not the case. That's not what happened. Like, okay. I was about to say, like, what he is acting like is that, I'm pretty sure you could tell me this, Ivory. When do you believe that Warframe was solidified as the thing it currently exists as today, and everything that we have now was built upon that one build? I think the one thing I can think of is it might have been around update 17 when you finally got bullet jumping. Like that was when Warframe started to shape into what Warframe is now, around update 17, I believe. Maybe a bit before that. But early Warframe, like early Warframe, where you couldn't jump at all, like that's what he's comparing this to. As opposed to like update 17 Warframe, which is what this would be considered. Not even that. This would be considered like basically like I don't know. Second Dream Warframe. Procedure generated, permadeath, grid-based, turn-based, tactical AMO, and this is usual, yeah. Probably update 9 for me. Yeah, like the system wasn't there, but that's the point where stuff like the modding and damage systems kicked in. Okay, yeah. Yeah. I would say that, like, as far as what I consider Warframe to be defined by, it is its movement. The movement systems are, to me, what defines Warframe. Like, basically how fast you can do things, how quickly you can run through the level, and, like, you know, all the zooming all over the fucking place. Like, that is what, to me, defines Warframe, which I believe was update 17. But, yeah, he's talking about, like, this would be, like, you know, early alpha, like, levels of Warframe. Where it's like, no, it's not. It's closer to, like, what the game is going to be as a final product. The only thing that's missing is a few player models. A few player models, one area, and the actual ending. That's all that's missing from Hades 2 at this point. It's mostly a finished game. It's like 80% there. And he's acting like it's 10% there.
Play it. And I was like, wow, well, that's disappointing. Hence why it's the number 7 most disappointing playthrough. It's unfinished. I had to put it on pause. I don't even know if when I play this again, if I'll continue from where I left off, or if I'm going to have to start over entirely. Because the game...
They maintain your fucking progress. Like, they actually do that.
That basically, you can't even resume your game. You have to start over entirely. Okay? So, honestly, pretty disappointing. I was enjoying the game. I wish I could have kept playing it. But again, I'm not just playing games for me.
You can still play it. They just put an update out. Holy shit. Like, you can still fucking play the game. They put Olympus Mons as an update. You can play that. That's what I did. I didn't stream it, but I played
The
it.
game still does not have a set final release date, and so it's just kind of in limbo indefinitely.
You always start over. He's complaining that he's going to lose the permanent progression that you get at the base for that you get at the base for this game, because they've added a lot of things into the permanent progression since like the newest update, the newest big update, the one that they added in the third area for the surface. They added in a lot more stuff for like customization options and all the other shit. But he's worried he's going to lose like the literal one victory he had over Kronos. He's worried he's going to lose that, like the one sand of time that he has, and like all the other items. Like he's going to have to unlock everything again. It's like, it doesn't take that long to unlock everything. Like, it really doesn't.
And that's disappointing. Okay. The number 6 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 for me was, that is right,
Oh, Silent Hill 2?
folks.
Oh, this is that.
DLCs are eligible because this is the second DLC for Alan Wake 2, which was called The Lake House. Okay? This was the final DLC for Alan Wake 2, which only had 2 DLCs. The first one, which I'm trying to remember what the name of it was, I think it was Night Springs, was a series of 3 mini stories, all of which added to the lore of Alan Wake. But the Lake House DLC, the second DLC for Alan Wake, was incredibly disappointing. Why? Because it was more of a DLC for Control than it was for Alan Wake.
Why?
Nothing
Like,
to do with Alan.
how is
or
that a
anything
bad
beyond
thing?
Alan.
Control was good.
And I think they were really trying to do some kind of a lead-in to the crossover between Control and Alan Wake 2 that's going to happen. But this is pretty disappointing to me. All you do is run around a research facility where basically things have gone wrong. There's this weird painted monsters coming out of the walls, and some of the people have been turned into monsters like they had been in Alan Wake 2. But all you do is run around fighting these generic enemies, which, by the way, are quite tough. So it's not even like it's a cakewalk. It's pretty annoying, some of the ways that they just stack on 1 million enemies in small areas in this. There's a very big scarcity of ammo, so it makes it so that basically you can't really fight the enemies that effectively unless you finally find a grenade or something like that. The puzzles are
Yeah, that's like the core of survival horror. They're trying to make it so that you actually have to pick and choose your battles or run the fuck away. You can't treat us. He treats survival horror games like they're fucking third-person shooters. It's a crossover, Philip. It's a shared universe. So I know. Like honestly, that's what most people wanted from the Lake House. They wanted, like, how is this going to, like, you know, cross over into Control? Like, yeah, it does. Because that's what Sam Lake wants to do. The only thing he can't cross over his universe is with this fucking Max Payne. And even then, he still kind of did, because Max Payne is like a fictional thing in the Alan Wake universe. Max Payne exists as like kind of like Max Payne, like, doesn't Max Payne exist as a video game series in Alan Wake's world, or like exist as a movie or some shit? Like, that's what he did. Like, sorry, someone's not trying. Yeah.
Some cases they're kind of cryptic, and it takes a while to figure out certain ones that I got stuck on. And the ending is so underwhelming. Let me tell you, the ending adds absolutely nothing to the lore of Alan Wake. So if you
It's like it adds stuff to Control, you idiot.
And things that you've always wanted about Alan Wake and Alan Wake 2, and it's so satisfying.
Is that Control? Yeah,
Final
Control's good.
DLC
Control's good.
Literally is a go ahead.
I mean, that's like me too. Like, I don't really feel like inclined to play Alan Wake, but I just want to play more Control. I want another Control game.
Do something like this, but I'm going to say something to all of you, and I want you to take this to heart. Okay? If you're wondering, you know, I didn't play that Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2.
Why the fuck does he need to do this shit?
Should I play it? My answer is very simple. No, do not play it. Lake House is disappointing and literally a waste of time. If you're really that adamant about finding out what it was, watch someone else who played it or read a plot synopsis somewhere. Don't waste your time playing it. It really is like a 3 to 4 hour waste of your time just grinding away to get through this stupid DLC that is absolutely not have any meaning to it whatsoever. You're just doing something. You could whittle like a totem.
Why are you doing the overlay like this?
You could wipe your ass for like 3 hours. I'm serious. Now that'll hurt. It'll probably make it very sore. That's
Nice to say, yo. Watch Phil play the DLC.
You could give yourself a manicure. Anything you do would be.
Is he yelling or running or? Oh yeah, this is a really, really weird. Him using the fucking speed lines makes no fucking sense.
They wanted a 2 DLC deal, but didn't have an idea for the second one, so they just decided, hey, let's just toss it in and be something about Control rather than Alan Wake. And it's stupid. Like, I was looking for definitive answers on the ending of Alan Wake 2, and instead you get no answers whatsoever because it has nothing to do with it. 2 content that were
What else we got here?
really crappy, stinky, and doesn't need to stick around for very long because it's short too. Okay, ladies and gents, this is it. You ready? The top 5
Okay, let's get to when he's actually going to say what they are.
series. Thank you, Guitar Player. I always enjoy doing the year-end series. I'm sorry I didn't 100
Did he hit his goal?
here tonight on the most disappointing countdown stream. All right? All right.
Did he hit his goal? Did he hit his fucking goal? He's at 103. He's 47 away.
Entire chapter that was all.
Oh yeah, this.
You knew it was- It's not necessarily. Let's do this. So, the number 5 most disappointing playthrough.
Also, yeah, his fucking like chroma key just keeps cutting his chair out.
Right, you knew it was going to be on this list if you watched my playthrough of it earlier this year. A game that initially actually really impressed me. I loved it. I was having a great time with it. And then when I got halfway through, all of a sudden the game came to a screeching halt with annoying gameplay mechanics that definitely were not tested and were not fun. An entire chapter that was boring, and then a big boss finale that was just a chore. And it got to the point where we went from a game that had hype and everyone absolutely loved to a game that I just didn't even want to play anymore. And that's really sad. I want you to understand.
Okay, before he goes on about this, I'm actually going to let the final 5 actually play out the way they're supposed to, as opposed to skipping through them, because the other games he talked about were just bad games. I have not played Black Myth Wukong. For full disclosure, I have not played Black Myth Wukong. But I have heard from like a fair bit of people that I trust that Black Myth Wukong is actually a really, really good game. Like, it's really fun. It's actually really fun to play, and it's very, very well crafted and does the one thing it wants to do very well. Phil's problem is that he got halfway through the game into chapter 3, realized he can't just fucking spam shit anymore because he got fucking stuck on a boss that destroyed him. Quit, and also he wasn't getting, and also people like stopped paying him to play the game, so he fucking dropped it because he wasn't having fun anymore, and he wasn't getting paid anymore. I have War Monkey Prime in the. Oh yeah, you have was it Wukong Prime, which is nice. I should buy like a set for Wukong Prime, but yeah, he just got pissed because like he couldn't just unga bunga his way through the game anymore. He actually had to think about what the fuck he was doing, and it didn't work out for him.
Like, I like the game.
And he also stopped getting paid for it.
What I'm talking about, of course, is Black Myth Wukong. Okay, so here's the deal about Black Myth Wukong. First of all, absolutely gorgeous graphics on PC. Okay, undeniable. The effects. I mean, just look at while Sun Wukong here is walking through the snow. Take a look at the footsteps. Take a look at how his staff is touching the snow and it's making a trail. Right? That's remarkable. Take a look at the graphics.
Yeah, okay. Who the fuck cares? The snow has physics. Who cares?
Absolutely gorgeous. When the game starts, this game.
This is a dude who buys totally into Todd Howard 16 times the detail.
Choose how you want to play. You can either charge up charges in your staff to do super powered attacks, or you can do powered dodges, or you can do parries. There's all these different elements to the gameplay that you can pick through leveling up. Okay, the world design, the first world where you're in this kind of a forest with rivers and streams, and all these enemies are hiding in different areas. Amazing. The second level, which is all this sand and plateau and underground caves and stuff like that. It's neat. The third level is snow. So the locations are interesting. The only problem is when you actually try to start exploring the locations. And what you're going to find is that, sadly, unlike, say, FromSoft.
Is he just getting fucking bought by a worm?
I've been doing this for a long time. They've got a lot of experience under their belts, right? So when FromSoft makes a new game and you're entering a dungeon area, you're like, whoa, we're about to experience a handcrafted, artisan, highly produced, highly designed.
Is that a motherfucking Mongolian death run? I think so, yeah. Also, yeah, he said artisan. And he's also talking about FromSoft as if FromSoft can never do anything wrong. Dark Souls 2. Dark Souls 2 is a game where they did a lot wrong. I will say, there is one thing that Dark Souls 2 did right. There is one thing, and one thing only, that I will say that Dark Souls 2 got right. And it's probably the easiest thing to get right as well. And that is Majula. I do not like the rest of Dark Souls 2. I did play and I thought it was okay. Dark Souls 2 was the first time I actually completed a Dark Souls game because I had never completed Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 2 was the first one I actually finished. And then I also finished Dark Souls 3 and haven't touched Elden Ring or Bloodborne yet. But the one thing that I remember liking about the one actually memorable thing about Dark Souls 2 was Majula. Everything else about Dark Souls 2 I kind of forgot about. Like kind of says like how bad Dark Souls 2 is when the only thing I can remember about it is the fucking hub. Like I remember Majula very, very fucking well. Like whatever her name is. Like that's on the old game, but goddamn, they're scuff jank. Yeah, like was like Kingsfield. Granted, people like Lunacid exists, which is like, hey, we made Kingsfield, or we made a game that is like Kingsfield, but actually, you know, doesn't play like shit. But it's still like Kingsfield, or you know, fucking. You know what's the funniest thing I remember seeing is like people making comments about this, like, yeah, this is a FromSoft game, all right, is that Fuwamoko from Hololive had decided to go into their retro game library and decide to play The Adventures of Cookie and Cream. That fucking game. It was like, you know, the little mascot racer for like the PS1 or like it's the PS2, I believe. It was for the PS2 where you were like two rabbits. And that was a FromSoft game, and it just was ungodly levels of jank. It was like fucking impossible to play to the point where they legitimately got mad playing it, and everyone was like, "Yeah, this is a FromSoft game. This is a FromSoft game." But yeah, what do you mean what? What do you mean what? I like how that got your attention. But The Adventures of Cookie and Cream. You didn't know that was a FromSoft game? It was like legitimately, it's like one of FromSoft's weirdest entries. Like back in those days, FromSoft was known for like one fucking thing, and that was mech games. Like when you if you talk to any FromSoft player post Dark Souls or post Demon Souls, they would only think that, yeah, FromSoft games are like these really hard, dark RPGs. Like, no, if you talk to somebody about FromSoft games before Demon Souls existed, like even around the time of Kingsfield and Kingsfield 2, like those games existed as well. People would say, what is FromSoft? Oh yeah, they're the Armored Core guys. They do the mech games. They do Armored Core. And that would be what they were known for. They were known for Armored Core and just random ass fucking games like The Adventures of Cookie and Cream. They also did, I believe, before they were more well known for the Dark Souls stuff and Demon Souls. They did. That was when what was it? I forget what the name of it is. The most American game to exist that came out. Metal Wolf Chaos. Metal Wolf Chaos was a game that predated Dark Souls, I believe. It definitely predated Dark Souls. I'm not sure if it predated Demon Souls, but back then, FromSoft were known for doing really weird shit and also Armored Core. That was about it. The reason AC was way more successful for them, yeah. They also just used to do horror games. No one remembers the horror games. Yeah, like I said, it's more just like what is this company known for? And it's basically like their main bread and butter of what they like to do, what they used to do. With Naughty Dog, post PS3, I believe. Before PS3, Naughty Dog were known for Crash Bandicoot. After the PS3, they were known for Uncharted. Then they became known for The Last of Us. Now they're pretty much just known for The Last of Us and Neil Druckmann being an absolute fuck. That's the history of Naughty Dog. I miss the days when they were known for Crash Bandicoot. Bring back the Bandicoot. But yeah, FromSoft is mostly known for doing mech games because of the success of Armored Core. But they did a whole bunch of shit. It's like how Platinum Games is also known for the success of Bayonetta and other character action games like that, even though they did a lot of other games that not a whole lot of people remembered, like especially their licensed trash. Platinum put out a lot of licensed trash. Like the Legend of Korra was a game that they did, and it was fucking terrible. But yeah, like Phil's talking about like how FromSoft games like post Demon Souls can do no wrong with their game design. It's like, yeah, they can do very wrong. And that very wrong was fucking like deep with Dark Souls 2. Even Dark Souls 3 had its really bad moments. Like, I forget, there are some dungeons in Dark Souls 3 which are just, I fucking hated them. I forget, like, basically, like, after the cathedral, when you're doing the sewers or whatever, I just didn't like that place. But I remember more Dark Souls 3's combat. Like I said, the most memorable thing about Dark Souls 2 was this hub world, Majula. Majula was actually like, I can't really describe Majula very well. Like Majula was the first time in a video game where every time I went back to it, it felt like coming home. Like this place is in ruins, it's shit, but it has everybody, it has all your friends here. It has it has the Firekeeper here, or whatever her name is, redhead girl with the red hair girl, whatever. And it just, whenever you went back to Majula after doing whatever in wherever, again, I can't fucking remember anything that I did in Dark Souls 2. Whenever you went back to Majula, it felt like coming home, and that music that you were in Majula, and just like the location of it being like this little isolated rocky coast, at sunset, it just was like, I don't know. It's my favorite. It is my favorite area of any sort of Souls game that I have played that does not involve direct combat. The Transformers Devastation was good. Transformers was good. Dark Souls 3 manages all the plot lines that just randomly dropped along the way. There were a lot, yeah. Like the way that Dark Souls 3 was supposed to happen is like Dark Souls 3 was supposed to be sort of like an arc welding between like the other other areas of the game. Like basically Dark Souls 3 like was supposed to be like sort of like the end of the Dark Souls universe. Like basically it's like this world has undergone so many dying and rebirths and stuff like that. Whereas like even within the world of Dark Souls 1 with Gwyn, the first flame, and your chosen undead, that was not the first time this place has happened. It would not be the last time, no matter what you did. And then in Dark Souls 3, it's like now you're going back to do it again. And then I think the Ringed City kind of wrapped things up when you fight the Slave Knight Jail, right? I forget like why you're fighting Jail. But I do know that he wants the Dark Soul. That what like you're fighting him, and like the one iconic line again that people meme about is when you see him, when you meet with him, he says your Dark Soul handed over or something like that. I don't exactly know why. I don't exactly know what he wants with the Dark Soul. But point is that he wants it. You're fighting him because he's saying you're the last two living things at the end of time. Living by any measure, but yeah, living by what can be considered living in this world. But yes, you're technically an undead being, and so is he. But you maintain your sanity, and you're the last two living things. But yeah, exactly. But exactly why does he even want the dark? Like but basically, it's like you kill him at the end of it all, and that kind of just like ends everything within the Dark Souls universe. And then we now have like Elden Ring Night Crawler or whatever the fuck it is, where it's like it's a co-op Elden Ring game, but they also have bosses from the other Dark Souls games, and it's sort of like this massive crossover between the world of the Dark Souls worlds and then whatever the hell fuck is going on in the lands between. Said you take the Dark Soul from him and give it to the girl. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because I think like was it the Dark Soul? They don't really make it clear about what the Dark Soul is supposed to be. Like you had to kind of read between lines, but as far as I remember, the Dark Soul is literally humanity, isn't it? Like I know humanity is an item in Dark Souls 1, and in Dark Souls 3 you have the human effigies that you can use in order to regain your humanity, which is more of a concept at this point. But the Dark Soul is literally the soul of humanity. That's what it's supposed to be. It's a fragment of the furtive pygmy soul, which is given to humanity to make them human, and that's what the Dark Soul is supposed to be. As for why it's called the Dark Soul, I think it's mostly because that the furtive pygmy's soul is literally dark compared to like the burning souls or the souls of light that Gwyn and his children possess. That again, this is me like knowing fuck all about the lore of Dark Souls, but I do know some stuff about the first game where it's like the reason why the furtive pygmy is the way that he is because he possesses the Dark Soul, whereas the other Lord Souls are supposedly or implied to be brighter, like literally bright, or like flames, something like that. Because Gwyn is like I forget what Gwyn's actual first title was supposed to be, but he eventually became like the Lord of Cinder or something like that. I think it was like the Lord of Flames or something like that. But still, point is like the Dark Soul is basically a fragment. It is basically humanity. It is what makes a human a human. But still, yeah. Like I don't know. Like I said, it's confusing. If you don't really, if like for me, it's confusing just because I haven't really read up on it. But like Dark Souls 3 had like a lot of problems with like how its story went. And it tried to wrap things up. It did wrap things up pretty well with the fight against Slave Knight Jail, but still, I don't know. And like I said, Dark Souls 2 was an exception to how like, oh, all Dark Souls shit is really, really good. And it's like, no, it's not. Dark Souls 2 was not good. Dark Souls 2 had a lot of fucking problems with it. Elden Ring has a lot of fucking problems with it too, but it's such a big game that those problems are overlooked.
Design, epic dungeon experience. Every piece of this dungeon was painstakingly laid out to have meaning. Every corner might have a monster that can jump out around it and get you. There may be a sniper. There may be a collapsible floor, a cool set piece, a boss that'll fly out of the sky and land in front of you, and now you got to fight it, right? All that stuff can happen in a FromSoft game. In Black Myth Wukong, literally the stages are, as you're looking at right now, just wandering around an open area with no clear idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing. And that's the entirety of the game. Most of these areas are completely empty or have a single item in them that's like a craftable item that's not a big deal. Some of them will have optional mini bosses in them, which is great, until you realize that the vast majority of what's in this game is just optional mini.
The side of Elden Ring is in itself a problem. Yeah, I know that. But thing is, with Elden Ring, more people remember the legacy dungeons than they do like the procedural dungeons. That goes to show that the legacy dungeons are actually that strong and that well crafted that I kind of wish Elden Ring was smaller. Like the main reason why I haven't played Elden Ring is because it is so big. Like Dark Souls is a small game. Dark Souls 2 and 3 are both small games. What is it? Bloodborne is also very small. Like in terms of like you're kind of like traveling. There's like how you travel and how you explore things. Like those games are actually quite small. Elden Ring is just like so big that it's just like, I don't fucking care. Give me a through line, please. Elden Ring is not dense. Yeah. Dark Souls is also a dense game where it's like, if you go into like, basically like, I'm trying to think, what is the through line for the first half of Dark Souls? Because I think the first half of Dark Souls is like what most people regard as the most memorable half of Dark Souls, and not necessarily the stuff afterwards. There are some stuff afterwards that people remember about Dark Souls, but they're usually the bad stuff. Like, I don't really know many people that talk about Seath the Scaleless all that much, and if they talk about the beta case, they just talk about how shit it is. But as far as I remember, the actual through line from the beginning of Dark Souls is that you are, after breaking out of the undead prison, and making it to Firelink, you then have a choice of either going up to the cathedral, in Undead Burg, or going down into what is it, like, I forget where it actually is, but you fight Killag, I believe. You fight Quelag down there, and going through Blighttown. But so you can go either or, but most people choose to go up first, deal with the twin gargoyles, and then go through. I think my route, what I went through was I went through the forest. I started going through the forest, and then I went going further down into like then through the forest. I think you can go to Blighttown from there. I'm not exactly sure. Again, I haven't gotten this far. I've only gone to the forest. I fought the Moonlight Butterfly. That's the first I've gotten into Dark Souls 1. And then after going there, you go down into fight Quelag. You defeat her, you ring the second bell at the bottom of the pit, and then after that, I believe that opens the way to Sen's Fortress, and after getting through Sen's Fortress, you're then taken to Anor Londo, which is where you go through the old palace, and you end up fighting Ornstein and Smough. After that, it becomes a blur because that's usually the part of the game that nobody talks about. Going to fight real fucking Nito, Beta Chaos, and whoever else is fucking around elsewhere, somewhere else. Banranget, Baldywagon, and Angie are indeed pretty shite. It's more or less like Blighttown, Bell Tower, and then the Fortress. To visit 30 places, you have to visit a lot of different places. Yeah, I know. But like I said, after Anor Londo is usually where I draw a blank about what people do and where they go, because again, I do know that the other like lords exist, but nobody really talks about them. The only reason I know they exist is because they're in the intro. One of them being obviously Gravelord Nito, and then the other one is what is it? The Beta Chaos, who was originally supposed to be Izalith, right? Beta Chaos was supposed to be the witch Izalith, I believe. And then there's like one other one that I forget about, one other great Lord Soul that you had to deal with before eventually going on to fight Gwyn. I honestly forget who that is. But I do remember that that's like kind of where you go. And I know Seath the Scaleless is actually kind of an optional boss. But still, like, it's a very, very dense through line where it's like every area that you go to like is going to be memorable in some way, and you really don't have a chance to breathe unless you go back to Firelink to like, you know, to resupply yourself or just sort of take care of things. After you kill Snorlax and Pikachu, you have 4 different things to do. The 4 Kings segment, and then isn't the 4 Kings the other Great Lord Soul? The Four Kings that Nito segment are fine. Actually, Izalith is just unfinished shite, and C tries to do interesting things, but does them exceedingly poorly. Baldy Dragon is not optional. I thought Seath was. I thought Seath the Scales was an optional encounter. I know Priscilla is, right? Painted dragon waifu. She is. She's optional. He has one of the Lord Souls. Okay, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember now. Yeah, I for some reason for some reason I thought he didn't have a Lord Soul. But yeah, I know Izalith is like, wasn't Izalith was basically like, well, we got to put out the game, so we kind of can't finish this, because like Izalith was supposed to be like an actually like a pretty cool place, and if you go and like for digging into the game files, you could kind of see what they wanted to do with it, and then they just ended up not doing anything with it. But yeah, I do remember Izalith is indeed unfinished. Yeah. So and then I know the beta cast actually has a Lord Soul too. And then after all that, you go to, I believe it's the Kiln. Is it the Kiln of the First Flame is where Gwyn is? I know Kiln of the First Flame is the name of the area in Dark Souls 3 as well. But yeah, I think after that, like after you get all the 4 Lord Souls, you then make your way to Kiln of the First Flame and fight Gwyn. And then of course there's is my chat dead? Okay, good. It's disconnected chat. And then there's also, okay, yeah, fuck. My chat died for a second. And then there's also what was it? What am I thinking of? Oh yeah. And then there's also the optional shit where we had to go fight Manus, the Hands of Fate, right? You had to go fight Manus, the Hands of Fate. And then go on and kill Saber. Like unfortunately not waifu Saber, but you had to kill him. So you had to kill him because he's there. After also the Lord Souls belong to Nito, the Witch, and Gwyn. But you go after Seath and the Kings because they hold bits of Gwyn's soul and you can't get to it otherwise. Yeah, okay, yeah. Makes sense. I remember there was like actually a statue of Nito that I wanted to, I thought was really, really cool looking. I just didn't get it because like it was like $800 and I wasn't that big of a Dark Souls fan, but it's fucking huge. It's really cool looking. But yeah, like I don't know. God. And yeah, and then what was it? I'm trying to think of like why do you even fight Saber and the Hands of Fate? I think it's just because like you're trying to put them down because he got corrupted, and the Hands of Fate is actually the source of all evil in the world, I believe. Some shit like that. We'll go on to him. We'll go on to his rants about fucking Wukong.
So many mini bosses in it that it became a running joke that the game is basically all mini bosses, and that's not good. You know what I mean? Like,
dude, you just don't need to visit. Yeah, like isn't there like some really fat cat you don't need to see?
Because there's so many dang
in the forest.
Here's one of them right here. Now I'm not saying that
like just a huge fucking chunky cat.
Are well designed. I'm just saying that's like the whole game, you know. And I don't think that when people went into this experience at first, they thought that's all it was going to be. Also, once you get about halfway into the game, you've got an established build that you're going to be using for the rest of the game because of you know what you've picked in your skill tree. And quite frankly, it's very repetitive at that point. Even if you're adding little minor tweaks to improve this or that piece of the combat engine or whatever.
Alvina is the smallest cat in the game.
Do a bunch of light attacks, discharge a heavy, do a heavy attack.
I mean, she's a chunky house cat. I'm not talking about like anything that's like super big that's trying to kill you. But also Alvina talks to you.
Wash, rinse, repeat. Very basic. Done that kind of gameplay in many other games. Not innovative at all. Okay, so I would say the combat, which is the core element of the game, isn't very innovative, and because of that, becomes boring and just becomes the same kind of crap over and over, and that's why you get bored when you're halfway through the game. Okay, in addition to that, and this is kind of sad, the story is quite bad. Okay, if you know the story of Journey to the West, you know that it's epic. It's actually one of the more interesting stories ever told. Very unique characters and elements to the story that are ingrained in Japanese. Or I said Japanese. Excuse me. That's a big mistake. Chinese culture, excuse me. I know it's not Japanese. It's Chinese culture, Journey to the West. That does not come through with this game at all. To be clear, it does not come through at all. Instead, the game is just, you're just kind of doing combat and exploration and boss rush. That's the whole point.
I mean, yeah, if you don't understand what the fucking story of Black Myth Wukong is, yeah, it's like that. But he can't even bother to piece together the story or pay attention to the game. Like, this is also a guy, I think he rage quit Fury on the second boss. All four of the cats together are clearly the same species or breed. Alvina is not a house cat. You might be thinking of how the cat in Dark Souls is just a cat by appearance, but Alvina is probably based on the Cheshire cat. No, I know she is. I know. I am thinking of Alvina because Alvina. The reason I call Alvina like fat as fuck is because she takes up an entire window and has a like a mouth as wide as her face. Like I remember what Alvina looks like. She's fucking huge. But yeah, I know she's supposed to be based off of the Cheshire Cat, which is a cool reference, but still. The reason I compare her to a house cat is because she doesn't look like what I would consider like a big cat breed. Like she looks like a very large small cat. They don't consider her larger than Alvina. Okay. Do they also all talk? Because the only one that I've seen is Alvina. I've only seen Alvina. I will say that the only cat that I've seen is Alvina because I discovered her by mistake in the Darkwood.
Like, I couldn't even tell you what they were trying to say the story was. I think you're supposed to be a
She's the only cat that talks. Okay.
Kong or something like that. But I'm not sure. And I had played over 20 hours into the game, and I had absolutely no clue what was going on in the story. That's not good. Okay? It's Journey to the freaking West. It's an actually great story. There's great characters or whatever. Why is none of this actually coming?
He can't name the characters in Journey to the West, and he can't name the characters. He can't name anything. He just says there are great characters, like as if he's read the fucking book. Dude doesn't read fucking anything. He can't read a fucking user manual.
Like no one was actually like playing the game to tell him, hey, by the way, I have no clue what the fuck's going on in the game. It's fine. The game looks good. The combat's smooth, but I don't know what's happening.
I will say there is one thing that I kind of wish did happen in Black Myth Wukong, is the fact that like this is actually a talking point where it's like certain I think content creators who got early access to the game couldn't speak about this, the fact that there are no women in the game, which makes no fucking sense. Like the reason I say that is because I will also say that I have not read Journey to the West and I want to read it. It's one of those books that I feel like I should read, but I also want to read Dream of the Red Chamber first, and that book is fucking huge. It's the fact that there are women in Journey to the West, and one of them could have been a boss fight, and they just didn't. That one is Lady Ironfan. They did not have Lady Ironfan in Black Myth Wukong as a boss fight, which they could have done, and it could have been fun, but they just didn't. You get dragged by Manus into the past, at which point a very polite mushroom asks you to sought the spread of the abyss, which does originate from Manus. At that point, you have to fight not Guts from Berserk, because at that point you encounter and he's consumed by corrupted by the abyss. Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about who is said to Saber, non-waifu Saber, because his name is fucking Artorias. His name's Arthur, all right? We know his name is fucking Arthur. It's Artorias. His name is like Artorias of the Abyss or something like that, but yeah. But still, his name's fucking Arthur. Yeah, I know you had to kill him, but yeah, I know you have to kill Manus as well, which is what the Abyss is at that point. But still,
you know what I mean? So basically, here's what happened. First few streams of the game was in the first chapter. It felt fresh and new, amazing, great amount of people watching, enjoying, supporting, everything great. When we got to chapter 2, a little bit fell off, but I still really liked the game. I was enjoying the exploration and all of that. I thought it was great. When we hit chapter 3, you get to a dungeon.
Albania is his cat, by the way. If you don't know, he appears in the DLC as less Chong cat, possibly a kitten. Yeah. I mean, he also has what is it? He also has Sif, right? Great Wolf Sif was. I wouldn't want to say it was his pet, but it was his companion, right? Like he actually fought alongside Sif, right?
And boring. You don't know where to go. You don't know what you're doing. It's a grind. There's not a lot of save points along the way. So you end up replaying the same parts over and over and over, and it gets very frustrating. There's a boss that's one of the most boring bosses in any action game I've ever fought. It's just a giant tankish boss. All you can do is beat the crap out of it and do timing dodging. That's it.
Yeah, that's every boss in every
be sure to hit
fucking game like this. You hit them and then you dodge. You hit and then you dodge.
It's that boring and grinding of a fight. It's not fun in any way. Again, did they ask anyone if this gameplay was fun? I don't get it. It's very.
And Sif is also in the DLC, just a lot less chunky. Does Alvina acknowledge? If you go to, I know this is something that happens. Does Alvina acknowledge the fact that she knows who you are if you go to the Abyss before meeting her. I know Sif does it. Because if you go to fight Sif after you've already completed Artorias of the Abyss, after you already complete the DLC, Sif will recognize you and then also be very sad that it has to fight you. Like, he will look at you, remember who you are, and then very slowly pick up the sword because he really doesn't want to fight you. He just has to. I'm not sure if Albina has any dialogue where she says that she remembers you if you managed to clear the DLC before visiting her. She probably does. I know they probably thought that through. FromSoft definitely thinks that shit through, but I'm pretty sure, I'm hoping she remembers who you are if you clear the DLC first.
Very bizarre. It got to the point where we went from having high attendance, high engagement, high support streams. By the time I got to the end of chapter 3, the attendance had dropped to only 200 viewers, of which I have more than double that right now on stream. Okay. The
200 viewers is a good number, you idiot. Jesus Christ.
On the streams weren't paying attention or were complaining about the game, and the support was almost non-existent. In fact, I had a streak of support that was going over the summer. Black Myth Wukong ended my streak. It ended up being a very slow stream, and we didn't hit the goal, and people were very disappointed because they were very happy with that streak that reinvigorated support for me, you know? So,
I want people to give me money to play a game badly and bitch the entire time. She doesn't react in any particular way. That sucks. That sucks. I do know about the Sif thing where they actually added in a cutscene for him, or yeah, they added in a variant of the scene where you before his fight if you've managed to complete the DLC. But oh my god, like this shit is just like, it ended my streaks. Like, dude, that's just because you fucking suck. Nobody wants to pay you money to be bad at a game and bitch. It's not the game's fault that you're an angry old man.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you're not noticing, Hypnotic Jinx did a 20-member bomb here on the channel. Thank you so much, Hypnotic Jinx, with that 20-member bomb.
Are we going to do this fucking... Are we really going to do this?
20-member bomb is the equivalent...
Oh yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to fucking do this.
Now means that we are up to a whopping and staggering 48 goals hit. Meaning we are incredibly close to doing a reward marathon this week, which I very strongly foresee happening. I think we're going to do it, okay? So, Black Myth Wukong redeems his L tonight because we hit the goal while I was playing it. But it killed my streak during the summer. It killed the momentum that I had on my streams. To be honest, I was getting high attendance and support on every stream.
No, okay. The reason why he hasn't had momentum like during the summer and all this is because that was when the Kino Casino shit started happening. Kino Casino decided basically that they wanted to milk this idiot for all he was worth and basically kind of tricked him into being their friend. They don't like Phil at all. They really don't. But they decided he's a very, very useful to make fun of. So they kept him around for a very long time. And that's why he got the money that he got. And then eventually people realized that Phil is actually boring as fuck and left. They stopped giving him money because they realized he's just really shit and boring. The only reason he's getting any money now is because Hypnotic Jinx and Lisa Liu, by the way, are the same person. They are Only Iced Coffee, who is some idiot named Ryan who gives Phil thousands of dollars every week. And then we also have Iron Sif Sakai, who is doing the same thing right now. He's a different person, but just as stupid. Like, that's their only reason why Phil has any support at all, because people aren't giving him money for shit. It's just these two idiots keeping him afloat.
This is the game that killed it. And it's sad because I feel like this game had great initial potential, but then it just kind of ran out of ideas and became very repetitive and boring by chapter 3. Some people have said...
Yeah, and again, this is like the biggest example because he's blaming the game for his own failure to retain an audience. Like, you can't fucking do this shit. You actually have to put in work to retain an audience, either by cultivating your personality or by cultivating the kind of, like, projects and content that you put out.
It definitely doesn't have that. It's just not very good. All right, I'm sorry, but it's a game that in parts is great when playthroughs of the game. Retro Danny says, I actually think Black Myth Wukong looks cool and fun. I don't really care of the story. He reminds me of Neo because he's using a bow staff, and I'm getting into the mood of...
Also, he hated Neo, too.
All new graphics, all new gameplay.
Oh, yeah, here we go.
It was Final Fantasy VII reimagined for a modern audience with all new graphics, all new gameplay mechanics. Essentially, it was kind of like combining Final Fantasy with almost like a game like Kingdom Hearts at the time. And personally, I liked it. Did I love it as much as others? No, but I did like the game. And so when the game ended and it was revealed,
the connection in the game too that they'll really follow through. Some closer on Elizabeth, cool, yeah.
I was pissed, but then I kind of liked it because it gave me hope that as I continued to play these games, there would be a new story. It wouldn't be exactly the same as the original. I would actually enjoy it more because it was going to have original aspects to it. And the more I played it, the more I enjoyed that fact. Okay? I loved, Remake over time. I actually grew on me, and I couldn't wait for the sequel, Rebirth. In fact, you may not even be aware of this, but earlier this last year, at the beginning of the year, I was asked, what are the games you're most hyped for? And I said, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it's going to be a great game. And so, I started playing the game on PlayStation 5. Keep in mind, PS5 Pro wasn't out yet. And as you can see, the game performed pretty well. I mean, maybe it could have been better if the Pro was out, but it still performed pretty darn well when it came to the graphical department, okay? Some people complained and said, we didn't like that in combat. There's pixelization and resolution changes. Personally, it didn't bother me. I thought that the combat was fine. The story, well, the story is the story of Final Fantasy VII with some additional things added in, so I like that. The game now had big open world segments, something that was not present in Final Fantasy VII Remake. And these open world segments had side content and enemy hunting and grinding, but also mini games and side stories and fun things in them. Chocobo traversal, riding a chocobo up walls and through certain areas. It was pretty neat.
There's theory that all the Mushis in the forest are Elizabeth descendants, and it would be cool if that was true, but also it's a different type of mushroom compared to the other ones. Makes sense. Also, yeah, I'm gonna pause it right here because I'm gonna show something off real quick. Give me a second. Boop. Click here. I need to actually go into editing mode. Where the hell is the editing mode switch? Studio mode. There you go. All right. Boop. All right. Boop. Boop. There are 4 big reasons. Actually, there are 2 very big reasons about why Phil did not like Phil did not like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Give me 1 second. Let's see. I'm going to show you those very big reasons right now. Boop. Let's see. There we go. There we go. There are the big reasons. Those are the big reasons why Phil did not want to play this game anymore. The reasons being are Tifa and Lockhart. Phil quit Final Fantasy VII Rebirth right before you get to the scene where at Costa del Sol, where Tifa and Aerith are in swimsuits. Like, legitimately, he quit the game, like, right as that scene was about to happen, he quit the game. And he's like, people don't like me playing the game more anymore. The reason people didn't like him playing the game is because he spent hours playing a fucking card game in it. There's like a card game in a game in the game. So he spent like hours playing a card game in it, fucking sucking at the card game, and just didn't do anything related to the main plot for a long ass time. And by the time he got to Costa del Sol, the part where you actually see the girls in swimsuits, he quit the game. He's like, nobody's interested in the game anymore. He just didn't want to have hot women on his screen. That's all that really was. Like, so annoying here. I gotta go switch this back then. Boop. 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 And then let's see. Oh, there we go.
Actually. All right. So, personally, I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I played it for about 20 hours. And then a certain stream happened where I was streaming the game.
If these are how I don't know. Can we go back to Eve or something?
It seems really dead today, and I don't know what's going on. So I looked at the stream attendance. We were under 200 viewers. That is actually one of the worst attendances I've ever
seen.
seen.
No, I agree though. Like, I think the model looks okay, but they look very, very plasticky.
But sadly, this game was not performing well. Engagement. So I go to the chat and I start talking with people. The entire chat starts talking to me about sports. During Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, people are talking about March Madness basketball. What is going on? Could you be any more disconnected from what the game is about? Could you be any more not paying attention? Why are we talking about March Madness? I don't even like basketball. So why would that be a discussion in my chat? And then, of course, yes, the trifecta that goes with that, the support was abysmal. We didn't even get like...
Okay, aside from what I had just said regarding him quitting the game right before they showed off Tifa, the whole thing with regards to like oh, they were talking about sports in my chat. I don't have anything to do with it. I don't know. Then join the conversation. Ask questions. Like, fucking learn. Like, try to at least pretend to be interested in what your chat is doing, and don't just like basically yell at them for wanting to talk about other things. Like, legitimately, like, this is like, if you watch any big streamer and stuff like that, or like any sort of like other streamer that has like a more active chat or whatever, like, even if what they're talking about you have no fucking clue what's happening in, like, it's your job to actually, you know, ask questions about that and engage with them on that level. I try to do that because there's a lot of shit I don't know. I will say that there's a lot of things that I really don't know, and like, at least if I try to learn about it, like, at least I was like, oh, I actually learned something today because people were talking about it. Phil is so against learning fucking anything that if you're not talking about him or the game, then you are worthless to him as a chatter. Like, even if you're giving him money, like, that's the only time when you have any sort of word to him to some degree. But other than that, if you're not giving him money or not talking about him or the game in front of you, he wants nothing to do with you, which is just fucking insane. And I fucking hate it. It is no way to conduct yourself on a stream or whatever. It's no way to conduct yourself at all, ever. It's just so annoying.
$30 that day. Okay. So low attendance, low engagement, low support. And when I asked my audience what happened, essentially the story I got was thus. RPG overload. You played too many RPGs. You played.
Oh yeah, this is the RPG overload
screen.
screen.
You're going to play Dragon's Dogma 2. You said you're going to play this other RPG. You skipped Persona 3, reboot, reload, whatever the hell it is. There's more RPGs coming out. RPGs, too many. So to be honest, I don't think it was the game.
I love this dude right here. I love how every game has been disappointing for unrelated reasons.
Playthrough. I think it was the timing. I feel like if I hadn't already been playing several other RPGs during the same time frame, people.
It might be because you don't interact with the audience enough.
Playthrough. But the problem is, sadly, there were too many of the same style of game released within a very short window of time at the beginning of 2024. And what
revert all improvements,
all
yeah.
Games cannibalized each other in views, in attention, even in
disappointed because of low tips.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth underperformed for Square Enix, and they were shocked. They thought this game was going to blow sales.
Okay, Phil always likes to say this part. He's like, "Oh, Final Fantasy underperforms." Like, dude, Square Enix thinks that their games will sell more than consoles for their games are on to exist. Like, they'll be like, "Oh, our sales projection for like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is going to be 6 billion copies." It's like, no, it is not. Like, there aren't enough PS5s in the fucking world to put that game onto. Like, you gotta temper your expectations. It's so fucking stupid. I forget what this does. If I hit 6 million, what the fuck does it do? Because I think I had that as a redeem. I think I just have it as an interesting number. Let me see. Did I put that on there? No. No, I'm left. No, I do not have it on there as an interesting number, but still, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Numbers up. It was going to be the most purchased Final Fantasy game. They were looking to recover because Final Fantasy 16 the year before had also been a sales flop, and they were hoping this would make up for it. And literally,
it wasn't a flop. Square Enix just has unrealistic projections.
What they were expecting, and so to them, they were wondering what was going to happen with the series. Now, from what I'm going to understand, eventually it did sell more, and the PC port of this game is coming out soon. I think it's either this month or next month. So there
this month. It's at the end. It's at the end of January.
Not just exclusively on the PlayStation 5 console, but it stands to reason. The game, sadly, was a disappointment, but I don't know why. I mean, take a look. I'm having fun playing it here. Look, we're switching to Barrett now. We're going to run around this cave. We're going to use the gun. The graphics are great. Like, I'm really enjoying myself in this video. Sadly, the audience is.
I'm having fun. Hey, guys, I'm having fun. Where's my money? What the fuck? That is like... I don't understand what goes through his mind where it's like, that's like, I'm having fun and the game looks very good. It has very nice graphics. Where is my money? Where is my money? Pay me to have fun.
I don't know why, but that's just a reality, you know? So a lot of people during the year asked me if I would go back. I said, why would I go back when I was actually playing the game? You weren't there. You didn't engage. You didn't support. And people were begging me on that stream to turn off the game and do anything else. Literally, people.
They were not begging. It was like one or two persons said, yeah, try something else. Like, literally one person said, try something else. And Phil says like, oh, everybody was, begging for me to stop playing the game. Shut the fuck up. Like, Jesus Christ. But nobody fucking cares. Like, he looks for one person to validate his own opinion. And then it acts as if that's like all of them. Let's see. They've overhyped the expectations placed on games that they've overspent on, but who are also going to underdeliver and underperform because they are half-assed. Basically, every thread ever closed towards concording themselves. Yeah, exactly. Like Square Enix having unrealistic sales expectations is a tale as old as time. It happens with every single game they put out, even the games they publish through Eidos. Like the Lara Croft Tomb Raider series, like it sold very well, but didn't sell like millions of copies. Like so that means it's a sales failure. It's like Square Enix, you just want to sell one game per person on the fucking planet. Even then, that isn't enough.
We're like, Phil, can you turn off Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and do a Q&A instead? We'd rather have that.
Nobody said that.
Like,
Nobody says this.
I grew up with RPGs. RPGs are near and dear to my heart.
That's not a game problem. That's an audience problem.
RPGs that I'm playing. It actually hurts me. It makes me sad. And this happened multiple times with RPGs this year. And I'm like, man, is this the year of the end of RPGs? I don't know. Okay. So that's the number 4.
Without the Devil May Cry 4, yeah.
I never even got past 20 hours and I never went back. Number 3. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. You knew I was going to bring it up multiple times, and I am, because I just want to let you all know Baldur's Gate 3 is in my top 10, my top 20 best playthroughs of the year as well. I feel like it was both great and disappointing at the same time.
How is it disappointing then? What the fuck is wrong with you?
All right?
Like, I'm never going to play fucking Baldur's Gate 3. The game just doesn't appeal to me. I don't like D&D. I don't like 5e, which is what this game was obviously supposed to be fucking based on, even though I know it's Larian system with the 5e code of paint, but still.
Really? It's absolutely a great game. I cannot hate on this.
They can't put anything worthwhile. Some of the things that they publish are good, but not all of it. I forget what I had to go and look at what the publishing history is recently.
Because it's too
nothing that's like directly developed by them.
Long. It took me like 140 hours to beat it. Okay, and that's not because I sucked. It's because the game is actually that long.
Okay, hold on a second. According to Larian Studios, a standard playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 takes between 75 and 100 hours to complete, including normal content, exploration, and decision-making throughout the main story. And on HowLongToBeat.com, the average story-only playthrough is about 69.5 hours, and the main story plus side content is 113 hours, with 168 hours being a completionist. All styles, 114 hours. He is complaining that a CRPG is a long fucking game. Like his complaint is that this game is fucking long. Like it took long because he fucking sucked. Like legitimately, the reason why it took so long to do anything is because I'm not going to ask you to do this, Ivory, but if you were to clock yourself on the average turn in combat of playing something, let's say, I'm going to say like a comparable game, comparable in terms of like genre conventions would be something like Planescape Torment. If you were to clock yourself into how long a turn in Planescape Torment takes, how long would you say that a turn takes in Planescape Torment just to complete all of your actions in the turn with your full party? Because I'm assuming Planescape Torment is fully turn-based and not a hybrid like the original Baldur's Gates 1 and 2, which about 15 seconds. Phil takes about 5 minutes per turn in Baldur's Gate 3 to figure out what he wants to do. Like it takes all the Infinity games are hybrid. Okay. Was that okay, try to think of a true turn-based game, because no, Baldur's Gate 3 is a true turn-based game, not a hybrid game. But like obviously like selecting your action. They used to play with them with conditional autopause though, which makes them like play like a turn-based game. Okay, so that makes sense. So yeah, conditional autopause. So basically that kind of thing. Whereas like, I'll say this, like, and you've seen me play sort of like not necessarily turn-based RPGs because they're different because they don't require positioning, but a turn-based strategy game. Any turn-based strategy game that exists plays like a turn-based CRPG, straight up. Closest thing I can think of is Fire Emblem. If Fire Emblem turn for me takes about maybe like 2 minutes. 2 minutes if I rush through 2 minutes if I actually let animations play out, or probably less time if I actually skip through animations to finish a turn in Fire Emblem. And this is also just like longer turns. Obviously, if there's more to do in the battle, there's a lot of stuff going on. Phil takes like 5 to 10 minutes per turn. He takes like 5 minutes per unit in these games, because he basically stalls and asks this chat, what kind of things should I do in this game? It's like, I don't know, figure it out your fucking self. Look at what your abilities do. He constantly would forget what abilities he had and not know what was the best course of action to take. It got him into trouble more than once. Was virtually turn-based D&D game, if I remember correctly. What's TOEE? So it's a came out around the same time as Baldur's Gate 3, both games going through early access. Okay. Let me go back here. But yeah, he says like, yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 is too long. That's basically his big complaint. Baldur's Gate 3 is too long.
140 freaking
Some of them
hours.
okay.
Baldur's Gate 3. Now, if you're the kind of streamer who you're only playing one game at a time and you're hyper focused on said game and you're getting strides and giant progress every time you play the game, then maybe Baldur's Gate 3 is for you. But in my case, I'm a variety streamer. I juggle a wide variety of content.
So fucking what? Like, there are tons of people who play a bunch of different shit and then drop it and then pick it back up later on. Like, I still have to play through Other Side. Like, I legitimately want to go back to that game at some point. I had to play through a whole bunch of shit that I just gave up on because it no longer interested me at the time. And I am still going to play El Shaddai. I might actually do that this afternoon after I get my hair cut. But still, like, who cares? Like, I'm a variety streamer. Everybody's a fucking variety streamer, dumbass. Like, literally, anybody who streams plays a variety of games. They don't stick to one fucking thing. If somebody's sticking to Baldur's Gate 3, then they're going to be playing it for like a week or three. They're going to play like a week or a couple of weeks to finish it and then move on to something else. The fact that it took you from late summer of last year until February, like late summer of 2023 until like fucking February of 2024 means that you're just fucking slow. There is no excuse to play a game for that long of a period of time unless you're only playing that game once a week for about 2 hours at a time. Like, legitimately, he just fucking sucks at pacing things out and stalls like crazy. He gets maybe about like 2 hours of gameplay done for every 4 hours he plays. Pathfinder games are basically D&D, but yeah, the Infinity games are really easy to control. Yeah, Pathfinder's also isn't that. I forget who does the Pathfinder games. I forget what the developer that does the Pathfinder games are. I do know they did Rogue Trader, and I want to play Rogue Trader on stream as well because I've heard Rogue Trader actually has a pretty good story. Like, combat weirdness with 40K Rogue Trader aside, I'm more in it for like the story and seeing how it plays out because it seems pretty interesting. Owlcat, yeah, I was gonna say Owlcat or Owlbear, one of the two. Owlcat, but yeah. And I've heard that the Pathfinder games are pretty good too. They also have a bit of wonkiness, but I mean, most turn-based CRPGs these days do. Like, even when I was playing, if you remember, I played what was it? Like, I legitimately got bored with it. But I played what was it? Wasteland 3 for a little while, and I actually from what I actually did play it, I did enjoy it. It just was like, I don't know why I got bored with it. It might just be because like I was just really tired at the time. Like, every single time I tried to play that game, it would just put me to sleep. And it was just something about this presentation that made me like not care anymore. It's sort of like, I don't know. Wasteland is bleak. Wasteland 3 is a very, very bleak setting. And it's just, I want to call it depression fatigue, where it's like, if you're indulging in any sort of piece of media, and it's specifically with sad events or depressing things happening in the story, if there's too much of them happening and there's like no bit of levity in the story at all, the game just becomes kind of like, in terms of games or anything, it just becomes kind of a slog to get through, and you end up like not really caring and eventually getting put to sleep. Like, that happens a lot with some other, like, just watching other TV series sometimes. Like, even with something that I loved, like Breaking Bad, the final season is a very hard watch. And BoJack Horseman is also, in general, a really fucking hard watch as well, because it's just so fucking depressing that you just stop caring and want to go to bed. Wasteland 3 does get some interesting stuff later on. Yeah, I want to go back to it. I feel like I'm in a better spot mentally to handle it. It was just when I was doing it every day, it was just tiring. Like, it was legitimately tiring. Not necessarily because like I was like sad or whatever. I was just like falling asleep. I was it just had that effect on me. I don't know why, but I might get back into Wasteland 3. But yeah, BoJack Horseman can get pretty sobering at times. Yeah. Like I said, if it's depression fatigue, where it's like if there's no levity at all, it becomes hard to watch and you just stop caring. and you eventually drop it. Like that's why I feel like I'm not really sure what the fuck happened with Rick and Morty after season 3, but I watched up to season 3. The first 2 seasons were actually pretty good writing for what they were. They were pretty good writing. I didn't like how insufferable people got about it, and from what I can see of snippets of like later seasons, the writing is still kind of good, just not as good. It just I don't care anymore though. I need to finally play House of Light, but I want people to fill out the wiki a bit so I don't have to make my own notes. Yeah.
All at the same time. Correct? And in regards to that, when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, it started in December of last year, and that playthrough didn't finish until, what was it, late March or early April of the next year. So you're talking it spanned 3 to 4 months to do 140 hours of gameplay. During that time, I played fighting games. I played other RPGs. I played story-based games, action.
Not everybody takes this on to do like that much time of gameplay. It took me like literally 2 months to get through Persona 3, like Persona 5, was it Persona 5 Reload or not Persona 5 Reload? Persona 5 Royal. Persona 5 Royal. It took me like 2 months, maybe 2.5 to get through that game. Still, like, I don't know, like, his complaints here are just so fucking weird about this game. I don't know. Like, yeah, some games can be really long. At that point, you know, you just put it on hiatus for a little while if you're really not feeling it. But this game made him too much money, which is why he's wearing the fucking glasses and the Viking hat or whatever.
Games, everything. Because I didn't want to miss out on a million other games.
Book of Hours also got me quick, just the amount of stuff that I found in the game that wasn't on the weekend one has some kind of organized. So have you gotten the Book of Hours DLC? I've been looking into that. Like I want to play Book of Hours at some point again, at least on my own time. Or I think I did play Cult Simulator, but I want to actually try to play Book of Hours, and I know they put in a DLC for it. I feel like I should actually get a basic grip on the base game before getting the DLC, but I'm not sure how much the DLC adds or what it adds. The Book of Hours DLC is a House of Light. Okay, yeah, I figured that's what it was, but I'm basically asking, like, is the DLC worth getting? Is the DLC worth getting, or should I just play base Book of Hours first and then get the DLC later? Or is it like one of those things where, like, no, you probably should get the House of Light as well because it actually integrates a lot. And I remember what I was wanting to talk for with like the whole idea of what is it, like depression fatigue or misery fatigue. Project Moon games have a really, really big potential to do that kind of shit, and they somehow fucking don't. Like, I gotta say, like the writing in Library of Ruina is some of the most engaging writing that I've ever seen in a game. It is that fucking good. Limbus Company as well to some extent, but Limbus Company is like some of the chapters can drag on a little bit too much. Like I will say that Isang's chapter definitely is one of the longer ones that drags on a bit. And I actually have to consider these. I actually got to consider these because I want to do like a sort of a review series on YouTube where I talk about Project Moon games and the influences that they've used in order to create the characters. I'm not going to talk about Roland and the Planetary Dante Alighieri, like the Orlando play. Medi, not the bad guy, has already done that, and that's a really, really good video. It's like 2 hours long. But he's already done a complete critical breakdown of how Roland's arc in Library of Ruina is reflected in the play Orlando. So like I want to get into that, and for that I actually the biggest hurdle for me right now is literally buying the books. Like I actually have to buy the books. I have the Wings on the way. I have Hellscreen on the way, but the last thing I need to get the volumes 2 through 5 of Dream of the Red Chamber if I want to do any sort of discussion on Hong Lu. Did you see Outlaws? You play without it first? Okay. I flashed out the amount of times to figure out how to fuck the chandlery. God damn. But yeah, it's just like one of those things where it's like Project Moon strikes a balance between like actually having levity and then just also hitting you with really, really big bouts of depression. And it's all within character within the city. It all feels like it's a natural way of doing things and how things are. The only time I will say there was a bit of depression fatigue. And it's not really like, it's still very well paced. It's just how it had to be, is with the Wuthering chapter, the chapter involving Heathcliff and Wuthering Heights. And you really can't do much about that because Wuthering Heights is a very depressing read. Wuthering Heights is one of the most fucking depressing books to ever read, alongside Requiem for a Dream, but still, it's fucking depressing. So you can't really get around talking about Heathcliff without having it be depressing as fuck the entire way through. Even then, there were some still like brief moments of comedy and like, you know, some sort of elation and heist or a little bit throughout that entire canto.
especially when Vergilia steps in and actually does the thing. But still, like I said, the Project Rune straddles this line between like having things being really fucking depressing to the point where you just stop caring, or and like actually like being engaged the entire way through, because they managed to give the characters like very satisfying arcs. Oh my god. I still have to play Book. I might stream Book of Hours, but I don't know if that'll be a good stream, because as far as I know, Book of Hours is, you told me it's sort of like Cult Simulator, but Cult Simulator is just really, really hard for me to wrap my head around. And the only way I can describe Cult Simulator is sort of like almost like Crusader Kings, where it's like there really isn't like a true win condition, or if there is a win condition, it's very, very esoteric and player defined. And like to actually sort of get to grip around what you're doing in a game like that, you have to lose a lot. It's like, oh, I remember my one friend's been playing Dwarf Fortress for fucking years, and she says it's like, yeah, to get good at Dwarf Fortress and to know what you're doing, you gotta lose a lot.
Just to focus on this game, okay? Now listen, oh god, look at the scene that I picked. Oh man, look at the scene that I picked for my countdown, folks.
Oh my god, fucking prude asshole.
That it was in my actual rotation of games for so long.
The fucking so
I'm just not gonna watch
yeah.
his content for a while until he's done with this dang game, because I don't want to see him play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not interested in it. So I had people, I'm not even kidding, hundreds of people who were regulars who didn't tune into my content for months. The only reason that things worked out is
You don't have hundreds of regulars. What the fuck is this cope?
because there was a small handful of people who really liked Baldur's Gate 3 who kept coming by and actually supporting Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah, they gave you money to fucking play. That's the only reason why you kept fucking playing it. You dropped Divinity Original Sin 2, even though you were getting money for it, because not even the money was actually keeping you entertained. That one
would have completely screwed up the channel and my business. I'm not kidding. And after this playthrough ended, I said, listen, I loved the game. I did. I really like Baldur's Gate 3. I thought it was a great game. But I told everyone I can't commit to playing games like this anymore.
The easiest way to win Book of Hours is to die. I'm gonna guess there is a ending condition where you as the main character
Everyone
dies.
likes it. 10 people support it, but then my channel dies. My views went down. My engagement went down. It took, I think it was April or May when finally I started playing variety games again. And then all of a sudden, everything went back up. But it took a tremendous amount of time to get there, okay?
Whose fault is that? Whose fucking fault is that?
I just simply cannot commit to playing long games like this ever again. Sorry, maybe I'll make an exception here or there, but this game, it was the litmus test. Can I play a game that's this long and see if it works? And the answer is sadly no. I don't think that a game like this is ever going to work again just because of that, all right? 4 months.
Okay, the one saving grace about the fact that he's like, I can't play long games ever again is because he's never going to touch a fucking JRPG in his life ever again. He's not going to fucking play Persona. He's not going to play Shin Megami Tensei. He definitely isn't going to be playing Metaphor, despite the fact that Metaphor is actually pretty fucking short by comparison. He's never going to play like things like Suikoden. He's never going to play Aiden Chronicle. He's not going to play fucking any like sort of like anything with any sort of length to it, which is kind of good. He's never going to touch any games that are actually decent at that length. The game refers to this as getting a good ending, which I was confused until I managed to get a your ending, and I was like, I see. In retrospect, that makes sense. Yeah.
Losing hundreds of viewers who regularly watch my stuff, losing engagement.
Is Cult Simulator taking place in the same universe as Book of Hours, or is it like its own
I wish
thing?
that if I played Baldur's Gate 3 and did it, I had tons of attendance and support, and everyone would have loved it. But it went the other way. I think this actually was the game that was the first portion of RPG Overload. I had already been playing Baldur's Gate 3 for months. Then I started playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Then I started playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Then I started playing Dragon's Dogma. Get it?
Did he just bump his mic? He did, yeah.
Was that many of the same style of game in a short period of time. So,
Yeah, whose fucking fault is that? And even then, they're vastly different games. Like this motherfucker said, like, oh, I started like it was RPG Overload. I don't want to play the RPGs anymore. And then he decides to fucking play Elden Ring, which is an RPG. The Secret Histories, okay, yeah.
understand there's a good reason why I cannot play games of that length in the near future. All right, ladies and gents, 2 more to go. This is it. The
It feels like there's also like one of the other games that like I should get into just because I like the lore, but like I can't stand the gameplay. Is the Sunless series, Sunless Skies or Sunless Sea, both of those, because I really like Fallen London as a setting, but my god, those games are fucking dense. There's so much to them, and I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing. I am too stupid to understand what to do in Fallen London.
Like a Dragon, Infinite Wells.
Oh my god.
Yes. Now, to be very clear, and I've made this very clear during this countdown, a lot of these games are fine games that I really enjoy, but the playthroughs disappointed me. Yes, this game is one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Why?
Fall under the browser game? No. I have no interest in playing the browser game just because I know that there is sort of like not necessarily a pay to win mechanic, but definitely like sort of a stamina system where you can only do a certain amount of actions per day. Have I actually tried to play Fall? Yes, I did. I did a while ago, like months and months ago. I did try to play. I did stream, I think, Sunless Sea. I had no idea what the fuck was going on. And then I played a little bit more on my own, and then just like I'm too fucking dumb to understand this shit. Yeah, it's like I really love the setting of Fallen London. I love the setting of Fallen London. I think the writing is really good. It's like just it's very bleak but also funny. Like it's very British. I had to say that it is very British, and I appreciate that. I think it's something I want to refer to Sunless as Fallen London. At one point, I was curious. No, I'm talking about the universe of Fallen London, where it's like, I like the universe of Fallen London, which is the Fallen London browser games, Sunless Sea and Sunless Skies, all three of those. But I have no idea how to fucking play any of the games. Because just playing Sunless Sea confused the fuck out of me. And I think Sunless Sea is the most accessible one. Like, I know that Fallen London itself is a browser game, and it's kind of hard to wrap your mind around what the fuck you're supposed to be doing in that game. And then Sunless Skies is just even more complex than Sunless Sea. The fourth and fifth city game, yeah, I guess. But yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like I like the universe. Mask of the Rose is the most successful. I also want to advise that you do not play it. Why is that? Is it just like, is it old and bad, or what's wrong with it? But yeah, I know there were a few games about it, but like I do know like the main game. It's fucked. Let me take a look at this. It's the newest one I see. Mask of the Rose. Oh yeah, I saw this. I saw like ads for it. I mean, it looks interesting. It is my fail better. So like just like don't play it on stream or don't play it at all. Fallen London, Sunless Sea, Sunless Skies, and Mask of the Rose. Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I can see is that people are saying about it is that it's somehow both a point and click murder mystery and a dating sim. The only the City games we're playing were made by Alexis Leska, but got booted by Phil Bad, who started Weather Factory. Let me see. Oh yeah, and he did the Book of Hours stuff. Weather Factory developer. Let me see what he's done. He also did what the fuck is traveling at night? I'm looking at this real quick. Sometimes I got like another hour before I got to get ready. Traveling as dialogue and choice matter secret in the Mistgard Europe for a very altered Cold War. Hollow Man was okay. So this is an adventure game. I'll wishlist it. And he also did Book of Hours, Cultist Simulator, The Lady Afterwards, The Exile, The Ghoul, The Priest, and The Dancer. What is this? Bundle info. What do I have? I own the base game. But then there's The Exile, The Ghoul, The Priest, and The Dancer. What is it? What is what? No, look at the Cultist Simulator DLC. Which is, they had something called Cultist Simulator The Lady Afterwards.
the DLCs for Cultist Simulator. Yeah, the lady afterwards, and then like the ghoul, the priest, the dancer, like those three. I don't exactly know what they are. Are they just new characters? There were possible things. Okay, so they're event packs. Okay, they're event packs. And like what, like $3 each? It looks like. With the exile being the big deal, so they basically changed the whole game. Yeah. And that is $10. I'll wait to get that one. I'll actually try to get my head around the base Cultist Simulator. And then there's some other thing here that's what's the lady afterwards, which is, let me see. It's got mixed reviews. Oh. 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 The lady afterwards is a tabletop conversion of it's a port of a tabletop. What the fuck is this? It's complicated. I can understand. I get that. I'm trying to grab my head around it. The lady afterwards seems like it was basically the lady afterwards is a tabletop game based off of Cultist Simulator, and then they made that tabletop game into a DLC for Cultist Simulator. So it is a PC port of a tabletop game based off of a PC game. Yeah, that's what it was. But no, the Exile is the one that I want to get. I want to get the Exile, Ghoul, Priest, and Dancer packs, which is like $20 for all of that. And then there's also, House of Light, which is a Book of Hours expansion pack. There's a lot here. But yeah, so what was the last thing that Alex worked on then? Before making that Alexis worked on before making Weather Factory. I'm gonna guess it was Sunless Sea. I'm gonna guess like Sunless Sea was the one thing he did, and then they let fail better, and then they came out with Sunless Skies and whatever the fuck Mark of the Roses. I'm gonna run to the bathroom very, very quickly. Major way Sunless Sea and a minor way Sunless Skies. Okay, yeah. All right, so give me a second. I'll be right back. Yep. Give me a second.
I have returned just in time. Went to the bathroom and refreshed my drink, so now I have lemonade. All right, so let's get back to whatever the fuck we're doing here. So in regards to this, yeah, he's talking about Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth at this point, but yeah.
Because this was the game, while I was still playing Baldur's Gate 3, that I decided to pick up. This began RPG Overload.
No, it didn't.
That feeling of resentment towards lengthy RPGs. And to be quite frank with you, the graphics were great. The gameplay elements were great. The story was not nearly as good as the last Like a Dragon game. And that's sad.
I love how he says this now. He says this now. If you remember the last time I did like an actual Phil rant because of what was it? I think it was Kirby that redeemed it. The whole rant where he said like eat it, that was because of Like a Dragon. That was because of this game. he basically related to like Ichiban getting slandered online by a VTuber. It's like, yeah, that happened in my life too. He's just like me. For real. It was just he said that about this fucking game. And he has the audacity to like, oh no, the story wasn't that good. Are you saying that? But Phil, I thought you said the story was based off your own life. Are you saying that your own life is not as interesting as you make it out to be, buddy? Is that what you're saying?
The story was weak, actually. And it's weird because when you have two protagonists and two locations that you're going between, you think that it would be good. The ending actually was quite poor. It actually kind of retconned the whole idea of one of the plots of the game, which made it way less meaningful overall.
It retconned a plot point. From what I can understand, he might be talking about the fact that Kazuma decides to go get treatment for his cancer, and that was like retconned the plot. I was like, no, that's character development, because as far as I remember, Kiryu, in Like a Dragon 7 or whatever, it was established in Like a Dragon 7 that he had cancer, and so part of his story arc in this game is deciding that he should, for the benefit of I think the orphanage that he helps support, that he should go get treatment, and so at the end of the game he goes to get treatment. That's what I can recall about what he might be talking about. Again, I haven't played this game. I'm not really too interested in it. It's just like one of the things where I feel like that's exactly what the point of it is. Like the one plot point about it. I'll say that writing wise, I enjoy Secret History a lot more than the Fifth City. Apart from the Fifth City being incomprehensibly realized to the point of absurdity, the things in Secret History just vibe with me a lot more. Yeah, I had to get more into what's going on with Secret History, but it does seem like it's more grounded than what's going on with Fifth City. The reason why I call it Fallen London is because that was what the browser game was originally called. The first browser game was Fallen London. Is that like the absurdity of what's going on in Fallen London is like kind of incomprehensible to some degree, and like you had to wrap your head around the logic that exists within that world to understand certain things. What was it? Like another fact that like people like residents of the Untersee can't go to the surface, and they go to the surface, they kind of like start to literally like I don't want to say burst into flames or melt, but they will die if they're on the surface for too long, and they go insane from seeing the sun.
And sadly, it just didn't resonate. Again, less people tuned in and watched this playthrough than the original. A lot less people liked it. And again, I think it's because RPG overload. So listen, again, game was fun, game was sound, great mechanics. I liked all the job systems. I liked the two locations. All of that was great.
The sun, yeah, exactly. Also, this is a game where he tried to convince his wife to basically play the sort of like I want to call it like the managing sim part of the game, where you help revitalize an island. The segment of the game is the actual area in the game is called Dondoko Island. But Dondoko Island is supposed to be like sort of like an island revitalization project where you take resources that you gain from the game and resources that you gain from within Dondoko in order to try to restore it. And like and there's also like little story arcs and stuff like that within Dondoko Island that you can resolve. It's sort of like this like pretty decently long side activity that you can do. And so he tried to convince his wife to do that side activity, quote unquote, with him. But really what it was is that she was playing the game, completely ignoring him, bored out of her mind while he was monitoring chat. That's really what it was. And he also later on had the bright idea after that failed and she just fucking left. Like she really didn't want to be there. It was kind of sad. But after that project failed, he's like, "Oh, we're gonna do like we're gonna try to do another co-op stream or whatever." And the co-op stream they had the idea for was Beyond Two Souls, as in the David Cage game, because you can control the ghost, you can control Aiden in certain portions of the game. Like player 2 can control Aiden in certain portions of the game to help solve puzzles. It's not a true co-op experience, because both players can control because as a single player you can control Aiden. Yeah, I know. Oh no, good thing it never fucking happened, because his wife kept saying like, "Oh, I don't want to do it. I feel sick today. I don't want to do it. I'm too tired today." Like all the excuses that you have like a bored housewife to not fuck her husband, she was giving to Phil so that she didn't have to play a video game with him. According to him, but it's really fucking funny. She just wants nothing to do with him. She just wants to sit on she just wants to sit on the couch and play Skyrim. That's all she wants to fucking do. So I never played it. And that co-op quote unquote project was put on indefinite hiatus, meaning it's never going to happen. And the only reason it would have happened in the first place is because he wanted to put her in the content as part of like saying that he has a happy marriage, because he was supposed to be a part of a documentary that was being produced by Mike Klum. And Mike Klum is a guy who's done a few documentaries on different YouTubers. He did one on Boogie 2988. He did one on EDP for whatever fucking reason. I don't know who else he's done stuff on, but he decided to back out of that documentary because Phil said, "Oh, I'd be too busy because I can only get like out one day at the week." He's like, "Phil, you make your own fucking schedule." He could get out more often than that. And then eventually he just settled on letting June the King do a documentary on him because Phil didn't have to do shit. Like Phil just provided an unusually lengthy response to a question that June had for regarding one thing, where it's like within his 260 word unusually lengthy response, Phil I had the answer here that was that I misspoke. Is that all that Phil needed to say? But still,
But man, I was disappointed by the story, and I was disappointed at the RPG overload that we experienced while I played this game.
he was disappointed that people stopped giving him money for it.
Entertaining playthrough for all of you. I surely tried, but there's only not that much that you can really do in regards to making a game like this work, besides just playing with the elements and having fun and joking and doing some commentary on the story or whatever, and then hanging out with the audience, which is what I did. And it didn't really catch on. Attendance was low. People kept begging me during this playthrough to quit it, by the way. I'm not even kidding you. People were like, "Oh, if you're already playing Baldur's Gate 3, please quit Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. We don't want to see the rest of it." I'm not kidding. This was 100% from the audience, people begging me to stop playing. So...
Yeah, because you make these games fucking boring. He actually falls asleep when he plays Like a Dragon. I'm not kidding. Like he only playing Like a Dragon, and he will actually just fucking fall asleep.
Very sad. Okay. Also, someone's asking me, can I explain how the ending kind of retcons the story? No, because that would ruin the story. There's no point in me doing that. I'm not going to, spoil the story for everybody. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, you're telling people the game sucks. You might as well ruin the story.
What could be the most disappointing game playthrough of the year of 2024? Could it?
By the way, I already know what it is, and I already said it before. It's Metaphor. And the only reason it's Metaphor is because he spent 12 hours on a 4-hour demo, and nobody gave him any money for it. And then when people kept asking to play Metaphor, he's like, "Well, are you going to give me money for it?" And they said, and they're not, and they don't answer him, so he just doesn't fucking play it. He refuses to play Metaphor because he's not sure if he's going to get the money to play it. Let's see. It do be at the same time a dating sim and a mystery game, but the main thing is that it's sent the words procedural story game with the player controlled story crafting elements. They just don't work. Legitimately fascinating stuff if they manage to pull it off. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like has high ambitions, but like it fucking failed.
Could it be a game that I purchased for full price, ended up sucking, and I really was upset that I spent that much? Could it be a game that was full of bugs?
Shut the fuck up. Let's start talking about Metaphor.
One of those reasons. Are you ready?
Fucking Christ, this dude thinks he's the funniest fucking person on the planet.
Of being a content creator. Are you ready? Seriously, I'm not kidding you. This is the saddest part about...
He's been doing this for like 40 seconds. He's been doing this for like a full minute. Yeah, Metaphor. There we go. It's fucking Metaphor.
Refantasio? Refantasio? Is there an N in there? However, it's Metaphor. Okay? Metaphor.
Refantasio.
Of the year for me. Why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. No signal. That's why. I'm going to tell you why. Let's fast forward to actual gameplay. I think there's a dungeon coming up. Here we go. So here's the deal. Metaphor is a game by the makers of Persona. It has Persona-like graphics, but modernized in full HD. It's got great dungeon crawling. It's got excellent turn-based combat with new elements that are different from Persona, but some similarities. It's got...
Okay. I will say this, and it should be apparently obvious. This man has never played a mainline Shin Megami Tensei game. Fucking ever. Take it for fictive. Do it. Sorry, what were we talking about? Hulkenberg. Oh god. He's saying that like these elements are all new in a Persona like. He's like, motherfucker. It's Shin Megami Tensei combat. Like, it's very obvious that he has never played a Shin Megami Tensei game because he thinks press turn is new. Like, I can kind of understand that, but most people who have actually played a Persona game have also maybe looked at Shin Megami Tensei, if not played one. And he's like, no, it's new. It's a new combat thing. He's like, no, like, fucking.
Got a great story. That's a new world that they created from the ground up. That's original and isn't a copycat of anyone else's. It's actually very interesting. It's kind of like...
It's very much like a Fire Emblem world. Let's be fucking clear. It's basically a Fire Emblem world.
It performed. Runs really well, right? This is on PC. So, why in the holy hell would this be in my most disappointing game playthroughs of the year? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to tell you a little story. I love JRPGs.
No, you don't.
Turn-based ones particularly.
No, you don't.
In fact, I would argue that JRPGs is probably one of my top 4, maybe top 3 favorite genres of games.
Top 4. Oh, like your fucking place at Evo. Jesus Christ. Like, all the games Metaphor and System Counter would like to know Phil's location. So what exactly, okay, so let's see. What games is Metaphor borrowing from in some way, shape, or form? Let's see. All of the new Persona games, all of the, all the new Persona games, to some extent, the old Persona games, because you can actually switch the, like, you know, your archetypes around to different people to some degree. And I know you could do that in Soul Hackers as well, so let's put that on the list. The press turn system, which is taken from fucking Shin Megami Tensei, the time management system, which is taken from Persona, and the entire plot of a blue-haired, important person fighting against a tyrannical overlord, which later turns out to be a fucking monster, which is basically every Fire Emblem plot in existence. So, we have Persona, we have Soul Hackers, we have both old Sona and new Sona, we have Shin Megami Tensei, we also have Fire Emblem. Avatar Tuner, what is that one? Let's take a look at that. I'm actually questioning now. What is Avatar Tuner? Oh, Digital Devil Saga, DDS. Let's see. Game is an evolution from Nocturne. So showing the same engine, graphics, and assets. So what does that take from DGS then? It's a different name in English that's listening right now. This one about the people who turn into demons. Okay. No, that's actually what it is. It is Shin Megami Tensei Digital Devil Saga, also known in Japan as Digital Devil Saga Avatar Tuner. So Digital Devil Saga is the name in both. It's just that Avatar Tuner is the Japan exclusive subtitle. So it's a lot of people it's about the people who turn into their demons. Okay. Oh yeah, the fact that you can turn into the archetypes. Actually, it's just Avatar Tuner in Japanese. It says, yeah, I'm going off the SMT wiki, the Megaten wiki. That's, yeah, known in Japan as Digital Devil Saga Avatar Tuner. But yeah, Avatar Tuner is Digital Devil Saga. So yeah, it took that from there. So you actually turn into the demons, which is basically turning into the archetype, right? So it did that. That's like an aesthetic thing. It basically is like. Give me a second. I can't say that. Let's see. The reason I was saying that is how long has Atlas been around is because Atlas, it is, I was gonna say is a metaphor and anniversary game where they try to incorporate everything that they have made into a single game, which is kind of true. They did that. They also took an entire area from what was it, Etrian Odyssey, right? Yeah, they took an entire area from Etrian Odyssey, which is like Lost Shinjuku. The Lost Shinjuku thing happened in Etrian Odyssey, and they did that in Metaphor as well. So basically is like Metaphor is basically like a combination of all of Atlas's old ideas into one like big project. The upgrade system has Avatar Tuner Advisory. Basically, it says skill containers and then transfer the skill cells for. Yeah, makes sense. Yeah, like like it just is like that. Yeah, it also uses Etrian Odyssey style mapping. It does. Like, but that entire floor is just a whole cloth. Is just basically retold cloth from Etrian Odyssey. The music is the same. The actual floor design is the same as Lost Shinjuku from Etrian Odyssey. Everything like that is that. And yeah, it does draw the mats out similarly to Etrian Odyssey as well. But either way, like, yeah, it basically is like every single thing that they've done within the Megaton series, and use certain things they've done outside of the Megaton series, along with incorporating a plot that's very much like a Fire Emblem game. The only thing they really haven't done, like the only kind of things that they haven't really done in terms of trying to incorporate certain things from the Megaton series into Metaphor, is there's nothing that is basically reminiscent of Jack Bros, which is unfortunate, or Catherine, which is also unfortunate. Aside from the fact that there's a character in the game that is named Catherine. So,
okay, I grew up playing them in the 1990s. Games such as Final Fantasy 2 and 3, which now are called 4 and 6 on the SNES.
You sucked at them.
Earthbound, the Suikoden series, which I love, and I can't wait that there's a new remake collection coming out. And maybe
you sucked at them. You sucked at them. Go play Aiden Chronicle.
Among many others. I played.
Go fucking play Aiden Chronicle. It exists.
They have a special place in my gaming heart. Okay, they do. So when I get to play a JRPG with all of you, and we have a chill and interactive and fun time, I have a great time. It's a memorable experience. One of my most memorable experiences that I've ever had was playing Dragon Quest XI with all of you. Or the Summer of Judgment. Anyone remember that?
No, nobody fucking remembers that shit. What the fuck is he talking about?
Elements, great stories, and I love playing them. The problem is, if you haven't seen the running pattern from this countdown, for some reason, my audience, most of you, don't like JRPGs anymore. We've got a disconnect here. We all like fighting games.
You're seriously blaming your audience for not liking JRPGs for why they're flopping. No, it's because you suck at them and you complain about them the entire time. Do I? Jesus, give me a second. Let's see. Let's see. Do I have to bring up? Where is it? Give me a second. No, I can't see an original a picture of it. Yeah, there is a video though. It's 12 minutes long. I'm not going to show it, but yeah, Phil loves JRPGs, which is why he fucking rage quit. Like, what was it, Persona 3 on the final boss on easy mode, which was such a notorious fucking event that Atlas West themselves commented on the video and said the charm salt is real. He got so pissed about that he basically it was also a patron's choice playthrough. Like he got paid $1,200 to play Persona 3. And then when he got to the final boss and he couldn't like brute force his way through it because his party sucked, he just dropped it. And then people were just like, dude, people paid you to finish this game and you're not finishing it. What the fuck, dude? And then Atlas was just like, yeah, the charm salt is real. Fucking Christ. They also said that Metaphor combines Christianity with a fantasy world similar to the last Bible, even though it's mostly in the back end of things where what's his face, the Punctual One reveals that to be basically fantasy Satan. Oh yeah, Luis Guillaburn. Luis, who becomes the Inferno version of Lucifer with the 3 mouths. But yeah, Luis Guillaburn. Yeah. Still, just yeah, like I love JRPGs, even though he fucking rage quits them all the fucking time. Can't stand them.
Like sandbox style games, GTA. We like shooters, right? We like FromSoft games. There's a lot of things we have in common that we really like. But when it comes to JRPGs,
I never
we're
did.
starting to have a great divide.
Top 20 times chat failed, Phil. That's what this basically is.
Year of RPG overload. I admit that. Okay, definitely. There were too many long, drawn-out RPGs this year. I played too many of them early in the year. I stopped doing that, and then I didn't play RPGs for a very long time. Okay? When Metaphor ReFantazio had a demo out, which was the week before.
Do you watch a lot of it? Do you watch any RPG content creators that get a lot of views and engagement compared to your own stuff? No, he fucking doesn't. Granted, I will say that I don't get a whole lot of viewership on my shit either because I don't really have any viewership at all. But I will say even then, like at least try to be more engaged than this fucker. Like pretty much anybody can be.
The game actually had a full retail release. I told you guys I was going to play through the demo, and based on performance of those streams, I would determine if I was going to buy the game and do a playthrough or not, because I wanted to do it. Like I totally was down to do it. But seeing what had happened with JRPGs earlier in the year with RPG Overload, I didn't want to buy it and commit to playing it to then have my audience again.
Oh, I forgot Sandland came out yet last year too.
Wasting time playing this way too long game. Okay, and so when Metaphor came out, I played through the demo. I played a whopping 12 hours of the demo because the demo was that long. The demo's around 13, 14 hours long, to be clear.
No, it fucking isn't. The demo is 6, maybe. Sandland. Akira Toriyama's Sandland. They made an RPG based off of Sandland. Let's see. Yeah, they made an RPG based off of Sandland. So, I don't know. Apparently it was good. Apparently it was good enough. But yeah, it's like the demo was 13 to 14 hours long. No, it fucking isn't. Like it's like 4, maybe 3 or 4. Like he's saying it's that long because he fucked up in the bonus dungeon for a really long ass time. Like it ain't that long. Like it takes you like, again, I streamed it, but again, I had streamer tax to that, so it takes you like less time to do that. Like if you're just playing it on your own, the first opening act of Metaphor is like maybe 4 hours long, 6 if you want to include the little bonus dungeon that you get for Brigitte.
It's the entire first segment of the game, like the whole first act. Okay.
No, it isn't.
No. I actually played it and really liked it.
It's like half of the first dungeon and like one little bonus dungeon,
but with a twist. And it's really well executed, and the graphics are great. Like,
wait, what do you say about with the twist? Give me a second.
It's like I said, it's like Persona, but with a twist. And it's
look, Jesus Christ, he's legitimately speaking like a game reviewer who says that they love JRPGs but who says they love Atlas games, but the only Atlas game they play is Persona fucking 5. Is it more like the tutorial? Yes and no. Because by the time you get Hulkenberg, I would say the tutorial is over. By the time you get Hulkenberg, the tutorial is over. And after that point, you have like the first 3 free time days are basically when the tutorial is done, because at that point you have Hulkenberg enter respective archetype, and you can go into the bonus dungeon for Brigitte, or you could do the first half of the main dungeon and progress that way. That is when the tutorial is done. But still, like he basically says it was like 12, like, you know, it's like a 14-hour introduction. Like, no, it fucking isn't. He just took that long.
It's really well executed, and the graphics are great. Like, I was having an absolute great time with this game.
He can't speak about anything other than how good it looks.
Multiple times that I gave this game a chance. I think I did 4 streams of it, okay? Every single time I played it, low attendance, low engagement, support, and people asking me to stop playing it and play other games. All right?
Nobody asked him to do this.
I played 3 hours, and then 6 hours, and then 9 hours, and then 12 hours. I kept playing it. Even though people were telling me not to, I kept playing it, trying to give it a chance.
He stalled like crazy in this bonus dungeon too, by the way. Like, he just was running around in circles and fighting everything in the most inefficient way possible.
But at some point, you got to throw your hands up in the air and be like, listen, I gave it the good old college try, but it's just not working. And
Everything
that's
sounds like a
exactly
full.
what happened.
This entire list is basically him saying that the audience, that it was his audience's problem that he quit these games. He was disappointed in his audience, which is why why these are disappointing games, because the audience didn't pay them enough.
You're mad I'm not playing a game, but where were you when I was playing it? If I had gotten attention and engagement.
Oh yeah, here we go. Somebody says probably because the demo and people wanted the full game. The demo technically is part of the full game. The demo technically is part of the full game. It is like basically the railroad tutorial followed by the first 3 free time days where you can actually start doing things that are considered quote unquote real game related. And that progress saves over into the main game once you purchase it, which I did. Like I played the demo and then went into the main game after that and started playing the main game like within like 2 weeks later when I actually bought it.
And they're like, Phil, why aren't you playing Metaphor? Why? I did. Here's the question about these people who say this stuff. You're mad I'm not playing a game, but where were you when I was playing it? If I had gotten attention and engagement and support when I played it for 12 hours, then I would have bought the game and played it. But the people who wanted to see me play it didn't show up for the streams. So what do you want me to do? Listen, this is both a business and a hobby.
Dude, you have no fucking right to say this. You are literally blaming your audience for why you didn't fucking play this. You are saying it's your fault for not giving me enough money for why this game didn't get played. It doesn't matter if you wanted to see me play it because you enjoyed it or you wanted to see me enjoy something. It's your fault for the fact that I did not play it. I played a bunch of shit on here that I didn't like necessarily have that much interest in and ended up liking. The biggest fucking example I can give was Library of Ruina. I fully admit, when I first started playing Library of Ruina, I had no idea what the fuck it was. I just heard, hey, this is a pretty good game. It's a card game. It's sort of like a card battle or roguelike thing. It's like, okay, I'll give it a shot. I mean, I probably won't like it. It's like, it doesn't really look like it looks like kind of interesting. I haven't really seen anything out of the screenshots to go off of. Ends up being one of my favorite fucking games I've ever played. Like, straight up. Like, I went into Library of Ruina not knowing what the fuck it was, but only decided to play it because of a recommendation. Because somebody said, hey, you might like this. Give it a try. There are tons of games that you've said that I would like, and I've given it a try. Some I've really liked, some I haven't. Like, just because like I haven't given up on some things just because I gotten too busy, or because I realized that they're not necessarily something that I want to play on stream because they're too monotonous or whatever. And that's fine. Like, we don't have to like everything. You've made it very clear that you don't like some of the games I play. I don't spite you for that either. Like, I will continue to enjoy Stellar Blade. I have been working on a second playthrough of Stellar Blade to try to earn more of the costumes, and I'm having a good time with it. I am enjoying Stellar Blade once again, and I know you fucking hate Stellar Blade. That is fine. I don't care. It is my game. It is my time, and I am having fun with it. That's really what the point of it is. It's just like, you want to see somebody enjoy a thing, even if it might not be something that you yourself can enjoy. Like, because you were here watching you play Stellar Blade, not all the time, but sometimes you were here, and we were talking about things other than Stellar Blade, but I was still enjoying myself. I was still having a fun time playing it. And then there are other games where just like, yeah, they're not merely my thing. I'll give them a shot, and I can at least say, hey, at least tried that. Didn't work out. Move on to the next thing. Try something else. That's just how streaming works. He's like saying, he basically is like acting like a risk-averse investor for this shit. It's like, I want to do this, but I need your buy-in first. I need your promise that you will give me X amount of dollars before I decide to play this fucking game. That's not how fucking streaming works. You pick something either based off of audience feedback or personal interest, and then fucking play it. Did the man ever try to play either of the Talos games? I mean, it's very easy to find out. Let me see. I don't think so. Oh, he did. He did 10 years ago. He did. He played the Talos Principle back in 2015. Back in October of 2015, he played the Talos Principle. This is how you don't play the Talos Principle. He hasn't played the second one, but he played the first. Yeah, he played the first game, but yeah, he also hated Portal. which is kind of funny because he has like a Portal gun in his background setup here, but he hated Portal. He hates any sort of logic puzzles where they don't immediately tell him the solution to the puzzle when he walks into a room. But yeah, so like his whole thing about like, oh, I need your buy-in for this thing. You need to actually give me money when I'm playing this game in order for me to play it. It's like, that's not how it fucking works. Also, yeah, people like, there should be a separate list just for the unsupported games. You don't know what you got. Phil needs to do some data analysis, crunching numbers to get to the bottom of this conundrum. Yeah, people are fucking like trolling in his chat right now. Bookworm actually has a point, like, there should be a separate list for just for the unsupported games. Exactly, for that one. But yeah, he's basically tying in his own personal enjoyment with money in this. It's just fucking ridiculous.
A lifelong gamer. I love video games. It's my passion. It's what I love to make content about. Okay. I love games like this. I would have loved to do a full playthrough for all of you. I'm sad that I didn't. But this is my business and my job as well as my hobby. I can't just sit here and play whatever I want, because if I did, in this case, I would have went out of business in 2024. I would have been playing.
Dude, you declared bankruptcy back in 2019. You already are technically out of business. How the fuck are you surviving now? Because of one fucking whale. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, I would have gone out of business in 2024. You declared bankruptcy in 2019 because you spent too much money on a fucking mobile game. How the fuck does somebody go into debt of $160,000 on a shitty mobile game? Like, not even like Genshin addicts or like Hoyo addicts in general go that deep into debt over their games. Jesus Christ. Keyboard binding hard. I just wonder how it might look when someone's so thoroughly smooth they try to interact with it. I don't know, but also remember he played Talos with a fucking controller. He didn't have a keyboard and mouse set up at this time. I think he didn't even spend that money on some prime anime wife. That's the biggest issue that like I think I take with it is that the mobile game that he played was WWE Champion, which is a very low effort Candy Crush style ripoff with WWE, like really, really badly drawn PS1 era graphics that represent the wrestlers as you're playing the match 3 game in the bottom half of the screen. That's what he spent all this money on, that game. He didn't spend all of his money on, fucking like a fully upgraded what's her name? A fully upgraded what are some waifu characters that I really love? Like a fully upgraded what the fuck is her name? It's Honkai character, fucking crazy as hell. What, I don't know. Has red eyes, black twin tails, made a plush of herself. What the fuck is her name? God damn it, I forget her name. Honkai character. Crazy. That's why I said red eyes, black hair in twin tails. Sparkle. That's what I'm thinking of. Sparkle. Like he didn't get like, an ultra upgraded Sparkle or like an ultra upgraded Bernice. He fucking wouldn't get like an ultra upgraded Miyabi. Like none of these shits. Won't get like, an ultra upgraded Taiho or any of the like 20 Taiho skins or 4 Taiho arts, Taiho alt versions like Taiho Meta, Taiho Muse, Little Taiho or Taiho-chan. Like he wouldn't get any of those. Like no anime girls, just fucking sweaty men in a really shit mobile game. Like WWE Champions is not a good game. Which is the most damning thing. He spent so much money on this shit, like this terrible game, and it's not even that good.
Playing all these RPGs and no one would have shown up. I can't make people engage and like content. All I can do is showcase said content in an entertaining and fun way and hope that it works for you too.
If you love the game, how is it the worst?
But it doesn't resonate with the mainstream chunk of my audience. So because of that, sadly, I just don't have the ability to play what I want. I want to play this. I still want to play this. To this day, I want to play Metaphor.
People are fucking revolting in the chat right now.
I have to play what I have time for on streams. I don't have time to play a 100-hour RPG off streams. I purposefully disconnect myself.
They're any that rendered with lobby. They are not. They are not.
Can you imagine if I streamed all day games that I went offline and I played more games? I'd be burnt out. I'd be so upset.
Wait, what?
Stream.
Hold on.
I purposefully disconnect myself from gaming when I'm off stream so that I don't have overload. You imagine if I streamed all day games, then I went offline and I played more games, I'd be burnt out. I'd be so upset that my entire life is just inundated with video games that
Wait. Okay. I hold on. What the fuck? God, no, let's see. What do I do? Oh yeah, I forgot I could just do Control Z if I want to for shit like that. Yeah, it was Alt Z that does that. Okay, good. Jesus, okay, so yeah, you are burned out pretty much. Like it's just like he's like, imagine if I played video games as my job and then I went home and played more video games. It's like he you know what he actually compared this to, Ivory? He compared this to I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure you know a variety of different people in different careers and vocations. But he compared this to, like, imagine if you were a mechanic and then you went home and you worked on your car. Wouldn't you be burnt out from working from doing that same thing like all the time? It's like, no, like fucking no. Like that's what people do. Like if they do something for work and then they go home and do that same thing as a hobby, it's actually kind of calming to work on that same thing as a hobby with less stakes involved, because obviously you like doing it. Otherwise you wouldn't keep it as your job. You try to find something else to do. Like there are people who play farming simulators after they are done farming. Like they actually go out, like crack of dawn, tend to their farm, and then at dusk go back inside and play farming simulator. There are people who are conductors who play fucking railroad, who play like train simulator, or long haul truckers who play trucking simulator, because it is a more relaxing version of the thing they already do, and they are also indulging in something that they enjoy, which could also be a hobby. Like Phil is saying, imagine if my hobby was the same thing as my work, I'd have no true balance. Where it's like, no, you'd be fucking balanced. Like if I actually like this is, I will say it is actually a problem where some people are so in this specific space, are so content brained, where they actually are they can't think of anything other than if I'm playing a video game, I really should be streaming it, which is kind of a bad mentality to have. And usually the first things that people do, the first thing that anybody gets recommended when they had that kind of content brain is they are told, and I tell this to them as well, is you should have a game that you play just for yourself. You should have some games that you play that's just on your time. It's not for an audience. That's just something that you enjoy for yourself. It works because then they come into their own streams or their own their own content feeling refreshed and energetic and not fucking burnt out. And it's if you want to play a really long ass RPG on your off time and do that, and then get on fucking fucking Fortnite for your content for the day, that's totally fine. Or if you're playing a different long ass RPG, if you're playing Metaphor on your streams and then you decide to play on your off time, you decide to play a Tales game, and that is your off time, that's good. You are trying to you have a clear separation between what is your work project and what is your personal project. Phil doesn't understand this. He thinks that you had to completely unplug from fucking everything once you get out of the office. He's like, oh, I don't play video games outside of work. First of all, that's bullshit. He plays WWE Champions as soon as he's done with his work. But I wouldn't consider that a game in the best of times. The thing is, though, I play, as far as my offline games, there are two that I play. The two games that I play on my off time and my offline life are Warframe and Limbus Company. Even then, I don't really play Limbus Company all that much. I do the weekly dungeons. I do the weekly. I shouldn't. No. I shouldn't say that, because Limbus Company is one I barely play. It is. Warframe is one. Warframe is definitely one. I play that game every night. I do my dailies and I work towards the different goals on the Nightwave Axe, and I also do the different things that the Hex requires of me for the calendars, the Hulvania calendar, and also if I feel like I need materials, I'll go in and start cracking some cabbages to get form blueprints, or just prime parts that I want to sell. Zenless Zone Zero. Yes, Zenless Zone Zero. That's what I was going to say. Zenless Zone Zero is the other game that I play on my off time. That is very much a me time game. I play that game on my off time doing all the grindy shit. I play a lot of it. I do all the challenge missions. I do all the challenge missions in Zenless Zone Zero whenever they do the bi-weekly refresh. or when I do the bi-weekly refresh, I do the challenge missions, try to get S ranks. If I don't get S ranks to get A ranks, I just move on. I try to do like the boss challenges for the same reason, try to get more materials for pulls later on. I do the weekly dungeon runs in Zenless Zone Zero. I do the daily material grinds, the material battles for like other stuff in Zenless Zone Zero. It and Warframe are my biggest off time games, and that is totally fine. I do stream Zenless Zone Zero, but I only stream story events, main story events. I don't stream the little side stories that they added to the game every once in a while unless they're super important. I did Haramasa's story without streaming it. I will probably do Bernice's story without streaming it. There are tons of things that you can do in Zenless Zone Zero, and again, I play this game every day. Same thing with Warframe. These are the two that are my off-time, me-time games. I do not want to stream them ever because I do not feel that they would make good content to watch me grind in either game for a long amount of time. That's about it. But long RPGs, I will stream. Action games, I will stream. Depending on what I want to do with some sort of like other hack and slash games, I might stream those. For a while, one of my off-stream games was actually 40K Inquisitor. I love that game. It was great. I finished it like pretty recently, a few weeks ago, but still loved it. Like, there's a lot of things that you can do for streaming stuff in your off time, and Phil just doesn't get that. It's like, I'd be bored. I'd be so burnt out if I played games in my off time. They're off time games. He has a fucking mobile game in his off time. He can play other different games in his off time. Here's the thing though, for somebody who loves fighting games, he only plays fighting games on stream. He doesn't practice off stream. That's a very clear indicator that he doesn't like fighting games. He only views them as a moneymaker, because he doesn't practice ever. He just boots up and goes live and expects to win. This is fucking impossible with him. I fucking hate him. Jesus Christ. All right, let's wrap this up. We have like another 20 minutes.
Probably wouldn't even enjoy them anymore, right? So listen,
probably less.
There's just not much that I can do. If people are going to say, I'm not going to show up and watch Metaphor because...
Okay, hold a second. What is Mr. Rouse saying? You're a performer, dude. Whether it's an audience of 1 or 1 million, you still put out your best show. These people came and paid to see. Yes!
I don't like JRPGs.
Gotta wait till he gets back. Phil hasn't been banning anybody this stream because he's just been yapping the entire time.
You can come by and hang out with me, and we can have fun conversation, and we can have a chill atmosphere and vibe, even if you don't like the game. We've done that with many games before. A lot of people didn't like Minecraft, but they loved the Minecraft streams. A lot of people...
This is also really, really weird considering he just said he dropped Final Fantasy because people were talking about something else and having a good time talking about something else, or relaxing and talking about something else completely irrelevant to the game. But that was the reason he dropped Final Fantasy VII. He's like, everybody was talking about sports or whatever, but like they weren't talking about the game. And then now he's just saying, oh, you can talk about things other than the game. Like, dude, make up your fucking mind.
People don't like Microsoft Flight Simulator, but they enjoy relaxing with me when I do those streams. But for some reason, when it's a JRPG, people won't show up. I've tried again and again, and I'm sorry, I can't take the blame for the fact that I work my butt off trying to make these work, and people still won't show up.
Yes, you can! You're boring as fuck and toxic as fuck. That's total. This is your fault that you're in this position. The only reason why people even watch you is to make fun of you. You have so few little fans left. I can count them on one fucking hand. Like, there's nothing left here. Like, you want to try to, okay, I'm going to actually steal a meme right here. But like, he wants to try to fucking like, I don't know. He wants to like do his own resurgence or whatever about like doing everything for us. Like, oh, I'm doing a resurgence. I'm like, my reputation is coming back. It's like, he wants to try to reconstruct stuff. Reconstruct what? There's nothing left. Jesus Christ. Oh, God. Like, he's like, he's like, yeah, I did my best. Like, you didn't do fucking shit. There's so many more things you could have done, and you fucking did nothing. Jesus Christ.
So it sucks, but here's why this is number 1 on the list. Even after a year of RPG burnout and me staying away from RPGs, I gave this one a shot and it still failed. And a lot of people have said this in the chat recently. I remember it was Sarah earlier.
Totally.
That said, so does this mean that you can't play RPGs anymore? I don't know. I legit don't know. Is that what it means?
There's more saying that the audience is disappointing rather than the game.
From RPGs and enjoying them, that I just can't play RPGs anymore? Maybe. I don't know what else to say. I wish that it wasn't the case. I wish that I had the freedom to play whatever I wanted. But the truth is, folks, here's the truth. All right,
you wouldn't burn out of games if you wanted to play it as much as you're saying you did. You would burn out is from doing stuff you don't want to do. I would disagree with this. You can burn out from doing the things that you want to do if you're doing too much of it to the exclusion of everything else. You need to do other things. As much as I love playing Warframe and stuff like that, there was a time where I was just really wasn't feeling it and just was like I hated playing it for like a couple of weeks or whatever. So I just like try to do the bare minimum. And now it's like, oh, now I have more stuff to do. And I feel like Warframe 1999 kind of revitalized that. I might do like a small stream of games that like I've really, really liked, but I need to prepare for that, about like games that I have liked over the course of the year. I just had to remember what I played and everything else like that. But I will say, if I were to put like it as like one of my top games of the year, Warframe 1999 is one of my top games of the year. I will say that. I tend to drop Warframes for a few months every year or two. Yeah, exactly. But then you come back to it, it's like, oh, and you remember why you liked it. It's like that. It mostly comes down to me having to remember what specifically games like I have played for a long amount of time that I thoroughly enjoyed. I do know, I think the ones from last year that I remember really, really liking, that I played, like the ones I consider like probably my games of the year, just off the top of my head. I would say Stellar Blade would make it on the top 5 just because I can only I don't remember that many. So Stellar Blade would just be there basically by default as the number 5 spot, and then there'd also be Balatro, which I did stream. There's so many games I had to remember that I played. Oh yeah, Metaphor. It would be probably be Metaphor, Warframe 1999, Limbus Company, Kanto 7. And that Limbus Company Kanto 7 is kind of cheating because I have said before, and I'll say it again, and I will always say that Limbus Company as a game sucks, but the writing is actually really, really good, and that's the reason why I enjoyed Kanto 7 so much. Yeah, Limbus Company Kanto 7, Zenless Zone 0, all of it. What else was there that I played? Warframe 1999, obviously. I'm trying to think. Yeah, Stellar Blade is up there as well. Metaphor ReFantazio. Balatro is up there. There's a few things I have to double check. And Helldivers 2, that's up there too. But I can't really say, like, I played so few games last year that weren't just like playing the same grindy shit over and over again that I can barely remember what I actually did play. Let me see what I actually played last year, if I can actually pull this up. Recently installed. Recently what I played. Oh yeah, Hades 2 I played last year. Hollow Cure, the new update I played last year. Warhammer 40K kind of doesn't count because it came out long before that. Let's see. There's a lot that I installed. I would Shin Megami Tensei 5 kind of doesn't count either. And a lot of stuff I played last year but didn't come out last year. Like I could put down fucking like Ultra Kill, but Ultra Kill came out like what 3 years ago at this point. That kind of doesn't count. Geometry Wars, Date of the Diver. Total Artificial Dream in Arcadia also came out. I had to get back to that game, but still, yeah. Either way, yeah, I don't know.
Be real talk as we end this list. The pattern here this year, you didn't notice, is that I'm not free to just play whatever I want. Why? Because I'm not a million sub YouTuber. I don't have 1,000 viewers plus on my streams. I don't have the amount of attention and popularity. I'm not beloved by everyone on the internet. And because of that, I have to pick and choose what I play, the things that you want to see, and things that will work for my streams. You get that, right?
Give it a shot. No, you didn't get the demo shot. You just get a demo shot. The demo is the full game. I had to emphasize that a lot of people really don't understand about this with Metaphor. The demo is the full game. It's just the opening. It's just like the opening couple hours of the full game. It's basically the tutorial of the full game.
Business. And it's funny because some people like to pin, well, it's your fault. It's my fault. Well, I don't know what else to say. I am.
Phil, you're not a victim.
You want me to change who I am? Would you like me to be fake? Would you like me to be an actor for streams? A character? A cartoon? Should I dress up with a vest and sunglasses and a big fake wig and a stupid mustache and yell like I'm a G.I. Joe character from the 1980s?
Jesus, what the fuck, dude? Like, he's still, like, other content creators live rent-free in his fucking head. He, like, Jesus, like, this is literally just him making, like, trying to, like, taking a really quick jab at fucking, like, Dr. Disrespect for no fucking reason. He's like, you guys, like, the thing is, at least with Guy, he actually enjoys what he fucking does. Like, he's like, oh, like, should I be fake or whatever and try to pretend to enjoy one? Like, I don't know. You should probably try to find a different job if you actually hate this one so fucking much. I think you have a Dread Delusion overall. Yeah, you told me about that one. That was pretty good too. I should get that one. I really should. I told a friend about that though, and I also told them about Lunacid. So hopefully they enjoyed that one. But I had to get Dread Delusion when I have a bit more money at least. Oh yeah, this is the most ridiculous contest I've ever seen. Basically, counted the least supported games. I'm going to remind you of it.
Could I dye my hair blue and do dabbing and dancing around and try to get trick shots in Fortnite? I mean, I could do that, but then I wouldn't be me.
Dude, your performer, if you perform something that your audience may not often like, you have to perform it well enough to convince them. You have to sell it. Exactly, yeah. Like the people in his chat that are actually giving like actual constructive criticism, or he's just fucking ignoring. It's like, yeah, I could do that, but it wouldn't be me. So what what you're basically saying is that Phil, who you are, is basically an old curmudgeon who fucking hates everything and can't find enjoyment in anything that he plays. And the only reason that they like haven't given up this far is because people keep giving you money to watch the monkey dance. Did DSP just make a jab at Ninja? No, he made a jab at Dr. Disrespect. Because that is what Dr. Disrespect does. I think Dr. Disrespect plays a lot of Fortnite too. But yeah, he's like he basically makes jabs at other more successful content creators all the fucking time. It's just like what he does. Like he'll make jabs at Mr. Beast, because that's an easy target these days. But he made a jab at Mr. Beast as well sometimes. But he made a jab at Dr. Disrespect because he's like, yeah, basically with what he said. With the vest, because he wears a vest sometimes, with the vest, wig, fake beard, and sunglasses. That is Dr. Disrespect. It is specifically Dr. Disrespect that he's making fun of. But still, it's like, yeah, like he's just making jab at other content creators who actually play a character while they're on stream in order to entertain people. And I will say this, like, even though okay, this is kind of a weird thing to say, but as far as what I do, the model is really just a mask to conserve my anonymity. Who I am on stream is basically who I am off stream. I am pretty much the same person. I am just more quiet. That's really it. The only difference is I'm more quiet on off stream. I'm also not as vulgar off stream. That's about it. Like, I'm not going to go around shouting my fucking head off at work. That's really the only difference, is that I'm just louder. That's about it. But I do know other content creators go full in on putting on an act for their audience. You can call it kayfabe, or you can just call it whatever you want. And it's not just the corporate VTubers who do this. It's literally every content creator will put on some kind of act for their audience, whether it is to accentuate certain parts of their personality or to play a different character altogether. Like I said, for me, I accentuate basically my I don't want to say anger. I really don't, because I'm not angry all the time. It's more or less just accentuate my passion. Because I will say that I'm not necessarily angry all the time, but I'm definitely passionate most of the time. If you were to meet me in real life, you would think that I am emotionally dead inside. Whereas how I am on stream, I am very much not that. Like, I'm very much more emotionally animated when I am on stream. And this isn't just because it's more of an emotional outlet for me that's easier for me to do it that way. It's also just because I feel it puts on a better show. Like, I legitimately act this way because I feel it is more entertaining than me just sitting here and talking like this in a deadpan voice very quickly as if you're speaking with me over the phone, and I really want you off the phone to stop bothering me and let me get on with my day of entering in certain things that have been mailed into our offices at the ass crack of dawn. That's about it. IRL, I am actually not going to I am not actually a cat. Exactly. But yeah, so it's just like that. Like, he feels he wants to be genuine, but at the same time, he says for the first 10 years of his career, he wasn't genuine, which is really fucking weird to say. Because I had to pretend to be basically a very basically a sexually deviant individual in order to entertain an audience of children. That's legitimately what he has said before. The reason why he basically has the mentality of a child when involving anything sexual, when he was years ago when he was doing that, it's because I was making jokes to entertain an audience. He goes what fucking kids are entertained by you just shouting, "Let me squeeze her titties," or some stupid shit. I mean, I don't know, you could talk to Bao's audience about that, maybe Shia Lily's audience about that, but that isn't really them putting on an act. They really are just that. Legitimately, I don't really think they are not that. I've heard Bao speak about Wolfman way too many times to not believe she really is down bad for those furries. It's kind of undeniable. You cannot call that an act.
You cannot call that an act. I'm not really shaming. It's just people like what they're gonna like, and in order to make that kind of thing more entertaining and to get across to your audience a bit more, you actually have to, I don't know, you have to fucking like be a bit more animated about it, and that's not a problem. That's not a crime. That's nothing wrong. That's just how the content creation works. Like. You kind of had to turn off. You kind of had to turn off your limiters when you're live in front of a camera for people to entertain them. Not necessarily entirely, but to some degree. Like, I don't know. Like, I will say this. I also say this. Like, sometimes when I'm watching Phil in general for these streams, not today because I actually have somewhere to go this afternoon, is that I will sometimes be drinking just because he makes me angry enough that I feel like I have to drink in order to get the shit done. But still, like this entire fucking list is fucking dented as hell.
Understand? I wouldn't be original. I wouldn't have been here for 16 years. I would have been just another Muppet. And that's what I never.
You are. Give me a second. We're gonna go on a little field trip. There you go.
Last year when I
Where is it?
drugs you can get, random amount of money. Fuck this game. This game sucks. I'm
yeah,
not gonna
okay,
waste
easy.
time on this fucking game.
You can
When
hear
there's
it, I just need to
no
actually
way to
finish
win.
it.
I'd have to
Finish it,
literally
finish it,
waste
finish
like 10 hours to get enough money to finish this game.
I had to fix things. Give me a minute. So let's see. Let's see. Stop capture.
This game is a piece of shit. Here. 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 See this fucking piece of shit? This disc? You see this fucking piece of garbage disc? Fuck it. It's gonna stay back there forever. I'm never fucking picking it up again. Don't ever ask me to play that fucking game again. That's the worst fucking game. That game is way worse than Revolution 60. Seriously. Because Revolution 60 is boring as fuck, but you can advance in it. You don't feel like you're wasting your time, right? You'll fall asleep playing it, but at least you'll get to play it. This game you can't even fucking play. You gotta waste your time with grinding bullshit. I looked at my channel performance and it made no sense. It told me that there was a spike in advertisement from like, October, November, December, that it went down slightly in January, which you always expect. And then in February, when
this is
typically
why El
ad
Crimson
revenue
King,
goes
by
back
the way.
up,
El
it
Crimson King
plummeted.
made
It
a
went
puppet
half.
of Phil.
So it
And
was
the
already
puppet
down in
is
January, then it
infinitely
went
more
down
entertaining
by
than Phil has ever been.
4% in February. Which meant, with that amount of money being made, I couldn't pay my bills.
It is so
all right?
good.
Of course, what I want to do. I want to do a cartwheel. This sucks.
Outside of all that, I really don't have much else to say, and I do want to get started here with Horizon. So all I'll do is really quickly run through a couple plugs. And by the way, I really need your help, everyone. It is the final day of February, if you're not aware. All right. So anything that you could do to help me out right now is appreciated, because according to everything I'm looking at, my ad revenue or my money earned on YouTube this month is abysmal.
I think I get the idea. So give me a second. I'm gonna fix that real quick. So I'm gonna put some scenes real quick.
All right, back.
I don't know what else to say. I am who I am. Do you want me to change who I am? Would you like me to be fake?
We're back to this. We're back to this shit.
Streams, a character, a cartoon. Should I dress up with a vest and sunglasses and a big fake wig and a stupid mustache and yell like I'm a G.I. Joe character from the 1980s? Should I dye my hair blue and do dabbing and dancing around and try to get trick shots in Fortnite?
Okay, no, that was the okay. Yeah, you're right, Aubrey. That was a jab at Ninja. So he took a jab at Dr. Disrespect and took a jab at Ninja.
I mean, I could do that, but then I wouldn't be me. You understand? I wouldn't be original. I wouldn't have been here for 16 years. I would have been just another Muppet. And that's what I never wanted to be.
You are a fucking Muppet, though. We just saw that.
And when I play games like that, like Metaphor, I feel like a different side of me comes out because I truly have passion for games like that. And you would hope that that comes through.
Nemesis, Phil should die is here. I mean, you did need the last two words there. I'm fine with just Phil should die, but still. We'll be more a showman like Triple P or PPP, whatever the fuck is. I actually don't know what the fuck his name is. He goes. It's one of the co-hosts of Kino Casino who goes by the name of whose name is Ashton.
What I'm noticing is that people don't seem to care anymore. Just being honest, you know, people are missing some of the best games and playthroughs that I can do because they just don't care. You know, and there's nothing I can do to make people on the internet like me more.
Makes that or Ninja makes it exactly.
Level of negativity and hatred towards me. That's
or Queso. Queso is also. I don't watch Queso streams because I realize they're not my thing, but I will say that Queso is entertaining.
The WWE Champions thing, the Phil's scammer and horrible towards his audience thing. All these things were picked apart, microanalyzed, put under the microscope, and it was exposed that none of these things are true. Or
yes, it fucking was. What is this? Like, we had the June the King documentary where it actually is irrefutable proof that he had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a fucking mobile game while crying poor. He spent tens of thousands of dollars on a mobile game while saying that, well, basically saying that he wanted to go visit his parents before they died. Like, he basically said he lied that his parents were dying so that he could go have his sham fucking marriage back in Connecticut. And by the way, his parents are fucking fine. His dad's healthier than he is. Like, he lied about his parents being on death's door. He lied about his house nearly being foreclosed upon. He lied about like needing any sort of funds for anything just because he wanted to play a goddamn mobile game. And it was proven on his fucking bankruptcy statement that he spent that much money there. And then we also got the fucking bank leaks, which also proved that beyond the shadow of a doubt, that he has spent way too much money on Apple iTunes gift cards, on Google Pay or whatever the fuck it is, or PayPal transactions, all for this fucking mobile game. And he declared bankruptcy over it. Like, Jesus Christ. Does Dr. Disrespect even stream after this point? Yes, he does. He does. I don't think he has much of an audience anymore, but he does. I don't think he ever really stopped. Still, he's like, yeah, it was all poor. Like, I will say, Phil is under the impression that we care about where his money goes. No, we really fucking don't. We think he goes to spend it in really fucking stupid ways. Like when he does brag about the money that he spent. The problem is about how he gets the money. He's like, oh, nobody cares about what Phil spends his money on. Yeah, you're right. We don't. We care about how he got the money. We care about the fact that he lied to people in order to get the money. We care about the fact that he basically lied to mentally challenge people to get the money. And this is not like me being mean to his audience. It's actually the truth. There are people in his audience who are either severely autistic, like have severe like other mental disabilities, or both. And they give a lot of money to Phil. Like, there is something very wrong with people like Iron Chest Akai or OIC, and even fucking Jade, who has like some sort of like congenital cerebral disorder that basically renders him like basically unable to do anything. He's like stuck to a wheelchair for the rest of his life. And they all give Phil money. And he like isn't grateful for that in the slightest. Like that's what people have a problem with. The fact that he lies so often to get this money, and then spends it on whatever he wants. Like, we don't like if somebody gave me like $100 like today, like for whatever reason, if I took like $100 a day, like it'd be like, okay, well, I mean, thanks for the money, but like you're not really entitled to ask me how I'm going to spend it. But if I were to say, and this is a real thing that's happening right now, if I were to say, hey guys, I need new tires on my car, and I legitimately do need tires on my car. If you guys could help me out so I could, afford some new tires on my car, that'd be really great. And then I go and bought like another fucking Dakimakura with the tire money, you'd be pissed.
Like straight up, you'd be fucking angry. But if you gave me the tire money and I actually use it to buy new tires, I'd like, you'd be happy and I'd be even happier. So that's how this shit works. But if somebody just gives me money just for existing, they don't really have a say on how I spend it. Although I would probably spend it on tires. Still, like that's the thing. Like nobody cares about how a content creator spends their money unless they lie about what they're going to be spending the money on. And Phil has done that several times. Like he lied about needing the money to go visit his parents because his mom paid for the flight. And she also paid for his taxes. He lied about needing the money, so he then lied about needing money for the taxes. He lied about needing the money for his mortgage. He lied about needing the money for fucking anything because he just ends up buying fucking DoorDash and Hogan's with it.
If some of them have a nugget of truth, it's nothing to the extent where someone should hate on me and not like Darkside Phil and hate his guts and start a hate campaign against him. These are obsessed, very, very unhinged individuals who are looking to do this kind of stuff to me. My reputation, right? My business, hurting it, saying awful things that aren't true about me on a daily basis. We all know this.
Phil, we use your own streams as evidence against you. That like it's like, oh, like they lie about me all the time. It's like, at what point have we lied? Like there's really nothing we've lied about if we're actually using your own streams to point out the things that you yourself has said. It's like, oh, but that was a lie. So if that was a lie, then that means you were lying. Like, because we're not lying. Like what you say on your own streams is like a factual record of something you have said. If you say that what we present is false and slanderous, that means you are lying about yourself.
So I can't make those people go away. All I can do is do what I can to persevere through it and continue to make content and not give up. And that's what I've done for 16 years. And I'm not going to stop doing that, okay? But definitely...
Because you have no shame and you have nothing else.
That sadly, I can't just play whatever I want. There was a time when I could. You know, my early days as a YouTuber, I could pick any game out of a hat. It could be the worst game, the best game, somewhere in between, a game you've heard of, a game you've never heard of, an indie game, a big AAA game.
How do you bring this up every 5 minutes? Just live your life. Thank you, Mixolicious.
And I could get an audience for it. And then all the...
It's the I'm Star 4. Wasn't this about a video game, Liz? Phil just beat his audience over the head with an aluminum bat for the past hour and a half. I think I heard this in the podcast this morning.
Against me. This is how you don't play movement, the toxic troll movement, all this shit, the SOK, all these idiots that do it today. They have killed any kind of chance that I could have a following that just likes to watch me play whatever. It will never happen. Do you understand that? People like me, but they like me in context. They like me when I'm playing a FromSoft game and I'm failing and raging, or I'm overcoming challenge. They like...
No, they don't fucking watch you because of that. Jesus Christ. Okay, I also have to say this. Phil is one of the most tame hate dumbs in existence. Like there are other locales which have hate dumbs surrounding them, which are far worse. Phil gets off easy. Phil gets off real fucking easy because he hasn't had his entire... You're gonna go to sleep? Okay, good. We're almost done anyway. I gotta go leave soon. But he doesn't have the kind of hate dumb that someone like Chris Chan does, or someone like Wings of Redemption does, or like any of these other like locals do, whose lives have legitimately been ruined because of them. All people do to Phil is point and laugh. Like, because we know that he ruins his own life. He doesn't need help from us to ruin his life. Like, he's already doing that. So, like, he gets off easy compared to pretty much everything else. He likes to act like he's like one of the most abused people on the internet. It's like, no, that's probably Christian Weston Chandler, who's probably one of the most abused people on the internet. Like, they're probably the most abused person that exists on the internet, at least right now. But still, like, and even more successful content creators have a much more vitriolic hate dumb against them than anything else. Calliope Mori is a great example of that too. She's very popular. I'm still a fan of her, even though I don't listen to her music all that often anymore and don't watch her streams all that often because I'm fucking busy. But still, like, I still look up to her and everything that she has accomplished. I think she's a very good like role model and something that I aspire to. People still hate her. Many more people still hate her than Phil. Many people have tried to do worse to her than they tried to do to Phil. Just because she exists. Phil gets off easy compared to everybody. And he doesn't get that. He has to be the victim, and he has to be the victimist victim every time.
Like me playing a fighting game where I'm kicking butt, but also kind of talking trash. They like me when I'm playing Call of Duty and I'm getting kill streaks, but then I fuck up and it's hilarious when I die and I make a big mistake. They like me when I'm playing a big action game or an epic story game that's a AAA game because they want to see my take on that.
No, they
Most
don't,
people
because your
today
takes are always
just don't
dog
like me
shit.
Playing RPGs because they don't care about the niche. They don't care about the true passion of Phil. They just don't like me that much. And there's nothing I can do about that.
Do you think the blame your audience for not viewing and donating to your videos will just continue the people meeting against you? Yes, it does. I'm doing it right now.
And to pretend to be someone I'm not. And I refuse to do that. I'm not going to be someone who I'm not and put on a persona and put on an outfit and put on a voice or an affectation and dress a certain way and get sponsors and partnerships and kiss butt and be the goody two shoes. Or on the flip side of that, be the hateful, mean person and always rag on people and be the drama asshole. I'm not going to do any of that.
You do that anyway.
If anything, I've proven I can be successful just being me. But
No, you
sadly,
can't.
I have to make smart decisions for
You
myself.
fucking
and my family.
can't.
This is not a joke. This is a business that needs to be run in a way that I'm putting out content that people
Your
want.
business is a fucking
The
joke.
idea of a job is that you put in work to create a product or output that people will then consume and purchase for monetary means, and then you can make a living doing it. Then I have to make content people want to consume. People, sadly, don't want to consume RPG content. So I can't make it. Now, I'm not saying I'm never going to play an RPG ever again.
That's your job as a content creator. Make them care. If you have that passion, that love for whatever it is, bring it to people and show them. Let's see. And then let's see what else here. Prove you can be successful, but just by doing, you literally said you couldn't sell RPGs well enough to your audio audience, dude. Come on.
Consume that content on this channel. There's plenty of people out there who play RPGs, but they're known for it, right? That's their forte. That's a niche of theirs. They're a specialist at it. So they can play RPGs and they bring in the views and bring in the support, and that's great. But I'm a variety dude. People have come to know me to play a variety of content, and they like that. They're not coming by for the 100-hour playthrough. They're coming by for a 3-hour stream of fun multiplayer. They're coming by to see me make progress against a really tough boss or dungeon.
No, they're not. They're coming by to laugh at you.
That's really where I think my forte is at this point.
Yeah, someone's supposed to be that most creators would kill for. He does.
So
He really does, and he just fucking like squanders it.
if you have anything to say, please leave a comment on this video. I want to hear your opinion. But the truth is, I didn't fail RPGs. I love them. I try.
Okay, give me a second.
By far the lowest.
I had to check something real quick. What is it? Well, that's. I'm gonna. Like. Let's see. That's Raw Phil. I want to actually see his fucking actual channel real quick. Let's see. Because his channel is not Dark Side Phil. It's DSP Gaming, which is fucking stupid as hell. I will say the logo is kind of nice because it's a crown. It's supposed to look like a crown, but it actually is an upside down Nintendo 64 controller. Like whoever designed that logo, like, did a decent job. But I have a feeling he just had a template done for him. So give me a second. Videos. Okay, so let's see. First, okay, so let me take a look here. See, he also has the daily wrap, which I'm not going to do. That's 6 minutes long. Okay, that's like 6 minutes long, which is done. Daily wrap got 250 views. His first part for his year-end show got 1.3 thousand views, which is fucking terrible for his thing. And I'm going to read some of the comments. I'm not going to actually show the comments, but I am going to read them. I think the main issue with your stream is running into that there is a gigantic gulf between your viewer base and your support base. So you can say your audience is saw 300, 700 so viewers that are going to show up for most streams, but 98% of their financial support comes from 3 or few that seem to randomly donate hundreds of dollars for no rhyme or reason. Yeah. As a result, your stream, what you stream and what you play week to week ends up being dictated by a tiny fraction of your audience who don't actually care about what the gains happen to support. This creates a lot of disgruntled viewers who feel tossed aside simply because they can't drop hundreds of dollars on your stream every night, like these select individuals. And I think it's putting on an artificial ceiling on the reach of your channel and your audience size. It causes you to miss out on great gains and gains that make a big splash culturally simply because the few nights you try them, a whale doesn't happen to show up and single-handedly support the stream. A good recent example for that, I think, is Marvel Rivals. The game is massively popular and a huge hit. Even now, on a random Sunday, is number 4 on all of Steam with over 170,000 players currently online. Yet you banished it from the rotation simply because one of those 3 to 4 whales didn't show up and drop a ton of money the last time you played it. Fast forward to 2 nights later, when you were playing Killer Frequency. Not a bad game by any means, but I don't think anyone believes a year-old indie game is going to be setting the stream on fire. The chat was mostly bored and disengaged for a majority of the time that night. Yet because Iron Chef Sakai decided to randomly show up and drop hundreds of dollars all of a sudden, the conclusion is that Killer Frequency is popular and healthy for the stream, and a game like Marvel Rivals is not. All because one person happened to show up for one and not the other. Of course, when you really look at the situation and analyze it, Killing Frequency is in no way, shape, or form as popular as Marvel Rivals. But because you're so beholden to the select few donors, one is able to convince you to drop the far more popular game and to dictate what hundreds of other viewers get to watch. I understand in the short term, this is how you make a living, and it seems foolish not follow the money, but you had to make a concerted effort to break away from depending on just not a few people to be so quick to drop more popular games, just because an Iron Chef Sakai doesn't drop in on every single stream. It could be tough in the short term, but diversifying where your support comes from would be far more healthy for the stream in the long term, and I think will allow you to start attracting a more diverse audience, which in turn will allow you to play a more diverse set of games. Very good advice. Iron Chef Sakai was not around during the entire RPG Overlord arc for most of the year. Marvel Rivals failed during the beta summer and the full release. It's very easy to seem like you're smarter than everyone else when only select points of data back out the point you're trying to make. If you don't follow that games that make you money, I won't be able to play games for a living. I will never outgrow the limitation of because of my massive hater base that will never go away, because YouTube allows to illegally monetize their flander and labeled what? He was drunk. He was fucking drunk. Hold on a second. Oh god, fuck you a second. I really have to find an easier way to do this fucking thing. Let's see. Oh god. I have to give me a second. I have to let's see. I'm just keep it on studio mode the entire time. And then let's go desktop catcher, and then sources, and then boop. Let's see, catcher, and there we go. All right, yeah, there we go. There we go. Flander and Live towards me. There are enough mentally stunted people who watch YouTube and enjoy that kind of content. This is all going over odd notes, but please continue to act like I'm the problem. Be sure to monetize this somehow for maximum benefit. Let's see. Cancel. Please stop getting mad at people when they make solid points and only speak this to benefit and notice what they may be blind to. It's constructive criticism is not a full assault from someone who here to feel smarter than you. Are misjudging this content. Let's see. Please take what people say into consideration and maybe for once stop thinking about you're the only one who is correct. You aren't the only person on this planet. He's probably blocked me already, but still I'm gonna make a comment anyway. No, I'm not gonna do that. Let's see. What am I doing? What's going on? Hello, hello, Kevin Dutchman. I actually recognize you. You're from Amiga streams, but how are you doing? I was just going over Phil's list, and I'm actually reading the comments from his stupid fucking part. So basically this dude right here, Colin Anthony 2011, actually gave him a really, really good set of suggestions on how to improve his streams. They're basically saying that like you shouldn't rely on one whale to determine whether or not a game stays successful on the stream. And then his response is basically, it allows to illegally monetize their flander. Like, no, like, and also I'm pretty sure he has to be blocked, but I'm going to say this anyway. I should just say kill yourself now. I should. I'm not gonna do that. But if he actually bothers to read this shit, but no, I think he approved it just to say that shit. Oh, let's see. I think you just say that just to do that, but whatever. Yeah. God damn it. Well, okay. There you go. I'm just gonna leave that there. Let's see. You went over that on the DSP bingo. I don't know if you saw this. But OSC Jinx saw this comment. I got cut by it just like DSP did. Lovely stuff. Okay, yeah. I was surprised he didn't delete the comment, but I guess now he can't anymore because all the trash are basically documented the heck out of it. Yeah, I unfortunately missed bingo cam and Dutch because I was doing this today. I normally don't stream during the day, by the way. This is a rarity to me because I actually watch King Jad's bingo when I'm at work. Because usually I live on the east coast of US, so whenever he starts, which is 2 p.m. my time, is when I'm winding down from work. I have about 2.5 hours before I'm able to go home, which is basically how long Jad streams last for. So basically, Jad helps to get through my post-lunch work day when he's live. So I didn't watch Jad today because apparently inclement weather meant that my building was shut down, even though the weather was not that bad. So I decided to watch all this stuff because I was originally going to watch Iviga stream it. But he had so many issues last night that he ended up not streaming it, or he ended up only doing like about maybe like a quarter of it. So I decided, well, I might as well do it. And then yeah, his rant at the end of Metaphor is just fucking insane. Jad Vigos is in the union because I'm in the union. It makes sense. Yeah. But no, like, you know, I listen to Jad with one earphone in and the other one listening to phone calls because sometimes I have to work in office, and even then still people are still calling in so I have to field questions like that. But yeah, this comment is fucking ridiculous. Yeah. Path of Exile is literally the opposite of demanding attention and being on your toes unless it's a boss fight. Yeah, exactly. Like basically any sort of game like that is just grinding shit. It's like, I don't know. I don't really agree with the common opinion on Path of Exile 2, Dogma 2, and Veilguard. Didn't even play this titles long enough to finish them or give them a proper review. Exactly. I'm not, yeah. Keep up the good work. Personally, like mostly play through the years. So the interesting take, play Devil's Advocate, and literally some of the ways but it overlooks some key realities of running a successful stream. First, streamers are not simply entertainers. They are entrepreneurs running a business. Decision to prioritize a game like Killer Frequency over Marvel Rivals isn't as simple as comparing the raw numbers and assuming one person's donation dictates the entire strategy. Instead, it's based on a blend of business acumen and understanding the dynamics of audience engagement. Marvel Rivals may boost over 170,000 current players. That statistic means very little when it comes to how a game performs on an individual stream. Popularity in the broader community doesn't automatically translate to success on a specific channel. It does not. I will agree with that, but in terms of Phil, who has to chase popularity in order to maintain his audience, it kind of does. But the thing is, he also had to do what his audience wants in order to actually maintain success. The reason why Marvel Rivals failed on Phil's channel isn't because Marvel Rivals didn't gain traction with his audience. It's because he failed to do the things that his audience wanted to do within Marvel Rivals. And I will say this, the way, like, I will say that, like, I don't do a whole lot of detractor content on my Twitch channel. I mostly, once I actually get to YouTube, I'll probably migrate to YouTube and mostly do most of my content there, including the detractor stuff. But the way that I tend to make, like, flavor my content, because everybody has their own flavor of detractor content that they will try to sell you. Piece of Peace is like overly toxic and very, very vehement in his toxicity whenever he watches Phil, which is good for some people. It definitely isn't for me. I have stopped watching Piece of Peace because I don't really like his presentation, but that is just me. I appreciate what he does and I appreciate Jasper's Angels, but his content is not for me. And then you have certain other people who just do certain things, do different things a certain way. I would say my content is a mix of the standard toxicity you see most people have, but also with more of an analytical side from a content creator's perspective. The closest thing I can compare myself to for somebody else who is a bit more established, even though they haven't done much, is basically Fantastic Mr. Sam. Because Sam knows a bit about content creation and would talk about the ins and outs of content creation and look at Phil's output from a business perspective, not necessarily from the perspective of like a personality, because obviously Sam does not like Phil. Like, that is very clear. But he always tries to look at things a bit more a bit more impersonally. Like, his feelings from Phil divorced from how Phil presents his content, which is what I want to do as well. Like, I think Phil as a content creator is a very good negative example. My own feelings for Phil aside, I fucking hate the man. I try to look at what he does as a content creator, realize what he's doing wrong, try to think about why he's doing it wrong, and then also try to discuss about what you could possibly do in order to improve the content. Knowing it's Phil, he will not do this, but it serves as a good lesson for anybody else who is a fledgling content creator on how to handle things like public responses, which is one thing a lot of content creators need to fucking learn how to do. They are really bad at PR. Handling PR, dealing with a negative element within your community, which Phil does all the time, also very poorly, or in terms of like what kind of things you should be seeking in order to upgrade your equipment, or what kind of things you should be doing in order to improve the experience for your viewers. Phil makes zero consideration for his viewers at all times, because to Phil, if it's a good experience for him, it's a good experience for everybody else, which is why he uses a fucking TV instead of a widescreen, instead of like an ultra wide monitor for all of his streams. Let's see. Oh, this comment caught OIC as collateral damage, cutting too deep at the price run. Yeah, he made it. Yeah, the comments about Iron Chef Sakai too. But yeah, Ryan does the same thing. I'm not sure what OIC actually said. I might have to rewatch Bingo at some point. But I had to get I legitimately actually had to leave and get a haircut in about 20 minutes. So we're just gonna wrap up Phil's thing. But yeah, so this is the comment that was on Phil's thing, because I wanted to look at all the comments that he had, and then let's take a look at this stuff here.
Hello.
Also, yeah, you can see him like fucking hitting the play button. Also, okay, you're a great content creator, and some people like a great stealth game like myself. That's just opinion. Like, for example, on getting all the camos and multiplaying for guns and food. I agree that the channel isn't really suited for long hour plus RPGs, because we'll play in the future. Shut up. Let's see. Start the embassy collection. More like playing the chat recently, no matter the game, I had seen in other communities. The fans in the chat starting to take over the stream, and they all had their gimmicks and personalities and want to be constantly acknowledged. They are now conditioned to constantly playing new games that you do not want to finish. The games they seem to like you more, like you talking more than anything. The future is for you to transition away from gaming. Let's see. Phil, plenty of people wanted. Okay. Choreography made 2 comments. I'm guessing. Let's see. Oh yeah, plenty of people wanted you to play RPGs. No part of wanting to watch you play a game is a promise for support. Everyone, and you most of all, know that people have many supporters and depend on bigger contributions from fewer people to make their living. That's why it's inconsistent. It's nothing to do with X genre game. You stop holding games hostage and figure out a better way to run this. Let's see. I think 25 might be the perfect year for you to try and get the real temperature on whether JRPGs might be viable for the business. 25 is an odd year where the glut of JRPGs are coming out, but most of them are either remakes or remasters, low impact stuff, and they're interspersed throughout the year. The first Legends of Heroes Trails in the Sky game, we're giving you some suggestions, but whatever. Let's see. So these are the unironic dents. Yeah, some of them are. No feelings on Like a Dragon Infinite. Well, I just see the story reminding me of Yakuza the gameplay is fun. I find it really funny, by the way, that he put Like a Dragon Infinite well so high on its disappointing gains here, because at the beginning of that game he literally went on the most infamous fucking rant of like the past 5 years, where he told King B. Cruel to eat shit out of his ass with a spoon. We got the spoon rant. Eat it. Let me send you a spoon. Give me your mailing address so I can send you a spoon. Yeah, we got that rant out of Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, and that was because he had related so hard to the protagonist. But then again, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth is also the game where we got the cat rage quit. the very rare, ultra rare SSR, baby. 5, 6, 7 star even. Rage quit cat. Like, yeah, the rage quitting cat where she just fucking left in the middle of a stream. Like, their idea of co-op was so funny, where it's like, yeah, you play the game and I'll sit here and read chat, honey. Like, no. Like, it was so good. Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna go back to what is it? Go back to my my video. So give me a minute. Boop. All right, let's see. Yep.
Tried to play a lot of them this year. Not a single one worked. Not even the ones that I toughed through, like Baldur's Gate 3.
That's frustrating. Yeah, exactly.
Well, none of them work. So there's not much I can do about that. The truth is, I'm now being pulled in a lot of directions, right? I'm being told, play these indie games over here you've never played before because now you have a gaming PC. Play these old games you've already played, but now play them with mods because you have a gaming PC. Play AAA games because you have a gaming PC. Play all these things you would never do. And then I'm being asked, could you be involved in this project? Could you do this new type of show? Could you do this and that? I'm being pulled in a million directions. I'm actually in demand. That's a great thing. I'm not complaining in any.
Who the fuck is inviting him to these projects? I have a feeling that he's just lying about this shit. Like, who the fuck is inviting him? Like, he's like, oh, I had I had 2 other projects I was invited to besides the wrestling show. Fucking what? Fucking what? Like, Jesus Christ.
Any way, shape, or form, 2025 is stacking up to look like a great year for me. But I need to be smart about what I play and how I spend my time. Right now, the RPG situation ain't looking good. So I would love to see your comments on all of this. Leave a comment on the video after the fact. I promise you I'll give them all a read. I appreciate constructive feedback, but I need to know when literally half the list of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year were games that were RPGs that I was enjoying, but no one was engaging and supporting. That's an issue. Now, admittedly, some of them were. Dragon's Dogma 2, that literally was a stinker. But a lot of these games this year were games that I wish I could have continued with, but where was the audience? So I can't play games that no one shows up for. You understand that?
You can. You can if you just made them enjoyable. Like,
so I hope you understand the situation.
Okay. Cameron Dutchman, I feel like this is the first time I've actually seen you on my stream, my personal stream. So first of all, welcome. Secondly, I did stream Metaphor, the entirety of Metaphor. I locked it down as one of my favorite games of the year when I finished it. So like, you totally can just fucking play the game. It took me about 3 weeks, I believe, to stream all of Metaphor. That wasn't really me rushing through it. It took me like 60 hours to beat it, but still. Like, even though like I didn't have an audience, because I normally don't, I'm very, very small. Like, I had a bigger audience once upon a time, you guys. Like, no, I legitimately squandered my audience because I'm a toxic piece of shit. But still, like, back, like, I used, like, even when I did have an audience, I would just play whatever, something. I've actually been doing this for 5 years, believe it or not. I started back in late 2019. Like I played back then, I just played whatever the fuck I really wanted to, and I still do that now. And thank you for the follow very much. So back when I played that, back when I started out, I played this whatever the fuck. My first stream actually was I had played Let It Die. Honestly, I played Let It Die. That fucking like really weird ass live service game by Suda51. I played that. And then I eventually started playing like the Nier series. I played Nier Automata, I played Death Stranding, and a whole bunch of other shit that I like was on my to playlist just to get it out of the way, and I enjoyed it. Eventually I burnt myself out because I was doing 13-hour streams, and then I rolled it back a little bit, gained a bit of an audience by colliding with a bunch of people, then lost that audience because I ended up souring those people on my content, and now I just really don't involve those people at all, and I respect who they are, but I don't bring them up anymore because that's just who I am. It was like, if you want nothing to do with me, then I will never mention you again, and so I just don't. And then like now I'm back to this where it's like I'm just doing what I want. I'm having fun doing what I want. And so I played all of Metaphor, and I enjoyed all of Metaphor. The people who came to see me play Metaphor also enjoyed it. You can play whatever the fuck you want. As long as you are enjoying it, everybody's going to have a good time. But I said this in a super chat on That Being Said last week. Or a couple days ago, that Phil's enjoyment to games, and this also proves what he's been doing today, is so tied to how much money he gets from playing them that he cannot have fun unless a game like at least makes him $150. He just doesn't enjoy games anymore. I don't think he ever really did, but it's just an easy way for him to make money. Steve is calling. Yeah, I know. Like, it was several 13-hour streams, like 4 of them over the course of a week because it was COVID. So we were in lockdown, and I just played Death Stranding every day for at least 12 hours until I finished it. It was insane. That was not healthy. That was not a healthy time because I also wasn't eating. But still, his entire, like, you can play whatever you want and people will like it. I'm playing fucking El Shaddai and I'm enjoying it. Like, I have like I'm about halfway through that game, but it's only like 8 hours long. But still about halfway through it. I'm really liking it. And after that, I had to feel like I should get back to something else, but I'm not exactly sure what. Like, that's the thing. Like, my problem is that I really don't know what I want to play on stream, because if I just say I'll play Warframe, it's literally just going to be me cracking cabbages for like an hour and a half, and that's not really entertaining. So, I might go back to like something like Shin Megami Tensei Vengeance, which I left in the back burner, or some other games I left in the back burner, which I wanted to get back to, like Other Side. There's a bunch of shit that I've left unfinished that I want to play. Let's see. Then even if a game has brought in buku bucks in the past, it only takes a game bringing under 50 against, and it's on the child. Exactly, yeah. Like I have a feeling, like especially with something like this is kind of a conspiracy theory, but like the way that he did Stellar Blade, he wanted to make that game look as bad as possible when he played that. There is no doubt in my mind that he wanted to make that game look as bad as possible so that people could get off his back about playing it. I think he also did the same thing for Final Fantasy VII. Like not to that extreme, obviously. Not to that extreme, but with Final Fantasy VII, he knew that the Costa del Sol scene was going to come up with Tifa and Aerith in their swimsuits, and so he stalled for as long as fucking possible all that stupid card game to make it so that nobody wanted to see him play the game anymore, and so that he could justifiably drop the game. With Black Myth Wukong, it was. I don't think that was an unintentional drop where he dropped the game because it was a bad stream, but he also has a tendency of making games look as bad as possible when he really doesn't want to keep playing them, and he hopes that people stop paying for them. Like the entire reason, like even with Baldur's Gate 3, I said like he spent an ungodly long time to take turns. Like even just selecting one action for one character for his turns took a long time. And the reason he kept playing it was because he kept getting money for it. That was the only reason he kept playing it. And then he's like, Phil focuses on like the one example that somebody gives and kind of ignores the context for the example. Like, yeah, Iron Chef Sakai didn't exist until he started getting an audience from Kino Casino. Iron Chef Sakai was like, people say like, oh, Iron Chef Sakai it was like an OIC stock. We know that he's not. We've heard Ryan speak, and we've heard Iron Chef Sakai speak. They do not sound the same, and they do not have the same tone. Iron Chef Sakai was legitimately a Kino Casino dent who had started following Phil unironically. That is what he was. So yeah, he didn't exist before the Kino Casino stuff. And then once he was around, he became basically son of OIC. So the conspiracy theory, that's literally what's happening. Yeah. Like, but the conspiracy theory was that the conspiracy theory that I said was that basically he had done that with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth when that was back like people had like, their suspicions that he was doing that specifically with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth to avoid the Costa del Sol thing, and then it kind of got retroactively confirmed when he did the Stellar Blade playthrough as part of his or the Stellar Blade intro as part of his marathon. The one thing I will say, and I think there were some LARPers in the chat when they were saying this, and this is basically just like a me thing about this. When they were saying that like, oh, people wanted you to play the full game of Metaphor. They didn't want to just see the demo. I was like, yeah, they did. But the thing is, the demo is part of the full game. Like, doing any sort of research, and I know Phil's averse to research, and apparently so are the people in this chat. Metaphor ReFantazio starts off with that demo as its opener. It is basically the tutorial, and then they cut you loose with 3 days of free time. That actually, when you finish that part of the demo, when you do your 3 days, and then you get the full game, it picks up where you left off after those 3 days. Like that is legitimately part of the game. It is the opening tutorial and your first bit of actual gameplay. And so Phil did technically start playing Metaphor, but he didn't go into the rest of the game because he's like, oh, the demo was 14 hours long. No, the demo was like 4 to 6 hours long. 6 hours if you decide to do the little bonus dungeon for Brigitte. If you do the bonus dungeon for Brigitte, then it's 6 hours long. If you just do the main dungeon, it's 4. I know this because it took me 6 hours to do it. Like I actually had the VODs don't exist anymore because it's been so long, and Twitch doesn't keep the VODs. But the demo is 6 hours long at most. He managed to double that time by fucking stalling to allow the demo to be integrated into the base game experience like that. Yeah. You know what other game actually did that too? Kind of. It was Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade's demo is the intro to the game. It is up to the first true boss of the game, Abaddon. After you beat Abaddon, the demo ends. When you buy the full game, I'm not sure if progress saves over or not. I think it does. And even if it doesn't, you've already done that section, so it doesn't matter. I think, yeah, no, it does. It does say progress. It does say progress. So if you complete the demo of Stellar Blade, when you pick up the full game, it picks up where you left off after being the first boss. So that, like, you know, like, it's a good system to have. Like, you either drop them into a piece of content that's a bit further in the game so that you know, like, you know, this is what the full game is going to be like once you had a few, like, a little bit of experience under your belt, or the demo where it's just, here's the intro to the game. If you like the intro to our game, you'll like the rest of the game. It's a good system. And again, Phil played through the intro of Stellar Blade where the demo ends after the first boss fight and then dropped the game. Phil also did the same thing with Metaphor. But yeah, we're going to go on. We have like 10 minutes left of him doing this stuff. So
I'm in. Metaphor is my biggest regret because I want to play it this very moment. It's a great game. It looks amazing to me. And I can't invest 100 hours of my time to play it because no one would watch it.
1, Metaphor is 60. Shut the fuck up. And 2, you can play it. He's like, oh, I can't play this because like people don't want to watch it. Then fucking play it anyway. Like if you really want to do something, then fucking do it. Like, God, what the fuck game that there was one game that I had decided to play on a fucking whim one day. It was a Omnibus, I believe. It was Omnibus. And Omnibus is a fucking trip of a game. It is wild. Nobody on the fucking planet wanted to see Omnibus. Nobody on the planet wanted to play Omnibus. It's just fucking weird. But I played it on stream and I loved it. It was really fucking good. And I had a great time playing it because I was just having a great time. You could just play a game to enjoy a game. Also the frowny, the little frown.
Even after I played the demo and I announced I'm not going to play the final game, people were upset. But now he said, hey, Phil, just so you know, if you do decide to play the game, I'm going to show up and I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's what happened with Baldur's Gate 3. That's why I played it. But that didn't happen.
What?
It seems like it's a small group of people who want to see it, but then they don't show up. So there's not anything else I could do about it until we reassess. And I think 2025, we are maybe going to have to reassess everything. And it's sad. I don't want to have to, but that's reality. It's not a situation where I have control over
This sounds kind of like what Wings of Redemption says.
it. Because if I go ahead and I play the game and no one shows up and no one engages and no one supports and it kills the channel, I go out of business. I can't do that. Understand? And for those who do understand, thank you. If you don't understand, come back to me in 10, 15 years when you're an adult and you're actually trying to like run a business.
What the fuck? Hold on a second. What? Come back to me in 10, 15 years when you're an old bitch. I'm like, what? Like, I'm like 7 years younger than you, and I understand this shit more than you do. You've been doing this for 16 years. I've been doing this for fucking 4. I know more about the business of content creation than you fucking do. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up. like Jesus Christ. And I will, and like, to give to actually explain why and how I know more about this, despite the fact that I am not successful at all, is the fact that like for a long, like actually throughout all of my teenage years actually, and through like early college, I had wanted to be a content creator. I just didn't have the equipment to do it. And then once I got the equipment to do it, basically the window of opportunity for me to become a larger content creator had kind of gone by the wayside, and now the competition is much more fierce, and I had to adapt my strategy if I wanted to do it. But the thing is, I really don't want to do it anymore because I am way more comfortable in a different field of employment. I work as a civil servant for my local government, which is far more stable and honestly a bit more rewarding in terms of like monetarily speaking. Like if I were to do content creation, I would need a fucking manager because I cannot do anything. Like I fully admit that I have a really hard time sticking to things of my own volition. So I would need a manager to help me like keep track of things and actually keep myself doing things. It's tough. Like people say that content creation is like, oh, it's a fairly easy job. It is and it isn't. If you're doing it as a hobby, you can just do whatever the fuck you want to do. But if you're at the level that Phil says that he is, and he's not, by the way, he's at a hobby level. You have to really think about what you're doing, how you're doing it, and when and why. Like full-time content creation is like for every 1 hour of streaming, 4 hours is planning. You are working with sponsors. You are getting scripts. You are reciting those scripts. You are working with other content creators in order to create like unique experiences. You're researching games. You're researching market trends. You're doing all this shit behind the scenes that it becomes a job in and of itself. Because one thing that people don't really understand about content creation is that if you are truly independent, your job is basically you are an entertainer, you are a producer, you are an editor, you are a project manager all of these at once, which is a lot. You are doing the job of like, you are a brand. Yeah. And yeah, that's also the thing. You're a brand manager as well. Like by being a brand manager, that also means you also are doing contract negotiations too. Like you are doing the job of 5 different people. Like you are doing the job of an entire fucking marketing department for yourself. That is tough. Legitimately, that is very, very fucking difficult. Like, and Phil says like his job is hard. Phil's job, as he sees it, is just to be an actor. Like when he was with Machinima, he had a brand manager. He had that marketing department working with him, and he squandered that opportunity because he was just very difficult to work with. Like if he had actually worked with the Machinima.
Hi, honey.
Hi, honey. Hi, Kirby. We're coming up to the tail end of the stream because I actually had to leave in about like 20 minutes. But still, he had this opportunity to become a brand unto himself and to have all this sort of brand management help him out behind the scenes and make his content better. And he's like, nah, I don't want to do it. You're missing a Phil. You missed an entire Phil fucking stream. Don't worry though. I will be uploading this on my YouTube channel. My YouTube channel is just Ira. YouTube.com/ it's not /Ira, but I should actually link the YouTube channel here. Even though I don't really archive most of my things, I want to archive this. It was a 5-hour stream. It was a 5-hour stream. So to try to put way more effort into the restreams. Lover hate WPIG. The work ALT puts into the stream as well. Yeah, like he is like. I gotta like I said, I don't really like was it piece of pieces content, but I've looked at his streams and I look at the work he puts into things, like even just simple things like having like on the back end. If you've never looked at a window of OBS, there are probably so many fucking like sources that he has and widgets that he's running in order just to do the code black. Like, because you had to have like certain triggers working for different things to show different states of animation for that, for the code black. For ALT, he has several widgets running using the point system. Whereas like the WWE Champions pull, like that graphic that shows a randomized image, that's its own widget. He had to have that programmed. And like all the other shit that he has done. There's so much work that gets put into stuff. Even Jad, like you would think that Jad stuff is pretty simple, and it kind of is, but you know that the first time that Jad wanted to do a bingo stream, he was like, "Oh, what the fuck is happening here? I cannot do Jad's. I'm sorry, I can't do Jad's accent. But I'm not really good at Scottish accents. Like I'm good at my own Scottish accent, but Jad is this very, very specific like pitch and tone of voice that I cannot replicate it. I can only really do my own, which is like a very bad impression of a Scottish accent. But still, like it's there's so much work put into that. Just to have him click a panel and have it play Burger is a lot. To have the 5 in a row is a lot. There's so much shit that goes on behind the scenes of a stream like that, and Phil just doesn't do fucking any of it. They put in the work. Yeah, I don't like. I will say quite freely, like I don't really put in a whole lot of work. I know, like I would say, like I think Aviga will admit to this as well. Like he doesn't put in a whole lot of work. Most of his stuff is actually controlled by a Stream Deck. My stuff is controlled by hotkeys on a keyboard because I do not own a Stream Deck. I just have a keyboard. And sometimes I do like the random like Phil clicking around things to see if things work, but that's about it. Raw Phil for crying out makes an effort with doing stuff. Yeah, he does. He also is active in his chat, and he will like join Phil's lobbies for streaming and host his own like Street Fighter lobbies too. Like or Tekken lobbies, whatever the fuck. Like Raw Phil just does shit. Like he like all detractors do put in a whole lot of work to do things and make things work the way that they want things to work. Phil just doesn't. But yeah, we're gonna finish this up. Let's see.
Raise a family or support people, and then maybe you could understand where I'm coming from.
Hold on a second. What was this? Because it kind of interrupted.
You understand? Thank you. If you don't understand, come back to me in 10, 15 years when you're an adult and you're actually trying to like run a business or raise a family or support people, and then maybe you could understand where I'm coming from.
Okay. A few things about this. Phil says he has to support people. What the fuck does he support Kat for? Kat has her own job. She has her own income. Unless she actually is giving that income to Phil, he doesn't have to support her fucking anything. He just has to pay the mortgage to keep a roof over her head. I'm pretty sure she can buy her own food. That might be where most of her money goes anyway. Jasper, like who the fuck buys $200 worth of pet supplies every week? You buy like $50 worth of stuff every couple of weeks for a single cat? Like there's not much. What does his voice not match his face? Phil's, I don't know, but I also had the video sped up to 1.25 speed. So you're running a Live 2D studio, I assume? Yeah, yeah, that's way more effort than Phil is willing to put it. Yeah, this is, I will say, I always get it, I always, like, I have my own catchphrases, I will say this, I always say it. Like, I'll say this about this, my model that I got, because I got my model back before the big VTubing boom. So my model is a bit more restrictive and a bit more limited into what it can do. Like, I basically have like a few different toggles for different faces, like, give me a second. I can be angry, let's see, I can be like calm. I can be angry. Let me take a look here. I'm going to turn off studio mode so I can see my viewfinder more. So I can be angry. I can be normal. I have a bunch of other things. I can also bring my tail up or down, like all different things. A bunch of people have different toggles for different things. But mine is fairly limited in terms of the expressions that I can do. Like if you watch VTubers nowadays with the expressions they can do, the technology on rigging has advanced so much that that mine looks primitive by comparison. But I still like the model itself, so I don't want to update it. If I were to update it, it would just be like update the rigging to make it a bit more expressive. Yeah. Let's see. And like even then, like the people who like pay for models, stuff like that, they put a lot of effort into puppeting them. Like they'll just move around a bit more, like just do this while they're talking and they'll move back and forth. Like the people who actually puppet models move like Phil does. Unironically, if you put a live 2D thing in front of Phil, he would be an amazing VTuber because how often he how often he makes his bug-eyed expression, how often he changes his facial expressions, all this other shit. He would be an amazing VTuber because he'd just be he legitimately, he would be really good at puppeting the fucking thing. Like if you ever seen like a shot like a larger VTuber or whatever that are moving around, they move around like Phil does. That puppeteer the shit out of their model. Yeah, they do. Like if you watch something like by like Shy Lily or Shy Lily's my favorite. I love Shy Lily. Or if you look like something like a Bao or anybody that like puppets their model, it's amazing. Like, and again, Phil would be really good at puppeting his model. Ironically, the best DSP content that I think we have is El Crimson King had made the Dark Side puppet model. But yeah, so
I don't take these decisions lightly. I know that Metaphor was one of the best games of 2024. It sucks that I couldn't play it.
You could have played it
right now.
The raid chat chastises them strawmans, yeah.
All right, folks.
Gaslighting is incoming.
Star Player, thank you for a $5 super chat. He says, I agree with your takes.
Just an overrated. I don't really watch VTuber, but I do watch clips and highs and know who's who and stuff. Yeah, I know a lot of people like that, but I'm just, like I said, if you look at like some clips of VTubers, like they have very good at puppeting their models. Mine, I'm not. That's just because like not necessarily because I'm not inexpressive. I can be expressive and move around a bit more. It's also the limitation of my camera. I am using a webcam as opposed to an iPhone camera, and I also my model is not rigged that strongly because again, it was made like 5 years ago, so the technology wasn't there yet.
If it's not my forte, if you think that my JRPG playthroughs are boring, then I probably still shouldn't play them, right? I don't know how to change to make this stuff entertaining because I'm not fake. I wish maybe.
Like, I love Mr. Rye Plays. I'm 30 with a family and a career and day job, and I'm an active musician. Why are you condescending to me for disagreeing? And I gotta say, like, technically, I'm kind of one of the people that Phil is raying against because I am 35. I don't live alone. I have a quote unquote roommate. They're really a tenant because I rent out my spare bedroom to them. So I'm 35. I own property. I have a roommate that I charge rent. And I work as a civil servant as my day job, but I am also not married. I do not have children. The most I can say that I have is I am a sort of unofficial uncle to my cousin's kid, because that kid is technically my second cousin, but my cousin is 31 or no, they're 33. My cousin is 33 and their kid is 3 months old. So that makes me have somewhat of a family. Like I still interact with my family like regularly enough to say that like that my extended family is close enough to what I have. I consider my cousins to be my de facto siblings. So that makes me a de facto uncle of their one kid. So that's that. But still, like, even though I don't have as many sort of like quote unquote adult responsibilities as someone like Phil does, I don't have a pet. I'm not married. I don't have all this other shit. Like, I still understand the basic concept of adult responsibilities despite all of that, because I still take care of things around my home and I still take care of things in order to do my job, like my car. It's not that big of a deal. He acts like he's like the only, he acts like he's basically a child in an adult's body, and he acts like adulting is hard work. And yeah, it's stressful, but once you kind of get into a rhythm of it, it's not that difficult.
I wish that I didn't have these morals and values.
Phil
and
as a cat in the maid, yeah, exactly.
everyone. And then, you know, I'd be in the same situation as everyone took every sponsorship, took every opportunity to kiss butt and lie about everything and get paid for it and make that bag. But you know me, that's not me. I'm not going to sit here and do that. So now I have so much support behind the scenes that I can play anything I want because the money rolling in during a stream doesn't matter.
There's nothing wrong with taking sponsorship money if you believe in the product. I would take GamerStuff's money in a fucking heartbeat. Like, you kidding me? If GamerStuff's actually offered me an affiliate link, I would fucking take that shit. I'd like be like, I like have so many plans to do shit with them. I'd be like, I'd start designing flavors fucking immediately. I'd try to commission artists to come up with like whatever my wife a cup bottle would say. Listen, I am not large enough to actually make a GamerStuff's affiliate link work.
I would love to hear it. Now,
I'm trying to convince Ivega to do it instead.
I hope stacks up better than 2024. 2024 was a year of pretty underwhelming disappointments. So I'm hoping that this year we can have epic playthroughs, great games, but also great streams. Everyone liking it, the community enjoying the content together. Not just a little niche here and a little niche there, and we disagree on this and that. I liked it when I used to be able to play a big AAA game and everyone wanted to see it, and everyone showed up, and everyone had a great time. We haven't had
That didn't happen in fucking 16 years because the only reason people watch him is because he was the only one putting out content for it on a regular basis. That's the only reason why he had a viewership to begin with. It wasn't because his content was good, it's because he was the only one there. Which one? He has 3 channels. His main channel, his main channel is DSP Gaming. His he also has a DSP Reacts and DSP Throwback, which used to be the King of Hate Vlogs, and I believe the other one used to be the King of Hate HD or something. Those are the other 2 channels. But yeah, he rebranded his other 2 channels to those things, and yeah, he now has and his main channel is just DSP Gaming.
that feeling in a couple of years. Why? Because there haven't been games like that for a couple of years. Hopefully we'll get that back again. You know, maybe GTA 6 will bring back that feeling again. I don't know.
No, there's going to be so many other people playing GTA 6. It's going to be fucking massive. You think people are going to watch his rinky-dink fucking stream at GTA 6 where they could watch fucking, where they could watch like fucking, like, I don't know, Sakura Miko or like any of the HoloLive performers or fucking any, or like Queso playing it or like Charlie, Moist Critical? Like, there's so many other better streamers out there now that Phil could not retain an audience. I'd rather watch your streams. Yeah, that too. Unfortunately, I will not be playing GTA 6. GTA is not really my type of game. I'll probably be finding something else to play instead, though.
That was good. Like I said, I had a lot to say, especially at the end there. And again, I think you guys expected this. Did you not? Did you not expect that that was going to be the deal with this countdown? I mean, that was the pattern for all of last year. RPG I want to play doesn't work. RPG I want to play doesn't work. But then I play other games.
This is kind of like therapy. I need to kind of have to come out.
Actually, having big problems. And then when I decided to actively stop playing the RPGs and play action games, it got a big uptick. It actually got a big increase of viewers and support after that. So
if that's the case, then why the fuck didn't you play Stellar Blade? Straight up. Stellar Blade's an action game. Why the fuck didn't you play Stellar Blade? Why the fuck didn't you continue with Black Myth Wukong? That's an action game too. Like, it's like, oh, I played other action games, like, and just fucking ignored the action games. Oh my god. How's it?
It is what it is. All right. All right. So guys, here's the deal. Tomorrow, podcast in the morning, continuation of Stalker 2 on the day stream, and it's actually picked up because now we're in an interesting part of the game where the plot is hugely developing. We got this wish machine or whatever that we're about to interact with. And then
the wish machine from Stalker 1. So basically we're done. He's finished his fucking rant. I'm also done. I gotta leave. I'll probably come back later on to play El Shaddai. Let me see if there's anybody that I can send you out to that is not Phil related, but that I actually will support and endorse nonetheless. Let me see. I had to see what's going on here. God damn it, there's like nobody on playing anything. Oh, let's see. I could rate it to Almighty Tevin. I could rate it to Almighty Tevin. No. Let's see, who am I? I'm gonna send you out to Princess Yuki Rose, who is playing PoE.
I've seen that. That's the one.
She's playing PoE. I'm gonna go get my haircut.
I'll
be back later for El Shaddai. Have a good night,
right?
guys, and thank you guys for joining for this shit show. Bye.
Roller skates.